that's in emotions. There's the word motion.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? Like,
Hey,
so,
y'all talking about that joint right there.
There we go.
yeah, okay,
That
Why it
joint
matters
right there
more
tough,
than
yo.
IQ.
yeah.
Wow. Now that's a
Yeah,
thing. Because
that book was good as hell.
so we often, I gotta get that because we often get told, you know, this conversation is kind of centered around our concerns as women, that women are emotional, and that's always looked at as a negative thing. There's something bad about having and showing emotions, when the opposite of that is worse. It's like you'll be walking around like a bunch of psychopaths.
Oh yeah,
Psychopaths,
that's
not emotions.
Yeah. Without, like I said, without emotions, you wouldn't.
That shit funny. You say
move.
bad for him. What's the name of the book, Kent?
It's just
Let me see.
it's called.
Is it on Audible?
Yeah, that's I got it on Autobook and all this.
Hold on.
Physical joint.
Don't move it.
Let me get it. Audible.
Dang, Cole, hold on. Daniel Coleman, right?
Goldman.
Yeah, emotional intelligence, Daniel Goldman.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right. You said that's a good one, right?
Yeah. He's spitting in that joint. Tell you how you recognize the signs when you about to get heated. And we don't, we can read it and still don't follow it sometimes, but at least you can be aware. You know what I'm saying? Like when you feel your heart beating fast, you in a stressful state. Then he talk about, that's what I be telling you, like when you be yelling all the time, like, yeah, you might be having fun and entertainment video. That junk, you mess around, catch a stroke.
Yeah, and it's your ability
in a constant state. You know what I'm saying?
Your ability to read.
Read it and still don't follow it sometimes, but
like the ability to read the room, the ability to adjust to adjust to the temperament of the room.
Yes,
that's also what emotional intelligence is.
Yeah.
So when you see what it is, you don't act out of your to in a sense, you wouldn't act in a way to escalate the emotional temperament of the room. You feel where the room is at, and you maintain that the emotion level of the people, of the context of the situation that you're in. You
So
right.
Yeah, so I guess we're gonna get into this once we actually get into it, but I know we live. It says the 5 characteristics of emotional intelligence include that the self-awareness and self-regulation, which would fall in the space of understanding how to read the room, right? Motivation, why you're doing what you're doing, and empathy. Like that's a huge piece, because again, those people in our society that lack empathy, that they problematic. And then social skills. So 5 characteristics of emotional intelligence.
Interesting. I'm on that. Hold on.
Yeah, they got a test for it called the EQ test, kind of like an IQ test. They got an EQ test.
Oh man, yep. That the EQ got the EQ. Okay, here you go. Improving emotional intelligence, right? Okay, we right there. Okay, we there. Self. Okay, hold on. Y'all got it, man. I appreciate y'all, man. This is what I'm looking for here. I'm looking. Right. Yeah, we go. Expert studies, man. And I appreciate you being here, Sosa. Appreciate all the sisters stopping in. Appreciate Kent, man. Let's let the people pile up in the building a little bit, man. We on a lightweight, smooth. You know what I'm saying? The conversation's been had, man. And conversation's been about women. And so when you're involved in a conversation about women, then men absolutely should be part of it, but the women gotta go first. Like that's the rules. Because men ain't gonna let women speak first on their issues. You know what I'm saying? I'm the first one to say, I know how to raise, let me raise my son. Right? You know what I mean? Men, you know what I'm saying? Raise men. Right? You supposed to nurture and show your son what it is to go through the stages. So mother can give him a whole lot, but it's a little tick. Right? And that's all I want to be asking for. Just that little, look, let us have some agency over our thoughts and ideas. Right? And it's my contention that shit, control over the body, right? Strongest force on planet Earth. for me, amongst humans, is their sexual appetite or need for sex, right? It's the thing that makes us whole. It's the thing that keeps the race going. Let me get away from the word race. It's the thing that keeps the human Homo sapiens sapien population at a healthy level. It's a dominant force amongst us. It is what it is. And each organism should have that agency over that. So when men start to making decisions for women in their bodies, in a vagina, it's wild for me, because we would never let a woman make that decision for us and our penises. It's just not happening. So yeah, things for me, and I'm speaking for myself. You know, I'm on the whole thing that, you know, it's just that God is a daggone man, and it is what it is. It is not hard to understand that. It's not out the way, but you know, we sit in a certain place based off of being a man, and you know, we need to see that. So yeah, you know, man created a lot of things, and we read it the other night on other shows. So make sure y'all check out the other show we did. And we talked about Diops and how we talked about early clans and how men implemented certain things. But let me see how many people's in the chat room. All right, before we get to rolling here. I know it's a little bit early for what we normally do, right? We got 27,000 building, man. We at least want to get to 40, right? Before we get to really kicking it. I see you, Anthony Bolden. What's good? Mongo Slade, what it do? Storm, what's up? Right? You know, any sisters want to jump on the panel, man, feel free to jump on the panel. You know, y'all get first dibs tonight. It's not a show where it's just the sisters, right? Because that would not bring balance. It's a balanced show. And when we talk about issues dealing with the woman, the balance is brought about by allowing them, you know what I mean, to get their propers. And that's when this shit is balanced. Let them get their propers. All right. Ain't no women hating dudes around me, right? Women hating dudes and dudes hating women. I don't even play the cards like that. Yo, we respect each other's space. And this brings forth equality. Respect the space. And respect correction. So we can always correct each other, man. Men and women have been correcting each other since time immemorial, but there seemed to be a wedge drawn in between us. And, you know, for me, my point is that it's the religions that we practice that drew the wedge. So, you know, it is what it is. But that's just my little say in the whole matter. We're gonna have an excellent show, and we was just having an excellent conversation on one book, emotional. The name of the book is Emotional Intelligence, right? Emotional Intelligence by Daniel Goleman. Right. Yeah. And so they got let me see. Neurosurgical Atlas. Let me show the source real quick, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna cop that book. I ain't never read that book.
What, Emotional Intelligence?
I never read that book that Ken got. But I would recommend though, like if you go to Yale, go to psychology. I think his name is Paul Bloom. The guy who really put a stamp on emotional intelligence. He does a lecture on that, on emotional intelligence. He's like the kind of like the founder. It was founded by somebody else, but he put the scientific knowledge behind it, and he does it. And he has a lecture on it, probably like about the 7th or 8th video, something like that. But if you go to Yale, you'll see it. And he does a presentation on emotional intelligence as a guest appearance on one of Paul Bloom's lecture series at Yale.
So y'all see the screen, man. Emotional intelligence, self-awareness, empathy, motivation, self-regulation, and social skills. so right there, the self-regulation, that's already being disturbed.
Right.
So this ain't no, you know, we always come with good quality sources, and I'll wait for maybe the rest of the bros that join when they want to join, man. But it's just good to have a good balanced conversation. And let me see where we at in the chat, man. Let me see who else in the room, man. And we're gonna move the conversation forward. So like I said, in a minute, I'm gonna drop the link. First I want to get it in, and then I want I want the sisters to do their thing, right? We're gonna be involved in conversation. And then I want some more sisters to jump on just to add their piece to it. Agreements, disagreements, and it's the grown-up conversation. And this is what the Pseudo Killas have. We have grown-up conversations. And the grown-up conversation is having the ability to strike balance. All right, we at the 40 million mark, right? We're about to hit it. Okay. Mr. Metro, I see you. Kyle, man, I know what it is, man. What's good with you, bro? Jamaica, what's up with you? What it do? Mayat Tuck, what's up with you, man? Omar Reed. Who else we got in here? We got Kent Cedric. All right. Okay, so let's let me unshare the screen, man. And let's hit it. Black African power. What's good? What's happening? A well-organized lie defeats a disorganized truth every time. Ooh, man, you already know what it is, man. It's God killer in the house. Come to do what we got to do, and we're going to do what we got to do. We standing tall, we standing strong. Look, man, Pseudo Killas on deck. What's up, Kent? Clark Kent. What's good, man? What it do? What it do? What it do?
What up, man? Shit right here, man. Tired as hell. Been up all night having fun with my boy Corey, man. You know what I'm saying? Doing what we do. But yeah, man, interested to hear some perspectives today, man, from the other side, man, and just, learn a little something. And everything good, man. What's up with the rest of everybody? Yo, piece of the panel, piece of the chat.
Piece of panel, piece of the chat. Man, King Sosa. Man, what's good, man? What it do? What it do? What it do?
Yeah, man. Peace to everybody, man. Should be a good show, man. Love the topic. You know what I mean? I'm here to do what I always do, man. Share what I know, learn what I don't know, man. Bang on pseudo, man. That's how we get down. So,
oh, that's real. That's real, man. Okay, man. So we got some special guests on here, man. Without further ado, D-Dub.
Yo,
what's good with you, sis? What it do? What it do?
Doing good. Thanks for having me.
That's all you're gonna say is thanks for having me?
Thanks for allowing me to share. I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Dang. Gee, be Christmas. Man.
Like a little stage, you know, so you're nervous to get on the stage.
Hey, okay, in the building, CK the poet.
Hey.
Troublemaker.
What? I am innocent.
Candlestick maker.
Wherever my name came up at, I am innocent.
What's good, CK? What it do? What it do?
Jeez,
Pseudo Killer Official, what's it do?
Yeah, sorry I'm late, man. I kind of let the time slip on me and then I started cooking.
We waited for you.
Oh, y'all so sweet. I could have blew my phone up.
Nope, I'm trying to. You know what it was. Everybody's supposed to be on deck. People come when they won't come. All right, welcome to the show. We're going to get started. Now, last but not least, Miss Tiffany. What it do? What it do? What it do? Pseudo Killer Official.
Oh,
everybody in the Discord, Pseudo Killers, what's good?
Okay. Well, I'm happy to be here. Excited about, today's discussion and, really excited for the dialogue and some of the ideas that we'll present. And yeah, we're here to share good information and have a good time.
All right. So, I just like to address the goddamn elephant in the room. So, no, I didn't look at the show yesterday. I actually didn't get on there because I wanted the bros to kind of express themselves. I needed them to get off and say what they wanted to say and how they felt about it. These conversations can get very, very emotional. And that destroys the lie that men don't get emotional. We absolutely do. We see it play out in cities all across North America when Black men murder each other. It is based off of emotion. So we got a lot of things we need to work on. So what I would like to share with everybody real fast before we get into the conversation which I think is very, very important for Black men and Black women, okay, is get this book, The Body Keeps the Score, Brain, Mind, and Body, and the Healing of Trauma. All right. I think that's good right there. That's a good piece right there. Get your download on your audiobook. We're going to start the audiobook book club in a little bit, and we're going to discuss things like this. Excellent book, talking about trauma, how it affects us. And, you know, this is what we're really talking about, man. Just the trauma that we go through as men and women, period. Based off of the histories we went through, based off of living city life, just based off of the whole thing. So what I first want to do is I want to, either one of the sisters, right? Y'all can figure out which one go first. And I just want y'all to go ahead and move the discussion forward. I know we got some real interesting things, man. I'm gonna sit back and I'm gonna let y'all rock out. So whoever wanna, you know, go first, let's do this. Let's have this.
Tiffany.
Uh-huh.
Oh, do you think I'm thinking maybe I should go?
Okay.
It may frame the rest of the pieces. Okay, cool. All right. So this is a follow-up from the conversation the other night, and sisters, correct me if I'm not representing it right. But one of the things when we got together and we chatted together, we just talked about really wanting to bring to light about some of the challenges that Black women face to promote more education and awareness around that, to talk about the bias that can make that invisible, but most importantly, to think about like, what are the solutions? You know, what are the solutions in terms of how can we as a Black community work to really lift up some of these issues impacting Black women that sometimes get put on the back burner? How can our brothers stand with us more? And so, you know, we really trying to cut through the noise, because there is a lot of noise that is really out there to divide us, to divide and conquer. And it's a lot of noise on the internet. And especially the noise gets louder every time there's an election. And so, you know, we just really want to explore what can help to get us all free. So I'm gonna just share a presentation. I just threw this together, not a whole lot of research off the top of the dome, so bear with me, but this is just to kick off and frame the deeper presentations that my sisters are gonna bring up. So let me see if I can share screen. Okay. How do I do this? Slideshow. There we go. All right. So I just called it On Black Woman Things. So oftentimes, especially in conscious circles, whenever this term feminism is brought up, it's always associated with white women. And I get it, right? They're the ones who like termed the term feminism. But when we talk about issues facing Black women and Black feminism and womanism, white women continue to come up. That is a very easy cop out, right? And so I just want to encourage us and to encourage us to study the history and not to erase the work of Black women in organizing, mobilizing, and working to end the gender depression we face within and outside of our communities. Black women have been doing this since Plymouth Rock landed on us, not always in conjunction with white women. And at times it has been in conjunction with Black men. And so I think that we need to go back, study that history, and look at what's happening now so that we don't erase how Black women have been addressing gendered oppression. We don't do it through a white woman's lens. Okay? So again, this work happens irrespective of the work white women do to advance their often narrow interests, which leads me to my final point. Oftentimes when feminism is brought up, Black men will say, oh, but the white women are racist and they leave y'all out, right? Listen, we wasn't born yesterday. Black women have a long history of lifting up and checking both white women's racism and Black men's sexism. We weren't born yesterday. We are very, very aware of how white women leave our issues out. It's to the point we done critique them so bad that they are taking our frameworks into theirs to try to improve their movement. If you're in a lot of spaces now, whether it's white feminist spaces or spaces where people are talking about diversity and inclusion, nowadays they're starting to say, we're utilizing the framework of Black feminists. It's because Black feminists lit all they behinds up. So just know, sisters know what's going on. Sisters are been check that. But we're in a interesting position that this quote from Bell Hooks dives a little deeper on. So I'm gonna read this quote. This is from Ain't I a Woman? Black Women and Feminism by Bell Hooks. White women and Black men have it both ways. They can act as oppressor or be oppressed. Black men may be victimized by racism, but sexism allows them to act as exploiters and oppressors of women. White women may be victimized by sexism, but racism enables them to act as exploiters and oppressors of Black people. Both groups have led liberation movements that favor their interests and support the continued oppression of other groups. Black male sexism has undermined the struggles to eradicate racism, just as white female racism undermines feminist struggle. As long as these two groups, or any group, defines liberation as gaining social equality with the ruling class white men, they have a vested interest in the continued exploitation and oppression of others. So I think Black women are very aware of the racism in the white feminism movement. But one of the things that we've also been talking about is some of the sexism that we face within the Black community. And that sexism, it serves to divide and conquer so that we're not able to fully get us all free. And I think that's what many Black women have been trying to lift up. So you got these terms, right? Feminism, Black feminism, womanism, right? I mean, you can Google all these words and what they mean. You know, there's so many definitions out there at this point. But one of the things that I just want to lift up and encourage us, let us not get too distracted by these terms, right? They're all terms. They're heavily used in academic and social media spaces. Okay. While many Black women agree with the meanings or ideas associated with these terms, not all Black women identify as these terms. And, you know, it's just like, I'm a very practical person. I'm a community organizer, so I'm practical. I understand we have these conversations on YouTube. There's these conversations in the academic spaces, but when I'm in the community working with Black women, I'm not always using these words, but I may say, how are we going to tackle gender-based violence together? And then, yeah, I'm down with that. I face that. I want to stop that gender-based violence. Well, guess what? That falls up under all these terms. We're not caught up on these terms. Now, some are, and that's perfectly fine. So when it comes down to it, regardless of the term, do we support the liberation of Black women? And how can we as a Black community do better in lifting issues facing Black women up in our common agenda? To me, I don't care if you call yourself a feminist, a Black feminist, or a womanist, but how can we as a Black community do better in lifting issues facing Black women up in our common agenda? So, you know, we did last night have some conversations around the term Black feminism, womanism. Womanism is, feminism is, are you for the social, political, economic equality of women? Black feminism is about that, but it also looks at race, it looks at class, and it incorporates other systems of oppression in the analysis, right? Womanism does the same thing. Now, womanists say, well, we do the same thing, but we're lifting up the entire Black community, right? However, there are Black feminists that say, hey, we're lifting up the entire Black community. There are womanists who say, you know what? We done been through so much with these men, we just focusing on Black women. And then you'll have Black feminists who say, yeah, we just checking for Black women, that's it. But I'll tell you this much, the last meeting that I was in addressing Black femicide, it was feminists, Black feminists, and womanists all up in the room working on an issue. And that's what I'm saying, y'all. Don't get too caught up in these words. Let's get caught up in the work that needs to be done in our community. So I'm just going to quickly go through what are Black feminists, Black womanists, heck, regular schmegular Black women working on? What are the issues impacting us that we've been working on? That sometimes these issues don't get the light that they need in our communities, and we don't champion them as much when we create, especially around election time, when we create these Black agendas and some of these issues don't necessarily get on there. One of the things that Black women have been really working on is reproductive justice. This is actually an example of how Black women clapped back at white women. The white woman movement has been solely focused on abortion, right? As it relates to reproductive justice, right? They've primarily been focused on the right to an abortion, which we agree with. But we also know that for Black women, we have other struggles. And we look at Black women in 1994 came up with the reproductive justice framework, and it's comprehensive. And it talks about the human right to maintain personal body autonomy, to have children, not to have children, and to parent the children we have in safe and sustainable communities, right? So that's what Black women was like, okay, white feminists want to focus on abortion, y'all do this. This is what we're working on right over here. Like, you know, we have our own, we've been had self-determination. So what's being lifted up is the Black maternal health crisis. So we talk about our high rates of Black women dying while giving birth. And some of that is connected to racism and bias of health professionals. So sisters are starting movements to stop that. They're trying to increase access to quality prenatal care. That also means bringing back the doulas that we had back in the day, and the birth experts that we had in our communities back in the day, that white doctors came in and X'd them out, passing laws to X them out way back in the day, fighting for access to birth control and the right to abortion, access to affordable childcare, but also quality schools and safe neighborhoods. And so this is one of the issues that Black women have been working on, recognizing that there has been a fight against us in our efforts to have children. But there's also a fight in the efforts when we don't want to have children. And so we want to address the entire picture. Black femicide, right? So that is about addressing the killings of Black women and girls resulting from domestic violence, gender-based violence, and community violence. In 2020, I think that it was an average of 5 or 6 Black women and girls were killed every single day. The most common weapon used was a gun. Many cases of it resulted from domestic violence. This is a very, very touchy topic in our community. And, you know, again, Black women are constantly articulating how our issues are different. And when people take the approach to addressing it for white women and to put it on us, it doesn't work. So here are some of the challenges, right? Challenges in reporting it, You know, there's a lot of pressure not to put Black men in jail. So there's pressure not to report it, but also, you know, putting a Black man in jail, right? The father of your children, etc. And then also the systems, criminal justice systems have not been that great to Black survivors of domestic violence and gender-based violence. At times, even criminalizing them, like the sister in Florida who was incarcerated firing a warning shot after her husband beat her, just a warning shot. And even the husband came back around and said, y'all, please let her out. I was beating her, right? So you see that incarceration of survivors that's taking place. But also the challenges with not being believed in the community. And there are some attitudes around women, around Black women, even just within our own communities, that makes it very, very difficult to sometimes have these conversations. And I think as a community, we shy away from this conversation because it's like we don't want the world to see our dirty laundry, but Black women and girls are dying. And Black women and girls are trying to have this conversation so that we can save folks' lives. All right, what else? Economic justice, right? So all across the board, whether it's fighting for a livable wage, fighting for equal pay. I myself have been a victim of pay discrimination, elimination of medical and student loan debt, affordable housing, discrimination in the workplace. One example was the Crown Act. That's just to stop discrimination against sisters with natural hair. I also experienced that in the workplace as well. Fighting for maternal leave rights. And also, you know, Black women, given all these challenges in the workplace, Black women have been one of the largest up and coming groups starting businesses, right? Because it's like, you know, working in these spaces can be so difficult. A lot of sisters are like, hey, we starting businesses. But even in that end, trying to get access to capital is a challenge. Black women often have to self-fund the businesses that we start. So there's a lot of work around advancing entrepreneurship for Black women and increasing opportunities and technical assistance for Black women starting businesses. Sister CK is gonna expand on this a bit more. This is similar to Black femicide in that it is gender-based violence. And this is the Me Too movement. Again, right? Here we go. I said Black women been checking white women. Hollywood was like, oh, me too, me too. Meanwhile, Tarana Burke, a Black woman based in Brooklyn, has been working on this issue for years and actually coined the term Me Too. And again, she had to call them out because Black women have been doing this work. And so this is addressing the sexual violence against Black women and girls. And that includes the challenges that Black women face in reporting it. And then also dealing with the attitudes in our community that make it very, these attitudes that contribute to victim blaming, that contribute to not believing survivors, that contribute to not wanting to talk about it because, again, we don't want our dirty laundry out there. And just one stat is as many as 6 in 10 Black women report being subjected to coercive sexual contact by age 18. And so this is one of the issues that folks of Black women have been lifting up. And even back since the civil rights movement, I talked about the other night, the rape of Recy Taylor. Did y'all know that Rosa Parks led the movement to get justice for Recy Taylor? Right? Because there, in addition to the lynching epidemic, there was an epidemic of Black women being raped by white men. And it was an epidemic. And there are Black women in the civil rights movement that have been working on that, but that never became as big of an issue or a campaign as the work to stop the lynching. But it's a work that a lot of Black women were working on. And also Black men were assisting with that as well. Criminal justice. So, yeah, so the school to prison pipeline for Black girls has been an issue that many have been bringing light to. The mass incarceration of Black women and girls. They're saying that, I'm not sure which year, but in these past couple of years, some of the largest numbers of folks getting incarcerated were Black women. So there was a huge increase in that. The criminalization of Black survivors and of domestic violence and sexual assault. You know, we always see these cases about these young Black girls who are getting trafficked and they kill the pimp or the guy that's raping them. And next thing you know, they locked up. I think it was, and I forget the young girl's name, but she was 17 years old, and she was found guilty, and she had to pay $150,000 to the family of her rapist. Like this, it doesn't make any sense, right? It's a lot of Black feminists, Black womanists, and regular, what I call regular schmegular Black women working on abolition or decarceration efforts, as well as to say her name, police accountability, lifting up how Black women are also negatively impacted by law enforcement, by their bias. You know, there was it Daniel Holtzclaw, that cop that raped? He was targeting and raping Black women because no one really cared. Like these are the things that Black women are lifting up, right? So the question for discussion that I want to pose to our panel, as well as the brothers in the chat, everyone in the chat, sisters too. What role do Black men play in helping to eradicate the gender-based oppression Black women face in our communities? But before we get to that question, our sister Tiffany is gonna dive deeper into emotional intelligence. And then CK is going to expand on the topic of rape culture.
Well, I was thinking that was great, by the way, Sister Danielle. Thank you.
Oh, thank
I was
you.
thinking because that was, you know, a little long. I don't know. Maybe we should take a pause and have some discussion, and then go into the next one. What do you suggest?
Yeah, let's kind of delve into that a little bit. I'm sitting here, for me, while the discussion was going on, I kind of appreciate the slides. It gave us an awakening of the different ideas that's been thrown out there. And you know, when you ask most people, men and women, what feminist is, there has been a negative connotation placed on it. You know, and I'm not saying it didn't deserve it. What I'm saying is, you know, I'm big on reading books and dictionaries and all that. And when you read what feminism is, I mean, come on, yo, it's just equal rights for women and all the affairs,
Right.
you know, sex included. And so, you know, after that, I would actually have to say that the damn Bible is an anti-woman book. Like it is. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna go through the discussion, and let me see. I want to come right here real quick. Watch this. That's all I want to do. Hey, Blue Moon, I'm gonna drop a little tidbit from you. So this my add to discussion to prove my point on how the biblical texts, the religions created by men, right, are actually anti-women controlling their sexual reproduction parts, because that's what it all boils down to anyway. At the end of the day, it boils down to the union of the male and the female being able to reproduce themselves. That's it, right? And anything else, we as human beings with our social behaviors add to this. The problem is the men, right, have added to it. It's 2022, right? And everybody get a shot at the ring. So let me read this. It says, and God said, let us make man in our image. I don't know who the hell us is, But whoever it is, they're making somebody in their image. And who are they? Who is they making in their image? And God said, let us make man in our image and after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the fowl of the air and over the cattle and over all the earth and over every creeping living thing that creepeth upon the earth. This is where we get our arrogancy from. Whether you're in Africa or the hills of Tbilisi or in Eastern Europe, somebody somewhere told us that we have dominion over this. Now, mind you, the woman ain't made yet, but continue the conversation. Kent, you want to throw something in? How about you, Sosa? That's how I'm doing it.
No, I mean, I was mostly listening. I don't know if I need to hold this question until the end of the whole presentation. But I know when she was bringing up feminism, Black feminism and womanism, we was discussing, I had conversations with feminists that didn't go well, because, of course, I ran into the ones that don't really like men, right? And the question I have for Danielle is, are you aware of the feminists that are misandrous that kind of give, I'm guessing, feminism or Black feminism a bad rap? Or is it kind of like, do y'all agree with the misandrous at all?
So, I work with Black women day in and day out, and I really don't run across that. Where I see glimpses of it is on YouTube. So, like I said, I'm a really practical person. I'm really focused on the real world every day, what's going on in our homes and our communities. I just don't run across that. So what I recommend to you is don't get distracted by that, because that isn't the movement. There may be some folks who feel the way that they do. One thing about the womanists is that, and I agree with it too, is that they say, like, listen, like, gender depression is real. And some women have been deeply hurt and traumatized by that. And you know what? If they don't want to rock with men, we stand by that. Like, who are we to tell someone who's been traumatized? No, you need to. Nah, if people have gotten to a point where they just can't, I respect that. That's, and there are some women who may feel that way, but then they're not bashing men. They're just saying, I just want to be safe. Right? I see women who say, I'm a little afraid, I just want to be safe, more so than the folks who getting on the bashing stuff. That stuff, to be honest with you, I've only really seen it on social media, and I haven't seen it with the sisters who are working on the streets and in our communities to transform it.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen it in real life yet, or just online?
Online, and I had people I knew that I talked to that, I mean, we ain't in the friendship and nothing like that, but it was some heated conversations and shit, But and I asked that because most men that when they think about the word feminism, they automatically think about that, the women hating part of it. So I'm thinking if most of the men that are against it are running into these same types of women, then it's got a reputation of its own.
Right. Well, I understand. Understood. Well, I just wanted to kind of get into, I'm going to do mine's more conversational style so we can have a little back and forth. But I think something that's important to talk about is emotional intelligence. Now, I'm going to say something that's going to trigger a lot of people, but there is this thing called male privilege, right? Like, that's a thing. I'm going to bring up the Wikipedia so that we can look at what that's saying. Let me just share. Hold on. All right. There we go. All right, so there. So I'm just gonna kind of go here to the scope, because what we've heard in the last couple of days, that when it comes to male privilege, and if we center that specifically within the Black community, the brothers are saying, what kind of privilege do we have in this Western society that we live in? And that's because, everything we do is measured against whiteness, of course, right? So, but, privilege extends outside of the things that are like power structures or money or your ability to get money. Privilege doesn't just reside in those spaces, it's also in other spaces. So I'm just going to read the scope of the term male privilege. So the term male privilege does not apply to a solitary occurrence of the use of power, but whether describes one of the many systemic power structures that are interdependent and interlinked throughout societies and cultures. Privilege is not shared equally by all males. That's the key part. It's not shared equally by all males. Those who most closely match an ideal masculine norm benefit most from privilege. So we are acknowledging that. So never, when we talk about male privilege in regards to in our community, are we thinking it's identical to white men? In Western patriarchal societies, this idea has been described as being white, heterosexual, stoic, wealthy, strong, tough, competitive, and autonomous. Men's studies scholars, let me see, refer to this ideal masculine norm as hegemonic masculinity, while essentially all males benefit from privilege to some degree, right? Those who visibly differ from the norm may not benefit fully in certain situations, especially in the company of other men that more closely match it. All right. So I'm going to leave that there. It didn't say Black men, but everybody else outside of that ideal Western patriarchal description of what male privilege is. Simply being a male, there is privilege. I wanted to share something from our brother over there on the Flat Earther channel. He was talking about it today. I don't know, it's just like it's in the air. It's in the air. This conversation is actually happening across several platforms, but he said it pretty eloquently. Brother Ankh has echoed it. And so let's just hear what Brother Sanchez has to say.
And real
I was
quick,
gonna say
I
that
just
part
wanted to
confused
tap
me
in.
real quick.
Go ahead,
I'm
bro.
trying to figure out. Yeah, my thing is that's fine and dandy how you worded it, which is fine. But my problem is
How did I
at what
word
point
it?
do we hold them accountable? Because you keep saying us being accountable. Unless we asexual, it will be a problem if our immediate partner isn't on our side.
So hold on, let
So
me
kinda
answer your
confused me a little
question.
bit.
When do I hold them accountable? All the fucking time. But today I'm holding the man accountable. Now,
That's why I'm happy that you dropped that link. Because last time, remember I put that comment down that one time. That was the topic last time I had a problem with. I don't mind us being accountable. That's wonderful. But it don't never really get the scene to be flipped equally. But we don't have to go in too much on it.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, it was never equal when the religious order took over. Men, we gotta know this. It's not 50-50, it's not yin and yang. We're in a Christian
Absolutely.
world. Yeah, we're in a Christian world, a man's world. A man is the head. And even the Bible will tell you the woman is the lesser vessel. Now, do I agree with any of that? No, not really. I don't agree with that at all. But that's just reality. And yeah, that's how when you deal with everybody in the world, when I'm coming from a religious perspective, that's why I gotta hold a man to the status he exalted himself to as God.
I feel that.
So that's that. So yeah, I just want to stop it right there. And I didn't list any of the privileges, but I think we can have some conversation on that. And there was a paper done, there was a checklist done, I think it was back in 2008, by a gentleman, his name is Jewel Woods. I get the name right, Danielle? I got it right here. But anyway, there was like almost 100 questions on it in different areas of society where the privilege shows up. But before I get into that, can we just have some dialogue about what I presented so far in terms of male privilege, and then this concept, this idea of God and religion, and how I think it's so embedded in our psyche. It's so embedded in our psyche that we just forget that it's there lingering the whole time. So.
Yep. Sosa, where you at?
Yeah, I'm listening. Like I said, good presentation so far. I like what I heard. I mean, in terms of religion, I mean, it's clear cut, especially, we're talking about the Abrahamic, especially when dealing with the Abrahamic faith. You get a lot of male dominance. I mean, that's what that kind of fall in line with the origin of kind of the patriarchy. In the beginning, you find more, even in ancient societies. In the beginning, you find a lot of female goddesses worship in early ancient times. And as time progressed, those female goddesses were eradicated in favor of the patriarchal gods. This happening on forth from ancient times till now. So, and even in the even in our regular lexicon, we get the phrase "it's a man's world." Right. That's been said. Like, I don't think nobody's ever debated that when that was said. So it's always been said that it's a man's world. So I'm interested to hear the breakdown. I want everybody to kind of get everything out, because I know a lot of people I want to get people to jump on so I can hear some of the opposing views, because I'm kind of interested. But yeah, I mean, when you look at the plight of women, and we're dealing with Black women specifically, we can look as far, we can just go back to the 1900s when birth control was not legal. You know what I mean? So we see the plight that women has embarked on till now, and it was definitely needed. So,
well, I guess my question is, do the gentlemen on the panel, with the idea of the whole religious piece being embedded in most of our psyches, whether we go to church or not, because we're raised in homes where it is, it's kind of passed down to us. Do you think that in that, and how that ideology is manifested in our lives, do you think that it is logical that you would come up with male privilege would just be a thing, varying degrees of it, albeit, but is that obvious that male privilege would be present in some respect?
Man, they say it. They say people with privilege, I'm saying, don't even recognize their privilege.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's not even hard to get that. And it's things that we just never question as men. Like, like how many sexual partners should you have? We ain't necessarily checking for that. Like, sex before marriage. You're not distraught as a man with that. Some women can be actually traumatized with that, right? And so then we got to go into the thing of being very deceptive, right? When we talking to each other, like how many partners you got? Like, I mean, it's like the more partners a man got, the more vigor he got, and the more partners a woman got, you know what I'm saying, the more of a whore she is. That's twisted. Once again, right? Like the strongest force on earth amongst humans, right, is their reproduction organs. The thing that you use to reproduce yourself over and over and over again. So if a person got control over that, then it's trouble on the horizon. And we see it permeating all through history, from Africa straight to Canada, right? They ain't no different than that. We try to act like it's not. So, yes, of course it's privilege. Like, you got to look yourself in the mirror. It's things that we go about our daily lives as men, and they don't even faze us, right? So the conversation's been real strong for me, saying, wow, really? You know what I'm saying? We don't even think about that. That's how smooth our day go with that. But every woman I ran across, man, they all have something to say about that. They be like, "Yo, we marginalized," and that's across. I'm just talking about Black women. They actually feel marginalized. And obviously at this point, it's not that they feel it, it's a reality. And based off of where we live at and the religion, right, it's the same thing. And then, I can also challenge African religion. They all do the same thing. It's always, the man, right? And for me, I'm saying like that, we ain't fighting over that. So, I mean, it's 2022. We're in the space age. And the things that a woman needed us for in the Stone Age, and I talked about this, when she's at her most vulnerable state, when she's bearing a child, and after that, like they're the most vulnerable states for a woman in the Stone Age, right? You got to be able to feed yourself, got to have enough water to produce the milk, right? Man got to do all that. You know what I'm saying? We got to hunt, we got to do that. Now we're in 2022. If you still thinking a woman needs you for that, you're in the goddamn Stone Age. Education, technology, a lot of those things are alleviated. If a woman is pregnant, she can drive to the store in her car. If a woman is sick after childbirth, she can stay in the hospital extra days where other people can take care of her, right? A woman's salary, women are getting better salaries now. They don't need you for that. They be needing you for like the basic, the basic things of good friendships, good conversation, time to get with each other, the vibe. You know what I'm saying? And we, in our own households, we miss all that. So yeah, man, if you still thinking that she needs you for your brute strength, right? Not to say that she won't need you to help her move something, or she might need you to move something. That's not saying that's not always in the game. Of course it is. But, it's time for our thinking has become antiquated, is what I'm saying. I'll just add that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
So
and I would add this too. You have to also look at the impact of women from past time to now having to forego their careers in lieu of childbirth to raise children. So that's also the disadvantage that that women had and that males didn't do. So a lot of times in situations, like a woman would have to forego her career and have children. You know what I'm saying? And most of those jobs, especially back then, didn't provide any type of absentee leave. They didn't provide any type of daycare, on the workforce. So we have to look at those type of disadvantages that were passed on to women, even though it's a joint venture, it's a family venture. So yeah, go ahead, Tiff.
yeah, so I'm gonna post the link to the checklist so that y'all have it, but I'm gonna read a little bit from it because I know y'all was waiting patiently there for it. And let me find it on my screen now. Interesting. I'm trying to find. Okay, I guess it's here. Okay, let's see here. Let's see it. All right. So I just put it in my Acrobat reader. It says the Black Male Privileges Checklist by Jewel Wood, Renaissance Male Project, 2008. So the first paragraph, and this is a brother. Okay, this is not a woman who came with that. Just to say that. What does privilege have to do with Black men? We understand some kinds of privilege. The privilege to call a Black man boy, even if that Black man happens to be 60 years old or older. Let that sink in. Now those who are like, having a fit right now, wouldn't you say that would be the privilege of the white man, that he's holding over you to call you a boy at any stage in your life as a man? You couldn't combat that. You couldn't say anything against that. That's just what it was. The privilege to drive a car and never have to worry about that the police will racially profile you. Privileges that have nothing to do with what a person has earned, but rather are based entirely on who a person is or what color they are. Now, this is 6 pages. I'm absolutely not going through this whole thing. I don't want to put nobody to sleep, but let's go down to some of the and then there's a background. Like I said, I'm gonna put this in the chat so y'all can have access to it. There's a background as to why this project became. And so what he did is he broke down the privilege checklist into different categories, leadership and politics. And I guess it's like a questionnaire, like, or just points that if you're interested in just having an open mind about it, you would look through it and see, you know, where your temperature is at in these different places. Let me see. I like the one about hair, and I know this kind of affects both Black men and women, but I think it affects sisters more, right? In terms of, you know, how we show up in the workplace. That is not something that you all are putting on us, but these are just some of the things that we have to grapple with. But you don't in terms of our hair and, you know, what beauty standards are we following. Me personally, that has never been a hindrance, but to a lot of sisters, that is actually a thing. It is actually a thing. Sex and sexuality is another section, for instance. So these are things that you as a man would read and kind of pose the question to yourself, or the idea. I can purchase pornography that typically shows men defiling women by common practice of, I'm not even going to read that, but so number 16 says, I can believe that, I'm not going to that part. My bad. We'll stop right there. Okay.
The good parts.
Right. Now I'm gonna let y'all go through that.
Good God.
Yeah. All right, here's one, popular culture. And this is interesting because some of the conversations we've been having over the last couple of days is centered around female entertainers and how they're being called on by politicians to, you know, help carry their political votes or whatever. And, you know, I'm not saying I approve of it. I don't necessarily rock with it. I didn't think it was cool to have, you know, sister girl be up there, you know, for the whole political thing. But anyway, that's what it is. So this one right here, I have the privilege of popularizing or consuming the idea of a thug, which is based on the violence and victimization of others with virtually no opposition from other men, right? So that would have something to do with, you know, popular culture, music, a lot of stuff going on in hip hop. I don't know if y'all remember when Dolores Tucker back in the day, when she tried to bring attention to some of the stuff that was going on in the music. And I think collectively the Black community was like, no, we're not trying to hear that. And now so many years later, we're trying to figure out how we got here. But we kind of let that stuff rock, right? So this checklist is extensive. And like I said, I'm going to put it in the chat so y'all can see it. There is an opposing view. I did look up the opposing view. So anybody that's like, I'm gonna get her on this. Nah, I already looked at it. I think that can be saved for a discussion on another day. But of course, there are people out there that oppose that. I don't think that everybody's in agreement with that. But the point is, in our lives, in our daily lives as women, Black women, and I really will say that it has a lot to do with the religious ideology that's in so much of our psyche. We are held back, even if in conversation, like there's this conversation now that says, we don't care about your education. We don't want to hear about your education. Don't tell us about, you know, your PhDs. We don't care about how much money you make. It's like, we gotta silence all of that in order to make a lot of the men in our lives feel comfortable, or the men that we date. We got to do that in order to make them feel comfortable. And that's almost a compromise we have to make if we want to even date a large part of a viable dating pool. So it's not just the Pookie and the Ray Rays that y'all think is causing the issue. It's men that are educated, that are smart, but we still have to kind of quiet down who we are in order for them to feel comfortable in our space. That's a privilege. So I don't want to go too far into that. And my other point I wanted to make was on emotional intelligence. And I think that in the spaces where we're even communicating about this, like this is triggering to a lot of people right now. Just us having this conversation is triggering people. It's making them upset. We're not rowdy. We're not bashing anyone. We're just explaining and sharing our thoughts, but people are upset, right? So emotional intelligence is something that I think that has to be employed a little bit more amongst folks. And now what is emotional intelligence? Emotional intelligence is the ability to understand, use, and manage our own emotions in a positive way that relieve stress, communicate effectively, empathize with others, and overcome challenges and diffuse conflict. And there's 5 areas of emotional intelligence: self-awareness, empathy, motivation, self-regulation, and social skills. So this piece right here, self-regulation, it has a lot to do with reading the room. We're here to have a conversation, not debate or get into a shouting match or anything like that. So our ability, whether we're male or female, to read the room and self-regulate is important if we are going to have like balanced spaces to coexist in together. Empathy is another one. Empathy is important because we all know people without empathy in our society, you know, they're usually the ones that are very, very high on some of these personality disorder lists, right? So when we try to make fun of women by saying they're emotional, or you make fun of your brothers by saying, why are you being emotional like a woman? That's showing that you don't even appreciate the importance of emotional intelligence. And I think Kent was saying it earlier before we went live. There's a book that he shared with us about emotional intelligence. And I guess the author was saying that it's actually, I don't know, you will have to help me out with this one. Is it more important or it weighs heavier than IQ? Kent?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you know, and don't get it twisted. Like, we can read the book and still, you know, don't even follow it sometimes, because you know how we get. But yeah, it's like emotional intelligence can actually save your life. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can be smart if you don't have emotional intelligence, you can fuck up. You know, so yeah.
Right. The emotional intelligence is, in other words, like, I'll just give an example. You in a room that's toxic. The intensity is heating up. People in there some people in there strapped up. You know what I'm saying? You want to peak. You want to be able to understand where the temperature is at in this room. You want to keep that temperature at a level that don't spark it to the next level.
Right.
Just to give one example. You feel me? That's how emotional intelligence play out. Or you're in a situation where something is said that may rub you the wrong way. But the room is at a particular pace, and if you respond a particular way, you're going to excite the room, and then the shit goes into a frenzy.
Right, and recognizing your you know, how your body feel, because you know your body goes into, you know, certain phases or whatever when you start getting to a certain point when you're pissed off, and you know, you start your hands shaking or your heart beating, you know what I'm saying? So just, you know, recognizing all of that.
Yeah.
You want to go ahead and leave the room, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And calm down.
That's emotional intelligence. That's emotional intelligence to know, like, hey, you know what? I'm out, bro. I'm out. I got my hand on the strap. You know what? Let me just go ahead and leave right now. If I do something or say something I regret.
Look,
yeah.
As soon as your voice start getting a little bit louder, a little bit higher, you're like, okay, I know, I recognize what I'm doing.
Yeah.
So when we're in spaces that are mostly men, and they're supposed to be safe places for the sisters to be, right? And we're getting into like this conversation in particular, it triggers emotions on both sides. There's nothing wrong with acknowledging that. It triggers both of us on both sides. But I think the key is to practice emotional intelligence, because if we don't, you know, we're just going to stay stuck, you know, and it's going to continuously be an uphill battle for us to find some balance in our relationships, in our communities, and in our social settings. And we can start just as simply as we are right here in this conversation, on this panel, and this chat, just practicing a little bit better emotional intelligence. So I'm gonna end mine right there.
Yeah, I think at a later date too, if y'all don't do nothing on it tonight, we can have a whole show on emotional intelligence. That'll be a good one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anything else, y'all? More commentary. CK, you ready?
She playing a game right now, I guarantee.
Oh, is that what she doing?
Yeah, let me read this real quick. Okay.
So much hate on the panel. Goodness.
Not on the panel.
I stay ready. I'm just listening, man. Like, I just wanted to say, Sister Danielle, that PowerPoint was fire, sis. If I had known we were doing like a presentation, I would actually put a little bit more effort into what I did. I ain't gonna lie, I've been playing hard space all day.
All good.
But I'm in between, you know, matches and whatnot. I read over 20 articles today, and it was so hard to pick the right one. But I think I settled on one, and then I have another one that I'm not going to read the whole thing. It's really just the examples and the solutions. I really just like the way that they laid it out. But Brother Unk said he wanted to say something. Go ahead, Brother Unk. I'm patient.
I'm just gonna read this. I'm in Genesis 2:7. Anybody know study the Bible? You know there's actually two different creation stories. I read Genesis 1:26, where man is formed first. And then in this particular creation stories, it says this. It say, and the Lord God formed man from the dust of the ground and breathed into the nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. So clearly here, man becomes a living soul before the woman does. Back to our scheduled programming. Keep going.
I was gonna say, Tiff, I think your screen still sharing. I don't know if you were trying to share what you were reading.
No, I was gonna post it in the chat. Stop. My bad. Thank you, CK.
That list that you're showing there, I think some people in the chat did say that they wanted that.
Yeah, I'm gonna send it.
I would drop it in the Discord and here.
Okay.
You can also put that, you know how you put the links, they can put their iPhones or whatever phone they got and actually grab it straight off the screen.
You can also read in Genesis where they were both created at the same time also.
Yeah, see, you one of them guys. I told you did it. I knew I was waiting for you to do it. I appreciate that. So let me give you something real fast.
No, I mean, did you read it?
No, I'm gonna say this. When we're in the middle of a conversation talking about women, right? And the best thing you can do is always beat your chest about how great the black man is. You're in the wrong conversation. The conversation ain't even about men. The conversation is about women. So what? I read the whole Genesis story, bro. And men are actually created first, bro. And if you think me, you gonna argue that concept is crazy. So I'm not even getting into.
I didn't even argue.
Yeah, but you said it. But you said it. You don't have to argue. You and I both know that we read, bro. So that's everybody in the chat know that women are coming. We know that.
No, you didn't hear me. All right, I'm gonna back up. Continue your show. You don't even fucking listen.
I don't gotta listen to you. I ain't listening to you. I heard y'all niggas already. I ain't listening.
No, you quoted the Bible, and I said you can also read that they were created at the same time. You said you read two different creations.
Wasn't creating at the same time. That's the point.
Oh my God.
It's a theological argument.
No,
but I do this.
Why would you bring it up then?
Because I want to do it the way I want to do it, and everybody can read the rest of it. So, like I said, I knew where you was going with it, and you did.
No, you didn't.
I didn't know you were saying that.
Am I arguing for or against?
It don't matter. You said it
exactly. So you don't even. You're creating an argument for no reason.
So was men and women created at the same time? Yes or no?
Yes.
Right. Bye. Somebody go next. Go ahead. Bullshit.
You can read it. It's in the same chapter.
No, you can't. No, you can't. Can't read that nowhere. Yeah, go prove that.
Nah, you got the Bible right in front of you, and you haven't seen it yet.
Nigga, I can read, nigga.
In 40 years.
Listen.
However old you is, in 40
years. I'm gonna go right back to here.
The God killer never read that shit.
You sticking your chest out like you always do. You on that goddamn concrete court, y'all some chest stickers out in the middle of a goddamn conversation about women. How great the man is. Oh, you know y'all was created at the same time. That's a bunch of bullshit. We can read it. Let me show you the bullshit you on, because you be on that bullshit. And I'm gonna call you.
Hold on.
I'm reading from the. Can I read from the?
Hold on. Let's save it to the last part.
Yeah, it's black women that.
But can I read the Bible?
Black women that read the Bible.
Can I read the Bible though?
But you attacking it.
Can I read the Bible though?
Go ahead.
I want to hear from you right now. Genesis 26:1. And God said, "Let us make man in our image and after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish and over the sea and over the fowl and the air and over the cattle and over the earth and over every creeping thing that creepeth within it. Then the next line say, right? It say, so God created man in his own image, talking about man, right? In the image of God created he, him, male and female. Then
exactly.
the female is introduced to the conversation.
Did you just hear that?
Yes, I'm saying that when you're looking at this, they could have easily said, and man created woman in this image, but they put the man first. It's a pecking order, chef. We're not playing this game, chef.
Hold on,
it's a
man.
pecking order, chef.
Hold on, y'all.
Man in that instance was talking about humanity, yo.
No, it wasn't. Don't make me
okay, hold on. Pause right there, right?
Let me pull up.
Pause right there, right?
This nigga ain't never been to Sunday school.
Let's see.
This nigga never been to Sunday school,
you
yo.
already had it pulled up. Hold on.
You're a victim of Malachi.
Let's let CK get a part of it before we
yeah, whatever. Here you go, right here. You let us study Bible. Chapter 126. And man, bless, hold on, here you go. That's why Chef they be on that bullshit. I was ready.
Hey, Unc, after you read this though, let
I'm
CK
gonna let them
get
go.
in. So
But it wouldn't be a show if I couldn't beat their ass up. It wouldn't be a show. It'd be some bullshit.
Now you Captain Cesario.
Yeah, I'm on that. Yeah, I'm Captain fucking nigga. Now. And God said, make man his image after his likeness, and let me go up 20. Right?
And let them.
Here you go. Where you at? Here you go. Hold on, 26. Hold on.
Come on, man.
Hold on.
It's right there. Read it, nigga.
Hold on. I want to get right. I'm gonna go right. I'm gonna click right into it. Hold on. There you go. I'm gonna click it on. What'd you say the word was?
Man.
Here you go. So we right here. And God said, let us make man. So you saying that's what? That's Strong's number 120, bro. Adam, right? And in our image and after our likeness, and let them, what it say, yo?
Who's the them?
And let them have dominion over the fish. The men that they made in their image. Here you go. Let's get you the women.
And who's the men? It's going to say male and female.
No, what's the humanity you talking about, Chef?
Fuck it. All right, one of us got a comprehension issue.
Here you go, right here. Here you go, boom. Now, where's the humanity?
I see a bunch of Hebrew, yo.
No, here you go. And God created man. The strength, the same Strong's number, Adam. You said that he was talking about humanity.
Right.
No, Adam, it's not. It's the same Strong's word, bro.
No, according to the context of what you're reading.
Okay,
bro, are you serious?
So watch this. According to the context that we're reading, there's an order like 1, 2, and 3.
Stop.
1, 2, and 3. It's clear that the first person that's created, that's written on the page, is a man. It don't say a woman. It could have very well said a woman first. And then we could say, yeah, they were talking about human. We could do all that shit. That's the argument a man make after you looking at it and you see man is clearly first, bro. That's the whole point, Chef.
All right.
That woman name ain't first. So when my daughter read this shit, all she sees is the man being first. It's not a complicated issue. But like I said, yo, in the middle of talking, you beat your chest. Yo, they was really made equally. Really, dog? Yeah,
you ain't changed my mind. Like
I didn't have to change.
You have a bad interpretation.
Yeah,
but go ahead.
Yeah. Coming from a Muslim. I got you.
I'm not a damn Muslim.
Oh, you stop. I can't tell this week.
You used to be a Christian.
Hold on, y'all getting into the whole other stuff.
And you used to be a New Wapian. So, I mean, coming from a New Wapian, should I say that? Coming from a goddamn Yorkie?
But what I didn't do when y'all was talking that bullshit last night, I didn't interrupt. But you fell into it some kind of way. You was gonna find a way to act like it's some kind of balance with I knew it. How you fall into it?
What's the problem?
How you do it, Chef?
Why is that a problem?
We on here having a show right? Talk about some women things and they rocking. And the
And
best
you
thing
beating
you can
up the
come is
Bible.
you can go take a book, right? And say, yo, hey, they was really great together. Nobody believes that. It's a bunch of men gonna act like it was. But I was waiting for this moment. So I'm gonna shut up. And after they finish, I'm gonna finish beating your ass up with that very book. So carry on, ladies. I'm done. Just had to get that little moment in.
Okay.
Can't help yourself, Chef.
Hey, I am super duper flipping patient,
CK,
son.
nobody don't want to hear this shit. Go ahead,
Oh,
CK.
Chef.
I mean,
fucking with CK.
that's good to know. Please let your sexism be known. You know what I mean? We see right through you, my dude.
Don't
Anyway.
trying to get you. He trying to get you. He trying to.
Oh no, it's all good. It's all good. I'm used to it by now. Well, first of all, I just wanted to say peace to the panel, peace to the chat, even the haters, peace to you too, Mother Flowers, as well. Another thing I also wanted to say too is thank you for those males that have added, their points of view on this situation. Thank you also as well, Sister Tiffany, for bringing up the emotional intelligence. I really think we need to dive on that. Definitely more, books, articles, video, etc. My portion kind of adds on to kind of what Sister Danielle kind of started with. And like I said, I read like 20 articles and I kind of landed on one. And then I'm going to read part of another one that goes into the examples and solutions. So just bear with me. I'm going to share my screen.
Hey, Johnny.
Crud, I don't forgot how to share my screen, y'all. I'm shameful.
ACK.
What's up?
Look, I was going to say, I made the mistake and peeked into the chat. I was going to say, Donnie Williams. You know my go-to. Yeah, that wouldn't have been right.
Oh, anyways. All right. So I really enjoy how the way the articles are written by the conversation. This particular article isn't too old. That was the main problem I was kind of having with a lot of the articles I was pulling up. I wanted to go more academic-ish to a degree. So this one, the title of this one is The Unique Harm of Sexual Abuse in the Black Community. This was written back in 2019. Hold on, I want y'all to see the author. The author is over here to the right is Jennifer M. Gomez. She's the assistant professor at Wayne State University. So I'm gonna start from the top and work my way down. So what makes R. Kelly's alleged sexual abuse of Black girls different than that of other big name alleged perpetrators like Woody Allen? What are the different pressures faced by Anita Hill and Christine Baisley Ford regarding their testimonies of alleged sexual and gender mistreatment by Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas and Brett Kavanaugh? As the founder of the #MeToo movement, why is Tarana Burke, a Black woman, getting death threats from Black men? The underlying core of these questions is what really makes trauma traumatic? Decades of research on trauma or physical, sexual, or psychological violence has shown the same thing. Victimization hurts people. Sexual assault in particular can be painful to all who experience it. However, as a trauma expert who has studied the effect of violence for over a decade, I have found that there is a unique harm for Black people and other minorities groups whose perpetrators are of the same minority group. To understand this harm, I created cultural betrayal trauma theory. The general idea of cultural betrayal trauma theory is that some minorities develop what I call intracultural trust. Love, loyalty, attachment, connection, responsibility, and solidarity with each other to protect themselves from a hostile society. Within group violence, such as Black perpetrator harming a Black victim is a violation of this intracultural trust. This violation is called a cultural betrayal. So the harms of cultural betrayal, it kind of shows like a little, I guess you could say, graph here where it has the societal trauma, then the cultural values, and then it kind of goes into what she was just saying in the previous paragraphs, the intercultural trust, the cultural betrayal trauma, and then you get the peer pressure, and then the outcomes, the abuse, the PTSD, the anxiety, you know what I mean, et cetera, et cetera. So as we continue, Cultural portrayal trauma, which is simply within group violence in minority populations, is associated with many outcomes that go beyond things that are typically studied with trauma, such as post-traumatic stress disorder. It includes some things not often thought about with trauma, such as internalized prejudice, like a Black person believing the stereotype that all Black people are violent. Intracultural pressure is another outcome of cultural betrayal trauma. With intracultural pressure, people who experience cultural betrayal trauma are often demanded to protect the perpetrators and the minority group as a whole at the cost of even above their own well-being. With the mandate of don't betray your race, intracultural pressure punishes people who speak out about the cultural betrayal trauma they have endured. In a recent study, I tested cultural portrayal trauma theory in youth due to the increased risk for trauma and mental health problems in the transition into adulthood. I surveyed 179 college women online in 2015. Over 50% of these young women were victims of trauma. Just under half experienced psychological violence. 14% endured physical violence, and almost 1 in 3 women were victims of sexual violence. Of the young women who were victimized, over 80% reported at least one form of intracultural pressure. This included their ethnic group, suggesting that what happened to them may affect their minority group's reputation. An example of this could be a Black woman who has been raped by a Black man, being told that she should not go to the police because it will make all Black people look bad. Additionally, I found that controlling for age, ethnicity, and interracial trauma, cultural portrayal trauma, and intracultural pressure were associated with symptoms of PTSD, meaning cultural portrayal and trauma and intracultural pressure were unique contributing factors of mental health problems in ethnic minority college women. So what does this all mean? As I analyzed the findings, I was struck by several things. The within group nature of trauma includes a cultural portrayal in minorities that affect mental health. Trauma gives us only part of the picture. Group level responses and cultural norms via intracultural pressure impact mental health. Policy change that combats inequality, such as changes in education, healthcare, law enforcement, and the judicial system, can benefit minorities who experience trauma. These findings have implications for interventions, such as therapy can address the very real threats of discrimination, the necessity for intercultural pressure. At the same time, these interventions can use intercultural trust to promote positive mental health. Additionally, evidence-informed feminist approaches such as relational cultural therapy may benefit people who are exposed to both trauma and societal inequality. The body of research to date suggests that cultural betrayal may be a unique harm within violence in minority populations, including the Black community, such as the alleged sexual traumas perpetrated by R. Kelly, Clarence Thomas, have a cultural betrayal that isn't found in Woody Allen's abuse case. Moreover, Black men death threats against Tarana Burke are intracultural pressure that is laced with misogynoir or sexism in the Black community. Research that incorporates societal inequality can help us understand what makes trauma traumatic. In doing so, our social reactions and therapeutic interventions can ultimately be effective for Blacks and other minorities who are exposed to trauma. So that's the end of that article. And then this one, I'm not reading the whole thing. Really, this one is from Marshall University, and it's on women and gender issues. And this one specifically talks about the rape culture.
Don't read them shippers. Don't read them shippers.
No, it's just this one, and then this one, and then I'm done.
Yeah, don't read them, ship them.
That's all. That's all. So boom. So the examples.
You're gonna put us to sleep. I'm trying to hear you talk about it. Then you read it.
The examples of rape culture: blaming the victim, she asked for it; trivializing sexual assault, boys will be boys; sexually explicit jokes, tolerance of sexual harassment, inflating false rape statistics, publicly scrutinizing a victim's dress, mental state, motives, and history; gratuitous gendered violence in movies and television; defining manhood as dominant and sexually aggressive, defining womanhood as submissive and sexually passive, pressure on men to score, pressure on women to not appear cold, assuming only promiscuous women get raped, assuming that men don't get raped or that only weak men get raped, refusing to take rape accusations seriously, teaching women to avoid getting raped instead of teaching men not to rape. And then there's how can men and women combat rape culture? First, avoid using language that objectifies or degrades women. Speaking out if you hear someone else making an offensive joke or trivializing rape. If a friend says that she has been raped, take her seriously and be supportive. Think critically about the media's message about women, men, relationships, and violence. Be respectful of others' physical space, even in casual situations. Always communicate with sexual partners. Do not assume consent. Define your own manhood or womanhood. Do not let stereotypes shape your actions. And get involved. Join a student or a community group working to end violence against women.
Awesome.
That's all I wanted to share.
CKI, man, you a pseudo killer when you need to be. I ain't lying. When you put down those video games. Go ahead, CK.
Hating ass nigga.
That was dope.
Yo, you should realize I ain't the best pseudo killer, but I'm deadly, son.
Hey, excellent, sis.
But it was another one that was neck and neck with that first one that I wanted to read. But that first one, it just was written so well, I couldn't. The other one that I wanted to read, it talked about the molestation and rape of young boys, because I feel like, even though, yes, the main focus of this conversation is women, our issues, and us getting our voice out about the things that affect us. But I also feel like when it comes to rape with men, I don't think it's discussed as much as it should be. And I think it's very harmful that a lot of people kind of reinforce that, oh, that's a good thing that that boy had sex with that woman, that grown woman, like you're a man now. You know what I mean? Oh, that's good. You popped your cherry. And it's like, yo, like, this shit is harmful, son. And I don't think people realize like how damaging that is and how that kind of like reinforces also too rape culture.
Yep.
That's you know what? See, and you just made my damn point. At the moment that you talking about rape and rape culture, right? A man can't jump out and say, yeah, but you know, men get raped too. See, that's the bullshit.
Hey, Unc, you know you done fucked up, right?
You got to be the one to introduce that.
Hey, Unc, you know you done fucked up, right?
No, I'm right here, nigga. Right here, square.
Hey,
already got the shit lined up.
You tried to be Captain Zoria.
No, I'm right here.
And you fell on your
No, I'm right here, nigga. I'm right here.
Stay away from me, yo.
No, I'm right here.
I'm kryptonite, my nigga.
Matter of fact, I'm so right here.
Hold on, let me tell y'all this. Not only is man Unc from the same state, yo. Not only is we from the same state, we from the same city. And not only is we from the same city, we from the same motherfucking neighborhood. I see this nigga slipping a mile away. But go ahead. Tell us how Adam is who?
So it's right here. Adam, that's what. And I'm out of here. Look, so these are words they're using. Just for everybody. Yeah, I mean, the ex.
Do you know Hebrew?
So right here, we got the word for male. Pay attention. Strong's number 2145, right? Okay.
Strong's H2145.
All right. Now, let's come here to when it's talking about hold on. Got male. Hold on.
You gotta stop, bro.
Hold on. We're gonna use the word that he used. He used the word.
You don't even know how to use
right?
strong.
So hold on, bro. Hold on.
Fucking it up. Trust me.
So we got, once again, the word for man is here. So when they very specific in the Hebrew, that's the word for man.
Now this nigga know Hebrew.
Now let's find, I don't gotta know. We got the strong concordance. Hold on. Hold on. 1 sec. Let me just get the word. Hold on. Let me get the word. 1 sec.
What was my argument,
You said that they was talking about humanity. So we're
okay. All right, guys. So I'm glad you there. All right, good.
I'm right there on top of the world. Nigga, I'm here with you.
Now everybody heard it. Unc is saying it doesn't mean that.
So look. So listen. This is the word that can be used. Look. All right, now the word I first played is the word. Hold on, let me fix it. This is the word that they can be used. You got male, man, child, and mankind, right? This is the word they use for mankind. And I just played.
That's the only one?
Right, here we go. And this, look. All right, so that's the one. So this word you would expect to be right here, right? That's the word you can use male, but it also can use for mankind, right? And so the point is, when God created man, he created man. He didn't create mankind. Look, created man. Created man. Then they come in with the mix and they hit you with God, the Elohim, created, right? He, him, male, and female. This is what Shepard said, right? So watch this. For any person that understands human beings, right? You always want to be first. It's about winning, right? So the win, watch this, goes to the man. Man is created first. You ain't gonna get it out your face, right here, right? Then comes the woman, then he, them, male and female. So why didn't they just say in the beginning, God created the woman? It would have hurt their feelings to say that. Created them, created she, he, them, female and male. It wouldn't have never did it.
Okay.
Right. So regardless, and that's just one, right? That ain't two where you get the breath of life, right? All right, you get the breath of life, and then they do this for you real quick. Watch this. Let me show you how they really get you.
That's can I go? Really can I go? Hold on. Can I need to respond to that.
Go ahead, Rev.
Yeah, I need to respond to that one. Yo.
Yeah, respond to that, and then I'm gonna keep going.
All right. Let me share my screen.
Yeah, share your screen, Chef.
Hey, y'all make sure we get this question in there too when y'all
come on, don't do that.
I can wait till the end of that. I can wait.
Nah, you know, go ahead, Chef. I was just saying, you know, y'all make sure
don't
forget
right.
about that.
I'm a stand.
Oh yeah, she had a question on her presentation.
But go ahead, Chef. You was about to do something.
Yeah, I'm about to cook this nigga. Hold on. How do I share my screen on Janet? Can I share my screen? Is it available?
Yeah, it should be.
Is the screen share open?
Yeah, everybody else can share.
Why it ain't allowing me?
I don't know. Unc might gotta give you permission or something. I can't remember how that worked. Do you have to give him permission to share?
No, everybody else's screen is scared. Everybody else can share their screen.
I click share screen.
Before we go down that road, though, can we get Danielle's question out? We did forget. Thank you, Kent, for reminding us, so that we can finish our part.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead. Remember where we at?
Repeat the question.
Okay, so given the presentation and everything that was shared, the question was, what role do Black men play in helping to eradicate the gender-based oppression Black women face in our communities?
I mean, if you're asking what can we do, or what they are doing, I don't really know as far as what they are doing right now, because I hadn't really looked into it. But I'm thinking like what we're doing right now, making people aware of y'all's issues, and you know, keeping that going in the Discord. I know I think Brendan created a woman, I can't remember the title of it, but it's basically a channel in there for y'all to share, sources, YouTube video, even have a discussion, even open up a live discussion about this topic, whether it be womanism, whether it be the trauma, whatever, right? But yeah.
So keeping awareness, keeping the education going. Cool.
Right, and actually, I like what CK put up there. Things that we can do as well. I think that's a good. That was a good list that you put up there, CK.
Yeah, participate in the conversation. Be willing to participate in the conversation, and and this identify issues that we can handle on a social level, on a political level, and help to push and promote ideas to support Black women. So.
Yeah, thank you. There's 2 other men in the panel. Y'all have any response to that?
Yeah, get niggas like Chef out of here and Corey.
They waiting on Adam Eve.
Well, I mean, do you want our feedback today or no?
Huh?
Danielle.
Oh, I mean, I just wanted to give folks a chance to share before we share our feedback.
Oh,
Yeah, I dropped the link too, so more people can come on and express some of the issues they
Or
may
if
have
there's people in the chat who might be answering the question. I don't have the link.
Oh, yeah, y'all hit that link.
Yes.
This is me and Chef shit.
Yes,
We ain't
and
I
gonna
dropped the link.
though.
I'm gonna drop it again, so more people.
This what me and Chef do.
So we can really have the
I know Reggie wanted to come in early. I don't know if he's still out there or not.
They ain't even have to wait their turn, yo. So y'all got out what y'all want to get out?
well, I just want to say in terms of what the brothers can do, I just want to reiterate, just be willing to have the conversation, and also check in with yourself if it upsets you. Ken was telling a story earlier about how he's been moved, the needle's been moved, and I'm only mentioning you, Ken, because sometimes people need examples that they can relate to, right? So that they don't think they're alone, I guess, in how they feel. Because you were saying how you used to feel a certain way when you heard certain topics come up until you decided to listen. And
Right.
this moved the needle for you. The story earlier about how
Somebody got to mute their thing out. I think y'all playing like
and I'm only mentioning you, Ken, because
you gotta. Somebody got to mute out. You got the YouTube playing in the background.
right. So just being willing to listen is half the battle for the sisters, because oftentimes we just feel like, if we start even sharing things, it's an issue, and we're y'all victim, and why you gotta do that, and then we just be quiet.
Right, because sometimes we forget that the goal is actually understanding. You know what I'm saying? It's not, and we can get into a debate and start, well, we do this and y'all do that, and and then it just gets all muddied up. So as long as we keep understanding as the goal, I think it'll always go the right way. Brother Vance just came in. He might have something he want to add.
Appreciate that.
Maybe not. I mean, call you out there, Vance.
No, trying to sneak in.
What you think we could do, Aunt?
What you mean?
You looking up Bible verses, man.
No. I'm saying we doing it. I'm always gonna be part of the solution, bro. Yeah. I understand decorum and when to go and when not to go. So I know not to go too heavy. I'm gonna let since Chef want to fight back, I'm gonna let him have it. I'm gonna stop fighting. I'm gonna let everybody can read. It's good. Yeah, we good. Yep. I just think that it was excellent presentations made, and everybody was talking shit in the damn chat. Hit the damn link. The discussion is here. Stop running. I heard a lot of the chat. Where you at, Tuck? Right. Hit the link. See? Everybody chatty patty. Right? Thought the sister was gonna come on here with some unbalanced man-hate discourse. See, when they hit you with the intelligence shit, yeah, I mean, and now everybody is quiet. I don't get it. It's the pseudo killers. Ain't nobody hanging around just trying to be unbalanced and crazy. Everybody on this panel been through that. Where you overemphasize the man, where you overemphasize the women, where you let the crazy rhetoric, the nonsense. Everybody done been through that. Like we're maturing in our approach to get the message out. Right? So where y'all at? Don't be scared now. Be able to come on and recognize the space. It ain't me and Chef and L arguing right now. It's the intelligent conversation with the sisters. Now, if you don't have the ability to recognize that, to come on here and have an intelligent conversation, then keep your bad ass in the chat.
You know, and just building off of the listening part, as Tiffany was saying, the listening, and Kent was saying education. And I just want to add on compassion. Like, you know, when CK broke down that trauma, right? That trauma is real. And so, you know, when you see a sister who may, you know, feel some kind of way about men, just looking at it through a trauma-based lens. You know, when you're dealing with the violations of whether it's domestic violence or it's sexual assault, those are human rights violations. They are trauma. They alter the brain. And when we look at so many Black women have experienced high rates of that in our community, that's something that needs to be taken into account in these discussions. But also, I want to add on the action piece. Right? So there's the learning, creating awareness, there's the listening, there's the compassion, and then there's also action. So all the issue areas that I lifted up, like, we help each other, right? So when we see that sisters is dying, giving birth, we need to come together as a community and say, nah, that has got to stop. When we see that they're rolling back women's rights, whether it's equal pay or access to abortion, Black men and women coming together and say, yeah, that's not in our sisters' interest, and we stand by our sisters. You know, there is that action piece when it comes to the Black femicide, and then also the instances of sexual assault, molestation, and rape in the community. You know, some of the things that CK mentioned also encompasses having conversations with, you know, as men, having conversations with the brothers to bring awareness and change some habits, and maybe even pull some brothers to the side and say, hey, bruh, yeah, nah, that's not cool. You can't do that. You know, those are some of the ways that can really help. And I think, you know, we're definitely here to support each other all across the Black community. Whatever issues brothers is facing, let us know how we can show up, how we can support. And that's how we all get free.
Yeah, we got to work with it.
The name of that channel was called, hold on, the name of that channel was called Women Studies that Brendan created, just so y'all know. We'll go ahead.
All right, man, we got some people in the building. We got Cosmic Corey.
So y'all just gonna ignore what I got on the screen.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead, read that. Read that. I'm not even gonna respond. Go ahead, read that. Get it out the way.
All right. I was saying that man in this instance, right, is talking about humanity, mankind as a whole. And I'm going to pull my captain to Zoriak on your ass. Read. It say, and God said, let us make man in our image after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea and the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. And God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him, male and female created he them. So in that sense, it's saying that he created both of them at the same time, one as one thing, and man in that sense meant mankind, humanity. You need to cut the crap, and to prove it, what does Wiki say? When in Genesis 1:26, God says, let us make man, the Hebrew word, like you said, used is Adam. It says, in this form, it is a generic noun, mankind, and does not imply that this creation is male. After this first mention, the word always appear as Ha-Adam, the man. But as Genesis 1:27 shows, so God created man in his own image, and the image of God created he, him, male and female created he, them. The word is still not exclusively male. Cut the shit. And I rest my case. Y'all can go back to y'all point.
That was buzz.
I'm not responding to that.
You don't have to. You don't have to. The source them responded.
Yeah, you won. Next, go ahead. Let's keep the conversation, yo.
Nigga don't know the
We
Bible.
got,
Talking all that shit.
we got Corey just joined in.
Yeah, what's up? What's up, Corey? What's up, Vance?
What's Stu P's at too?
Now, where Tuck at? Where the hell Tuck at? Yeah, Tuck, you tight.
Panel, man. What do you think about Corey when he slows things down to a dead stop? But not only does it
James,
get slowed
I didn't
down.
call you, James.
Oh, okay. I thought you called me. I thought you just said
I'm just
James.
speaking. I'm calling out Cosmic Corey, man. What's going on, Corey?
What about him? I want to know why he dissed everybody's grandma.
Go ahead. I was just listening and coming to support the channel, man. Y'all subscribe to the channel, man. Hit the like button.
Corey,
hit the dislike button if you don't like it. Any kind of likes is good likes for us.
Good.
Man.
That's good. That's good.
Appreciate
and fine,
it. And
that's good and fine. Understood, man. We got you. But one immigrant to another. My grandparents didn't immigrate here with me. When your parents immigrated?
I'm not an immigrant.
Did your grandparents immigrate with you, brother?
Yo, James, you gotta chill.
James, he's not an immigrant, bro.
No, I know it's a
not an
question, man.
immigrant.
No, it's a simple question.
Okay, but first you gotta correct the first part.
Did your
talking
grandma,
about right
did
now?
your grandma immigrate to the United States with you?
Hey, James, guess what?
Relax.
Guess what, James?
I'm gonna start doing shows.
Hey, James, guess what
with
we're
like
gonna do
3
right
people.
now?
Because
Guess
y'all
what we're gonna do right
outrageous.
now? We're gonna remember what the show was really about.
Man dissed all the women he dissed everybody's grandma.
Listen.
He wanted to
But
ask
the
me something
grandma
about what I
stuff.
said, but
Right, so
y'all
just
going
ask the
crazy.
question.
Allow
No,
the
just
man
gotta
to
ask the
ask
question.
it. Just allow him.
No, I'm saying
Y'all so
down with it.
berating.
Calm
It's
down, bro.
ridiculous.
No, Corey, I'm on your side right here.
I don't
Knowledge,
care whose
your
side you're on.
expertise is cutting a
Let
flow.
that man
Let's
talk.
flow, yo. Let the knowledge flow. How about that?
How about get the hell off the show, nigga? How about
Hey,
that?
listen to you.
Yeah, you hear me, right?
Those
Because at this
regulations.
point,
I hear you.
I'm getting tired.
This
You're
is
not
terrible.
understanding what's
Just let
going
it go.
around you.
Let it go. Let her ask the question so we can
No,
move.
I'm just
Yeah,
saying
you're
we
right.
need to move this
Listen,
shit
yo,
forward.
you right.
All
You
you
coming
trying
with
to
the same
just
shit at
dominate
me,
the
man.
damn show,
Listen,
nigga. Chill with all that.
listen, man.
I
I'm
think
trying
you
to
want to ask
improve
the
your show,
question
man.
that's
You the
relevant
one
to the
that's
show
bringing it
dealing
down.
with Corey.
Listen.
Ask the question. Let me see if
I
it's
asked a
relevant.
simple question. What you got the button for? I mean, I'm asking Corey
We
a
just
question.
trying to move. We trying to keep the same.
Let's see what the question
Me and
is.
Chef
Let
moved
him
a
ask
little
it.
bit. All
Let
right,
him
we
ask
ain't
it.
gonna do the pseudo killer
Man,
battle mode.
ain't nobody trying to do what you talking about, man.
All right, watch this.
Let him ask the question, bro.
All right.
So we can move. Go
So,
ahead. Ask the question.
Corey, the question was, when did your grandparents immigrate to the United States?
In the late 60s. My grandmother, mind you, my grandmother from my mom's side, she's an American. She married an African. His job moved them back to Africa, right? But he was all over the place. He was in Alaska. He was down in Cocoa, Florida, which they ended up moving into Cocoa, Florida. So he came over here through his job, right? met an American woman, which happened to be my grandmother, right? While she was pregnant with their first child, my aunt, right? They ended up moving back to Ghana. And so they had 3 kids while living in Ghana. You see what I'm saying? And subsequently, they stayed there for a while. My mom didn't get to the United States until she was 13. So
I see. Okay, so that explains why your grandmother would have a nomenclature or a phrase that's common to you, to the United States.
No, my grandmother ain't the one who said that. That was my mom who said it.
Okay, but you charged everyone's grandmother of saying the same.
No, I didn't. I didn't say that.
God
I charged Kent's mom with saying it. And the thing that I charged everyone's grandmother with is agreeing with every word that woman said on the video that I shared.
And
no one's grandmother, you hold on, because you asked me a question and you're looking for clarity. Now I'm trying to give you the clarity that you're looking for.
Yeah,
right?
but you ain't go it down to a snail style, you know? I mean, you could keep
Well, go ahead. Continue on. Go ahead.
No. I'm just saying, but you have a way of every time slowing everything. Let's slow it down to a dead stop. And I like to keep ideas flowing so we could dialogue. All I'm saying is don't pettifog on one point, beat it down into the ground until it's pulp, right?
Well, you made an incorrect statement and I was trying to provide you clarity on that. And since you just want to move on, we can move on.
No, I'm responding to your incorrect statement yesterday when you claimed to know everybody's grandma, nigga.
Right, and I wanted, and mind you, I didn't refer to you. It's fine. It's all good. You know what? You know what? It's fine because I'm not the one allowed to have feelings.
If I say everybody's mama told them this, it doesn't mean
that's not what I said that for though.
Just saying, but
that's not why I said
but I'm
it.
saying,
Can I provide the clarity though? Can I provide the clarity though? Let me tell you why I said everybody's grandma. I didn't say everybody's grandma. I said, don't take your motherfucking ass down there acting a motherfucking fool in front of them white folks. I said everybody's mama told them that, right? But everybody's grandmama agrees that you shouldn't have your fast ass up on no motherfucker's restaurant table shaking your goddamn ass.
Right, and
everybody's grandmama agrees with that.
And you would agree when you say that everybody's mama told them that you're not speaking in absolutes. You're not saying absolutely everybody, that there's no instances.
No, just the responsible ones.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Let's not pin the argument down to, okay, everybody, every single person. Like, let's move forward. Like, just deal with the point.
That's the how they do. It has to be a dichotomy. It has to be. Otherwise, they don't have an argument with me. You see, Sosa? You see, Vance? You see, Vance? Where we at?
Move the show forward, yo.
Let's move forward. Let's move forward. I got the answer.
Yeah, I didn't realize that. I'm still shocked that statement upset people. But anyway, man.
I said the man mother was lying though, yo. Let's not leave that part out. He said you're lying. They wasn't talking about in terms of absolute. They got very, very specific.
Yep.
That Kent's mother, he said, Kent, you lying, Kent. But to the point where I called my aunts and them, they damn near cussed me out. They was like, what? They don't never say nothing. That's some down south shit. We ain't saying that. Never told you that. Now, that doesn't mean that other people didn't, and it doesn't mean that we're oblivious that black people use that types of language. And I'm saying that black people actually teach their children through their damn trauma, bro. Like, I know this. All that shit is some trauma shit to say. You know what I'm saying? Based off of slavery. Emmett Till said the wrong thing to a white lady, simply spoke to her, lost his life.
Let me explain
I'm not
to you.
discounting that though, Corey. I'm just
saying.
Can
I explain to you like I did earlier? Though?
But no matter how you explain it, though, Corey.
Because this is the part where I have to say
saying what I'm saying. You don't gotta cut me off, dog.
Go ahead. Keep
right,
gaslighting. Keep beating the straw man up. Go ahead.
Okay, whatever. The point I'm making here is the statement of don't act up in front of white people is different from don't act up in front of people. My mother taught me, don't act up in front of people. She graduated her thinking, bro. If you go back to my grandma, my great-grandmother, they was worried about us losing our life based off the way you interacted with white people, bro. And that's not to say you can't die from saying certain things, interacting with certain people. The point is, if that is 2022, and we ain't stunting that, dog. Like we teaching our kids, man, act right, because the way you act is a reflection on our family. It don't matter if it's a damn Muslim, a daggone Mexican, a Chinese, or a white person, bro. When you introduce the word white people, bro, it's a stigma to that. And for you to sit here and act like it's not, it's bananas. Can't explain it away, Corey.
All right. Now, can I go? Can I talk, please? Because I let you do it. Right? Because I explained this to you. And this, Vance, I want you to hear me, Vance. Because I explained this to him earlier.
Nobody listen to that bullshit you said
chill
earlier.
out, bro. Self-regulation, my nigga.
So y'all gonna just derail the show. We didn't do this last night when folks had a show. We didn't come on.
Okay, I'm gonna leave then. My bad. My fault. I derailed my show. My bad.
That's not what I said, Corey.
But y'all could have said that when Unc went on for 5 minutes though.
Y'all some crybaby ass niggas, yo. The most crybaby niggas I seen. Look at me, the black man is gone. Y'all them type niggas for real. Oh, woe is me, I'm hurt. Oh, look what Unc just did. Y'all wild for that, yo. Y'all some wild dudes. We let y'all go ahead and talk that crazy shit yesterday. Nobody interrupted.
This ain't the show for Miss Tiffany. Can you stop him?
Man, you crying.
Miss Tiffany, can you stop him?
We should have did this a particular way, then hit back with another show, and then go. You know what I mean?
We ain't even talk about this show last night, though.
Can somebody stop him? He messing up.
Ain't nobody stopping me.
Yeah, it happened at one particular point, you know, and I'm not trying to, it's you know, ladies been quiet for a long time. We're not gonna yell over y'all. We're not doing that, but we probably would like to keep it on topic.
Yeah, I thought people. I was hoping the stupid jump. You know, I dropped the link for Haskell. You know, Haskell be having all the smoke. You know, Haskell, but he must be busy, so he ain't hit the link. You know what I mean? But I thought all the presentation was like, it was dope. I didn't even know I was coming. I didn't even know that was. I didn't even know it was gonna be that type of show. Like I thought y'all would just go to just chop it up and build. Shoot, y'all came ready. Y'all came with the sources and everything. So like, okay,
yeah, that's facts.
Facts. What are y'all even talking about?
Oh, because you were muted while the show was going on. You get it. You weren't actually listening. You were just trolling us.
They're just basically showing like, basically explaining what, because in the conscious community, bro, there's a stigma on feminism in the conscious community. And a lot of time it's misinterpreted. And they were giving clarity to what feminism is, what Black feminism is. And just because, you know, you have a Black person as a feminist doesn't mean that it's to be associated with white feminism. You know what I mean? So it's like they were trying to like bring clarity to that at the same time, you know, just highlight certain areas where Black women struggle. You know what I mean? In the society at large and in our community. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think y'all did an awesome job. Now, what else do y'all want to say about that?
Because I thought the part would definitely with the domestic violence, we see it a lot. You know what I'm saying? With in terms of when that shit happens, you know, the family or the brother people be like, yo, you can't. You know what I'm saying? We can't call the police. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? It's a catch-22. It's your baby father, whoever. So yeah. So this.
But again, we don't want to make it about men. That's another point. Bringing men into a female.
You can't talk about what a female's trauma is without talking about men, unless we talk about women on women.
Oh, because we creating their trauma, right?
Right, and the misogyny that kind of comes through your voice a little bit,
you know, it kind of shows to them. I think the women sense it, Chef.
I'm not. I don't hold back.
Oh, so are you a self proclaimed misogynist?
No, I don't proclaim nothing but Jesus. But anyway,
I heard it first. Y'all heard it right here.
no, I'm not a male chauvinist, but I don't allow feminism to bully me around either.
How do you feel it specifically?
Elaborate.
Yeah, I'd be very curious about how this presentation tonight and how this conversation bullied you. Could you explain on that?
Feminism, period.
I didn't say that y'all presentation bullied me. I said I don't allow feminism to bully me.
And how does it bully you specifically?
It don't. I don't allow it.
But how could it?
Huh?
How could it?
No, basically like when, you know, it's like we can't say certain things because of female sensibility, like how this whole argument started in the first place. It was almost like men don't have the right to tell women when some of their actions are not on the up and up. Like,
I'm not aware of that. So enlighten me.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with feminism.
Enlighten me though, like where it started.
That have nothing to do with feminism though.
So y'all say
it doesn't, but also just because you share an opinion doesn't mean that we can't share ours, right? And so if men want to say, women, y'all need to XYZ, we can clap back and say, hell no. And that's part of the thing. So that's not bullying you. It's people sharing their opinions.
Yeah, definitely.
Is the converse true? Is the converse true? Is the converse for what you said? You said that what if a woman?
What is you trying to say though, Jay?
No,
what is your point? Why are you riding with them? What's up with you, bro?
I want to hear it. If a woman is trying to correct you, how do you feel about that? You see, you mentioned it the other way, like if you correcting a woman, but if a woman is correcting you from some of your sly and evil ways.
Get that nigga there, play, James. You gotta say that again, yo.
Say it again, James.
Do that part again. That was smooth, yo.
You gotta say it 2 times like the preacher do, baby. Say it again. Y'all don't hear me though. Go ahead, Jay.
The question that I'm not hearing. That's all.
Nah, I'm James. Listen. I don't even know what you saying. You saying that? Y'all crazy as shit.
He said, "How do you feel?" He said, "Well, you know, when men offer critique on the women, you know how they, you know what I mean, how they take it. How do you feel when women offer critique on?"
Oh no, women do that all the time. Well, black women offer critique on black men all the time, and we just gotta take it. You dig what I'm saying? So the moment, you know, we offer critique on them, we're being sexist or some shit. You know what I mean? But, you know, black men are told how they supposed to act all the time. Black men's activity is critiqued all the time. But the moment you say something about black women not twerking and not being represented by Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion, now men are doing something wrong to y'all. Like that's
okay. I wanna chime in before it goes off the rails. I don't personally feel those women represent me at all.
Exactly.
So that's that part first. And then secondly,
that's what's up.
You talked about men have to like change your speech for the sensibilities of women, but then you will want women to respect a male space. Like if it's like the barbershop, for instance, right? You would want the woman to come in that space and read the room, practice emotional intelligence, right? So if we are in a shared space, that's a shared space, then don't we both have to be mindful of each other's sensibilities?
I don't even understand.
You don't understand that because the sisters.
No, I don't understand that.
The sister, okay, I'll make it simpler. The sisters like here or within the Discord, we're not quote unquote, we don't go fighting with the men. We're not rowdy and quote unquote combative, and we don't do that because we are that's an example of us practicing emotional intelligence in the space, right? And respecting the sensibilities of the people that stand. Why come women can't have that in return? Why is that a difficult task?
I don't know. You might be right. You didn't went a little bit too deep for me.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. I'm still. You said if a woman come in the barbershop.
Yeah, men don't expect, they don't want her to come and try to change up the environment, right? Because they want her to respect, this is a man's space.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Right.
And if I go in a salon, then I shouldn't change the atmosphere in the salon. Like that's, you know, when my grandmother and my aunts and them is in the kitchen, I can't come in there and change the atmosphere. Yeah, so we all respect each other. Hold on. Hold on. My sister, when growing up, her bedroom was a girly bedroom, right? Like my room, I had more male orientated posters, and you know, it was more, you know what I mean, rustling shit, all of that. So yeah, black men know how to respect female space, yo, like that, and vice versa. I don't think it's a big issue. Like you making it even if you, I don't even know if you're trying to make it an issue, but I think we know how to handle. I'm saying black people, we know how to handle ourselves, male and female.
Oh, now we know how, but you're the one that was griping about it, Chef, not me. And,
no.
And more specifically, I'm saying in a shared space. We talked about our quote unquote our separate spaces, right? But when we're in a shared space, now we have to practice a different level of communicating. But sometimes when the sisters come into spaces where there's mostly men, we're told, well, it's all men, they can get it too. But then when we match you energy for energy, we're called, why y'all gotta be so masculine? It's like, what do we can't win.
I never did that to you.
No, you didn't. No,
okay.
You didn't. But what I'm saying is, it's okay if you have a shared space with women to be mindful of the sensibilities that may come with that. It's okay. It doesn't take away from you.
Oh, I get it. I see what you're saying. All right, you listen. You got to be more direct when you talk to me. Like that's okay. All right. You're saying that since we all share the Discord together,
right?
Long as y'all don't put nothing that is offensive to black men in there, then we should be mindful and do the same thing.
I mean, if you want to break it down like that, if that's the way that
that's the only way I understand. If you saying anything other than that, then we about to argue.
No, we're not arguing. But if that's the way that you can understand it, then that's fine. But
no, if that's not what you're saying, then
because I wouldn't just put it to putting something in the Discord. It could be in our conversations. Remember when I talked about how the women's voices are typically softer than men. So when you have 5 men kind of talking at the same time, the sisters that are trying to speak, it's hard for us to get it in edgewise because y'all don't even hear us. So what I do is I look so I can see the person, I can see everybody who's trying to talk because their icon kind of blinks. And so I will try to help move the conversation along. But that's another example. So we're on the same page, but it's more than just what could be posted in the chat. But it could start there, but it could also be even when we're dialoguing.
Okay, I agree. And definitely, you know, me and Uncle and Corey and all us, we used to arguing with each other every day. So a part of the Discord is y'all get to hear our daily arguments. So we definitely be trying to go at each other with Cedric and tear each other heads off. So that is going to be a space where if it's a regular conversation, yeah, everybody. But once we start getting amped, Miss Tiffany, you know we gonna go at it.
Yeah, we're cool.
Like that's just
talking about that. We get that. But we're also talking about when the topics are focused around women's concerns, part of what we talked about tonight, but you had us on mute, so you didn't hear it.
Yeah, I couldn't listen
so
to
part in that, we want you to at least be able to listen to the conversation, Chef. Nobody was up here talking bad about black men. We were just
Yeah. How are you going to respect women if you're not even going to listen to them when they're
I
trying to
don't
speak?
have type that shit, CK.
I'm just saying.
Nothing that was said tonight was bad.
Type it.
Well, so that's a piece that you have to.
And I missed the strip club conversation.
That was good. We get back on that.
Do we have an understanding?
Oh yes, I still want to see
support-
whether Flowers
Yes,
Browns
hey,
are his
hold
I
on,
favorite.
support the
Miss
strippers.
Hold on, Miss Tiffany.
Yes.
Make sure we have
Miss Tiffany, we have an understanding.
But
And
we will have an understanding when we see that browser history.
Hold on, let me hold on, y'all, please. Let me make this point. The caveat though is that when there are issues, since it's already clear that we're still working to move the needle and a dismantling. I mean, listen, the whole planet, there's issues with women being oppressed. I'm not saying that we're being oppressed like we was 200 years ago. I'm not saying that, but we're still moving the needle to get like kind of an equal footing just in our communications, right? So if we're having discussions specifically geared to the sisters, I'm just asking to be, mindful of that when we're actually in conversation so that we can talk and dialogue. Last night's conversation could have went a lot better if it didn't get so heated, right? Just like we're talking now. We're not here to fight y'all. So
actually,
DQ, where you at, DQ? D-Dub. My fault,
Oh,
D-Dub.
I was gonna say, Tiffany, and even the conversation in the Discord, it was really the men who were like going at it with each other.
Out of
And
order.
then, we was just kind of sitting back. So,
But DQ, let me ask you this.
D-Dub.
D-Dub. DQ, D-Dub. DQ Dub.
It's on the screen.
Qualified.
On the screen.
Man,
I was looking
relax,
for
man.
him, like,
You know what I'm saying? Stop. We there. We there better than you think. Hey, D-Dub.
Mm-hmm.
The damn presentation that all three of y'all did was spectacular.
Excellent.
But for the fucking life of me, how in the hell does Chef and L open his mouth and misuse all the education y'all gave him? You specifically defined what feminism was. He come right in with the misinformation we was trying to debunk. It's like he keeps saying that humans come from monkeys. You saying no, they don't. No, they don't.
Right.
And he say humans come from monkeys. You say no, they don't. Feminism is this. No, it's not. No, it's not. See, so if we can get educated on what feminism really is and stop going with the overzealous women hating men who is far away from the real subject, if we can get away from people not even reading definitions like most of the men do, me being included, I actually didn't know what it was until y'all started the discourse. And I was like, I don't know what that, I had the same crazy ass conscious community misunderstanding what feminism was. But when I read the encyclopedia, right, it changed my mind. So I was actually able to receive what you did, D-Dub. Chef even fucking with us right now, yo. He got to be. Stop it, Chef.
Why you arguing with me? What the fuck is you even talking about?
Actually, I would like to add on to what Brother
arguments
Unc just said.
Add on, CK.
I ain't gonna be too long-winded.
That didn't make sense.
Yo, I'm gonna just keep it 100, yo. If you're not gonna have any type of empathy or sympathy and try to understand the things that women are dealing with, you know what I mean, and why it's a problem, you know what I mean, you're not gonna get it, you know what I mean? Like, I don't even think, I think that we would probably have to use examples of things that y'all used to not have as rights.
Yeah.
And for y'all to get it.
Right, don't you have, CK? Cut it out.
No, I'm just saying, like, I think that in
Y'all
order for
gotta
you to
stop.
understand what women are going through, I think that if we try to sit up here and give y'all a list of the stuff that we had restricted on us for so long, and that we're just now getting those rights recently within the past like 10 to 20 years, yo.
Can we see that?
I don't think you're going to get it. I think that we would probably have to use laws and stuff that was restricting you guys and show you how those laws have been overturned so they're not restricting y'all anymore. For y'all to understand, like,
Are you serious?
In 1974, Chef, in 1974, one of the sisters got the list. That's when women got the right to open up bank accounts on their
Bank
own.
accounts and credit cards.
Yes.
Was just
It was around the same time as we got abortion rights too.
1974. Y'all made that up.
I mean, we can pull it up.
You said women couldn't have a bank account in 1974.
Yeah, it's about right.
Man, see, y'all pseudo.
Yeah, that's about 50 years
allow
ago.
that to go on in here.
Chef.
Like, this is actual in
allow
history.
that to go on for 2 hours, yo.
Bang it out.
I'm
Bang
disappointed.
it out.
You doing
Dropping the source.
Like, you have a supercomputer in your hand, my dude. Just type in, when did women get the right to open up a bank account?
It was either
when did women get the right to get a credit card?
Hold on.
Google is our
We at a
help.
crossroad right now.
Google
This
is
is
our
We at a
help.
crossroad. Hold on.
I can't trust y'all no more.
Yo, the order.
Women gained the right to open a bank account.
Hold on,
We
D.
have
Can't
to-
trust y'all no more.
Chef, you up?
Now, this is where the rubber meets the road.
Yeah.
Now y'all got to
put the article in the Discord.
Now,
that
all you
goes
gotta do is
forward.
relax. Everybody chill. Listen.
Biggie was born in
Come
1970.
on, y'all. Let me rock this. Let me rock this. Y'all have officially reached the process of the Pseudo Killas show now. The nice shit is over with. The smooth and through, the quality information, that's over with now. Now we hear a statement that we saying, shut up. I don't want to hear about the discourse. The people listening right now, they want to see that source. Y'all think y'all might be misreading that. Let's see. Get me out of the game. Y'all got your game.
Let's get it. Who got it?
Y'all got a shot now. Get me out the game. Get Chef out the game. Come on.
Who got
This
it?
is where the show get good.
Y'all can just at least can just step up. Like, you know, I'll be waiting for niggas to come with a sword. I'll come strapped up. Like, yo,
Yeah, what's up?
I'll go get it.
Now y'all one of the crew now. What's
Chef,
up?
go ahead.
It's real now.
I'm sure my mother would have told me
Hey,
that
Chef,
in 1974,
that's anecdotal, bro.
She couldn't open up before 1974.
It was a
she
credit
couldn't
card.
open up a bank account.
It was in the
I'm sure my mother would
1960s,
have told
Chef.
me that shit.
You gotta come better.
1960s, women gained the right to open the bank account. Shortly
When?
after 1974, the Equal Credit Opportunity Act passed, which
Where is it at?
Y'all misread that.
prohibited credit discrimination.
And
on the
they gotta
basis of
see the
gender.
source. Where you getting
We
it?
don't see it, Danielle.
No, they misread it. I just heard the misread.
Oh,
You ain't even got to say nothing else.
Yeah, she do, because I didn't hear it. You gotta,
Not the infamous
go ahead.
misread.
So that the bank account was
Okay,
open in about the
USA
1960s.
Today.
can you put the link so that we can
We're gonna put it on the
Okay.
screen.
Yeah, put it on share.
Yeah,
share your
everybody
screen,
thinking.
if
You know,
can,
we get to
Joe.
this point. Uncanny read.
Okay,
That's why Chef
okay,
went
let
and
me
put up
see
the
here.
Genesis
Share
source
screen.
again. That's how they do everybody.
Okay. Here it is.
Y'all wanted to y'all with the crew now. It was a
Okay,
smooth
this is
sailing in the beginning.
Okay, so this is USA Today. So they're saying
Is that the real USA Today? I'm making sure that's not one of them
USA
feminist
Today.
websites that just make up. Yeah, okay.
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 So
Crazy,
it
yeah.
is fact checking a post, viral Facebook post. List 9 things a woman could not do in
What's the
United
fact
States.
check?
I don't even like your source right now.
I got a better one.
Did you kill yourself?
Okay. So it's fact checking. So it said that women couldn't do these 9 things. They're saying most of that was correct. Some of it was false. Okay. The first one,
What?
get a credit
What was
card
false?
in their own name. Banks could refuse women a credit card until the Equal Credit Opportunity Act of 1974 was signed into law. Prior to that, a bank could refuse to issue a credit card to unmarried women. And if a woman was married, her husband was required to co-sign. Oh, what happened? Okay, it's a lot of ads on here.
I just died at your source.
No, you didn't. That wasn't what they said. Man,
I misspoke. I said bank account. Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, I said credit card.
I own that.
No, she said I heard credit cards, but damn,
I heard bank
that's
account.
wild.
Yeah, but I can give I'll give an example.
I mean, does it really matter?
And I guarantee you my grandmother had a motherfucking credit card before 1974.
No, I said they could actually. No, the fact that they could actually deny.
My dude, are you listening? Your grandmother was probably able to get one because she had a male co-sign for her.
Uh-oh.
No,
CK is here.
I
Let's
definitely
bring it
don't.
back.
No, my grandmother ain't need no cosign to get out of here.
Okay, well, you're gonna have to source up, my dude.
My grandmother did.
I'm just saying, I'll give
Like
another
laws
example.
weren't just created for no reason. If they're telling you that they had to create a law saying you can't discriminate against women, you have to allow them to be able to get a darn credit card without having a male cosign. That means that women were being denied credit for simply being a woman.
Yeah, that means
my granny credit was good.
Yeah, but that means in some instances that a woman would be able to get credit, though, Chef. But they were being discriminated against.
Just that's wild.
You know, just like racism. You know, racism in certain areas, but other areas.
I wasn't saying nothing about no credit card. The lady clearly said that women couldn't get bank accounts.
I did.
Let's let him make that mistake.
I will say
that was in the 1960s.
That was 1960. That's still in 1960. That changed. That's still
you
crazy.
Said women couldn't get bank accounts 1974. I said
I
that's a goddamn lie.
10-year difference.
Okay, that was the only thing I was fussing at. I wasn't fussing at nothing else.
I'll give another example.
That's wild though. Can we ponder that for a minute though?
No, it's irrelevant.
Overturned this year.
Not ponder this for even a second.
Hold on, listen.
Thank you, James.
I'll give another example. Marital rape. It wasn't like most states. It was not. You couldn't even rape a married woman. Like her husband couldn't be convicted of raping a married woman
until like the late 80s, early 90s.
I think it happened in the 70s. In the 70s, there was a case, but most states still remain illegal. It wasn't until 1993,
correct,
that it became law. You feel me? That you can be charged, that a husband can rape.
And what was the other thing that was attached to that bill?
That's come from like, you know,
it was one more thing that was attached to that bill as well. Women could no longer be fired for simply being pregnant too as well. So up until 1993, for simply being pregnant, a woman could be fired or denied a job.
Dang.
Listen to this shit.
Yeah, that's 19, and that's just changed.
I have another article that
just changed in 1993.
I dropped it in the server like a week ago.
Yeah, so that just changed in 1993. That's a fact.
The women did not get this protection until 1978. Jesus Christ!
Like it's so easy to forget. Like
78, wow. 78.
Because a lot of us would have been kids or not even been born.
All right, go ahead.
One second. Okay, 78 in a few states, but in most states, it was still not considered rape. It didn't become that way in most states until 1993.
Yes, in 1990. Yeah, y'all got me. I'm not worrying about you saying a bank account between the credit card shit is barbaric to me. And then 1960 is bananas.
Right. It's
what? It say decide not to have sex with their husband wanted to.
And was the same thing with us getting medication too. We had to get a cosign from our fathers or our husbands to get certain medication from our doctors, yo. Until around the 70s, late 70s.
CK, it say spousal rape was criminalized in all 50 states until 19. Wait. It says spousal rape was not criminalized in all 50 states until 1993. The post, really?
This is accurate, yeah.
Are you familiar with the rule of thumb?
Wow.
That's around the time.
He's familiar with the rule of thumb.
So okay,
that's around the title of the show. Look, that's around the time Snoop Dogg dropped his first album, yo.
And guess what? We have the civil rights movement and the feminist movements to thank for a lot of these barbaric flipping laws being, removed.
There was a rule of thumb. A man can beat his wife with a switch no thicker than your thumb.
Oh man, that's
anybody.
That's in Islam. You made that. That's in Islam.
Oh, I'm about to say,
but that's wild too. It don't matter. It's definitely in Islam. But okay. So so I concede. I want to see it. Right. And this is where the pseudo killers rubber meets the road at. And y'all have definitely proved your point, man. That's official. And I appreciate y'all proving your point. It ain't in the talk, man. But y'all can show that it brings clarity to everything y'all say. like it's clear now. 1993, 1960, 1973 credit card, bank account night. Is we serious?
And you know, the other thing is when you look at those gains, what we know is those gains, who do they primarily benefit? It's the white women, right? Because we know that not only are we dealing with sexism, we're dealing with racism. So the times when we do say, hey, cops, my husband raped me, they like, yeah, right, go and sit down somewhere.
You know, I can't believe you drunk the Kool-Aid on this shit, yo.
What's the Kool-Aid?
Wait, are you saying that the sources that presented are wrong?
Yeah,
like the federal government didn't actually have to pass these laws forcing all these states
what I
to
said
not
was,
discriminate people based on
I
gender.
don't even want to argue with
what
y'all.
I
I don't
said,
think it's worth
what I said was,
This is why I said there's no point in us talking about the things that restricted us. We need to talk about the things that restricted men, probably specifically black men, so that you can understand it, because you're definitely not empathetic to what the fuck
they
we
got
had to
you
deal with.
tonight, bro.
Hey, but listen, we can't just say we gotta show and prove though. Like if what I said was incorrect, to show and prove. Like we can't just say you crazy. Like you know what I'm saying? Like I got my chin out there.
And proving that the rule of thumb is
Now, I don't know about the rule of thumb. I'm not talking about the rule of thumb.
Yeah.
I don't know about.
I know. I'm. It relates to women.
Yeah,
and it's
I don't know
about
about it. I'm
beating
just
them.
saying I can't
beating
speak about
them
the rule of
with
thumb. I don't know
a
about the rule.
switch no thicker than your rule of thumb, and
Man,
you don't want no
that's
clarity on it.
But I know about that. I know about that law
Prove it.
because you know
If it's Islam, I'd like you to prove that.
But I know about that law because that's coming up.
Everybody know that.
I wanted to just touch base on the fact
Also,
that
James, you can't shift the burden of proof, sir.
Yeah, you gotta come with that source, James.
I wasn't in a position to share my screen, but I mean, I could easily prove that it's not Muslim.
I mean, either way,
no, just type the link in the
Well, I mean, it wouldn't be law. It wouldn't be law. That would be, you know.
I mean,
that's not in the law books. That would be.
That we know that Black women are facing some of the highest rates of domestic violence in the country. So regardless of that rule, we do know that is an issue. And there are men that don't want to believe it. That's their prerogative. I think those of us that want to uplift the Black community, we will continue doing what we do.
And definitely, I did read on Black women, infant mortality is the highest amongst African American women.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Yo, this is crazy, yo.
Okay, anyway, I'm trying to find a source that speaks to the femininity thing and masculinity, because when we were talking about not being able to get things without our father or our husband, it's like they saw grown women as children. Grown women were kind of
check the Discord. I dropped it in our group chat. That article can be helpful.
That's because you know you're coming out of time frame when women were viewed as property.
Yeah.
You look back. The further you go back, women, you know, just basically property.
It's astonishing.
It wasn't
Hey, how they get me though, Chef? I'm sitting. I can read though. That's a credible source. I'm trying to figure out how they got me.
Same way you got yourself thinking that motherfucker I was talking about men specifically when they was talking about humankind. You misread shit all the time, huh?
Okay, all right, let's see.
Constant habit of yours, yo.
Yeah, I ain't gonna argue about that. I ain't gonna go on that. Everybody can see man, the word man there prior to mankind. Everybody see that.
Mankind.
Yeah. You talking about mankind meaning indicative of all humanity, bro.
That's what it was saying. That's what it was saying.
No, that's not what the
you just don't even
says.
you just don't even know how to read the Bible.
No,
That's
you're not getting back in that Bible. You're not getting back in that Bible.
You just don't know how to read the Bible. The God killer don't understand God at all.
Okay, let's see where I'm at.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I think they spoke about the matter of rape. They spoke about that canon Sapiens too. I think that's what the idea of marital rape.
Man, they just threw a whole bunch of wild shit on the screen. Talking, oh man, y'all, man. 1974, 1993, women couldn't get bank account, man.
I said no,
listening to that.
1993, like that's a fact. Though.
I mean, just because it
What I
doesn't
said is
sound
a fact.
believable doesn't mean that it didn't
1993
happen.
became legal in all states. The last two, I think. Were
Yeah,
like,
y'all got to be clear on that. Like that's
clear it up, then, Chef.
I said that clearly. I said in 1993 became illegal in all 50 states. That's what I said. I said the first instance it appeared like in the 70s, but it was still legal in mostly all states. And at time it started to gradually pick up, but it was not fully out the way until 1993, with the last two states being Oklahoma. I think
It sounds like at some point in time, we need to read all of these Supreme Court cases that made it illegal to discriminate against people based on race, sex, gender, you know what I mean, etc.
I swear to God.
So then we'll be able to see a year to try to get a better understanding as to like, like this shit actually happened.
Go ahead.
Can you see this?
Shit.
Can you see it? Where we at? Can you see this, CK? Can one of the sisters read this for me, please? Can y'all just read this?
Read. For Adam was first formed, then Eve. All right, Chef.
Okay. There you go. All right, go. Next line, please.
And Adam was not deceived, but the woman being deceived was in the transgression.
Now, how she can get out of that? Go ahead.
Notwithstanding, she shall be saved in childbearing if they continue in faith and charity and holiness with sobriety.
Yeah, there you have it. So I don't know what Bible you reading, bro. And this
I don't even know what the fuck you talking about.
He's saying for Adam was first formed, then Eve. That's what he challenged you with right there.
Yeah, but
I suffer not woman.
You know what?
Teach. Hold on.
You know what? Yo,
no.
So,
but I suffer not.
You so far don't understand this shit, yo.
Hold on, bro. But I suffer not a woman to teach, nor to usurp the authority over the man, but to be in silence. Women, shut the hell up.
That's powerful.
It say, for Adam was first formed, then Eve. And Adam was not deceived, but the woman being deceived was in transgression. How does she get out of that? Notwithstanding, she shall be saved in childbearing. So have a damn child. If they continue in faith, you got to keep faith and charity and holiness within sobriety. So there you go. So, Chef, I don't know what you thought she was talking about. I set you up, dog.
Set me up for what? That's a whole nother fucking point. Are you serious?
No, it say the man was formed first, bro. Just like
out of Adam and Eve, yo. Like
I don't know what you're talking about. Go ahead, Donnie. Go ahead.
Yeah, you don't get it. You would never get it.
No, I don't get it. I know you get it.
I wanted to ask the girls, the ladies in the chat.
The girls.
Oh my!
The girls.
Hey, get them out of here, bro.
No, Donnie, we're not gonna do that. No, Donnie. There's no girls on the panel.
He slipped up.
You don't want to be
We
just died, Chef.
You a boy. Don't call us girls.
We just died, Chef.
All right,
Come on, Donnie, set us up, Donnie.
So, why do y'all like to use like play words like feminist and stuff like that?
What's a play word?
Play word.
Like a trigger word. You know.
How is that a trigger word?
How is it a trigger word?
Well, because I think like to me, like feminist, that's like something white ladies do. Or you know what I'm saying?
You clearly weren't here from the beginning, so I'm going back on mute.
We just talked about that.
Hey, Donnie, it might be good to rewind the presentation and watch from the beginning because it answers your question.
Yeah, I got to reboot. I'll come back.
You know what? I'm so crazy, y'all. I am so stupid. I'm just not realizing this. Tiffany, we crazy, son. What? Those of y'all that keep bringing up mother flipping white women, y'all are suffering from snow bunny-itis. Y'all are crazy. Mother flipping white women. Like, that's why I want to see them browser history, son. I need to see the browser history. I need to know what XXX site you on, what kind of porn you watching on Pornhub. You got to be like, it's just,
It's nobody.
Hyper focus on white women. We constantly talking about black women and black women issues, but you keep interjecting the white women.
White woman, white woman, white woman.
Because you guys,
leave those slow bunnies alone.
You guys didn't coin that word.
BBWs.
And you still running with it.
Dottie.
Like it just
rewind and watch the video.
Books by black women. So people keep talking about white women, white women. Like, I don't understand it, yo. I feel like that's just the way to marginalize the fuck out of us, son.
Can somebody get
Who gives a fuck about what you black women talking about? This white women shit.
No.
Somebody get
So black women can't explain how they are being fucking marginalized. They can't talk about how they're experiencing sexism without the white woman being involved.
I would never say that.
We can't talk about the rape that we experience without white women being involved.
I would never say
Everything
that.
does not revolve around white women or just white people in general. Some shit is strictly going on in our community that is done by people in our community.
Well, let's talk about that.
This is the last thing I'm gonna say. I'm going back on it.
You did, Donnie.
When there are times where we can blame white people, cool. But everything that is wrong in our community is not their fault, yo.
Tell me what is feminist to you. What does it look like? You said you went over.
Nah, son, we ain't doing this. You finna learn some shit today. I need you to pull out that supercomputer in your hand, type in what is feminist.
Because it's a dagger.
What is an academic definition of feminist? And then you read it to us, son. You teach us tonight, my dude.
Okay, I know you don't play around, but let's look at Tiffany brought up what was it? Emotional responsibility or something along those lines. And now it seems when I bring up the word, it's triggering something.
No, come on.
No. I said, Donnie, earlier on, I said that I actually extensively discussed that in the presentation. So when you get a chance, just rewind it all the way back and it answers your question.
That's it. We're not going
back.
Yeah,
we went into depth into that. It's not fair to the other viewers to rehash the presentation.
Thank you.
So can I just do this? Can I just read the first line and get Donnie so Donnie will know? Somebody get Donnie. Donnie. Look, feminism is a range of social political movements and ideologies that aim, what does it aim to do? And establish the political, economic, and personal and social equality of the sexes. That's what it is, bro. So if you add anything else to that, you bugging. And that's why they came on to educate us. You know, like in all topics we have on the Pseudo Killers. See, y'all was surprised. We always talk about how we actually been miseducated through people promoting black allergy, to people being extremely bananas. You know the rule? Yeah, humans come from monkeys. No, they don't. And you explain it and they come right back with it. They explain it, you came right back with the crazy made up definition about what feminism is. We're not doubting that some women overemphasize and mess up the whole damn thing, but the way these sisters laid it all out, the shit was masterfully balanced. So you can't leave the presentation saying the same things you said before we did the show. You just can't do it. It's going to be the point when we realize if you just slap stupid, you can't hear, or you don't give a fuck about the women. Right. It's one of those three.
Right.
Make your mind up. I concede to superior information. I, like you, Donnie, last week had a negative connotation on feminism. I actually did, bro. So you wasn't by yourself. Yes, me, brother. A week ago, I was like, oh, come on, that's kind of, and you know what? I say, man, let me read. Let me see. And I had some good conversation. And I read it. I was like, I've been slapped stupid. I've been sounding like Donnie. Donnie, you got to knock it off, bro. Like they didn't come with the crazy, unbalanced conversation. And nobody did that, Donnie.
I never made a claim. I just asked for clarity. So
I find it extremely disrespectful.
Obviously, I missed something.
That's fine, Donnie.
I will revisit it. That's fine. But I'm just saying, normally that word is a trigger word, and it's
only a trigger word to people
hold on. I'm sorry. Thank you for bringing a little bit more clarity to it. Unc, you did do that, but you know, it just
I get
you know, it just seems fitting just to white folks, and we need to get other shit right before we start
I think women have waited long enough.
applying these terms.
Donnie, you killing the men right now, Donnie.
if you
What is more important?
That's crazy.
Watch this.
Men have been dominant of
CK,
all of flipping history, and
don't-
women get a little bit
I'm
of rights
saying,
here and there over the past,
give-
50 to 60 something years, and all of a sudden we just dominating the men. We just kicking them out to the curb. Like, what?
CK, man, we get the emotional intelligence.
Oh no, I'm just passionate. I'm actually
saying,
cool.
yeah, but I'm saying, like, you know, I'm gonna let you go too, Pat. Just let me say this, Donnie. So like it's only a trigger word because of ignorance, bro.
Yeah,
that's the point, bro. It shouldn't be a trigger word. So even if there's a movement that is dealing specifically with the problems of women, right? Because women didn't have the right to vote when men had the right to vote before women. So if there's things that's specifically dedicated to women, then don't you think that movement would be in the realm of feminism, femaleness, womanness? Like, come on, bro. Like, so that's
but you know that's not our doing. Obviously, that's not our doing, right? That's
what I'm trying to get in. What Donnie's saying that this
okay,
is not.
Okay, go ahead, Pan African.
No, we're gonna let you get Pan African. Pan African. Hold on, bro. Let Donnie finish.
Okay.
And then you
that's
next.
all.
Right?
That's
now
all
let the sister get a chance to respond to Donnie. That's how we doing this. Go ahead, Donnie.
I'm just saying there was a cause and effect. Mm-hmm. White European, the people who are governing over you, this is their tradition. These are their rules. These are their law. They always kept their foot on their women's necks, and we adopted that. So I'm saying, let's not adopt. You know, once we do start to get our stuff together and look at this critically and stuff like that, let's not adopt their words.
So it took white people. Let me get this straight.
Equal rights for women is white people stuff.
I'm trying. Listen, I'm
women
trying
being allowed to get an education. That's white people stuff.
Let me just say this.
Women having sexual harassment and rape being addressed. That's white women stuff. That's what feminist movement is about.
He's also talking about the word. I'm not like Donnie. The word is irrelevant. We all speak English. Like long as we understand what we're saying when these words are spoken, it's all good. That's why they broke down what it means and what Black feminism is. So we don't got to be confused anymore when you hear a Black woman talk about feminism, bro. That's what the whole thing was about. Bro.
Okay, well, I could get with that. I'm just a little bit leery about it because I don't know where people are coming from when they say, especially women.
Wow, why you leery? It don't affect you.
Just give a presentation. They just gave
Donnie. I think I would ask you to deeper interrogate why that word triggers you. I've been working on.
I just got you trying to explain it.
Women's, yes, no, but I'm asking you to do a bit more introspection about why it triggers you. I have been working on issues facing Black women for quite a few years now, and I've been dealing with white feminists, and I'm not as triggered as you. So do a bit more introspection about why that word triggers you. But also what I presented earlier, there's something called womanism. See, since you don't want to use the term of feminism, okay, drop that. Womanism. It's about ending the gender depression that Black women face. And so if that makes you feel more comfortable, then lean into that and pay attention to the long history of Black women, not white women, but Black women who have been working on issues impacting Black women since Plymouth Rock landed on us. And
I'll retire after this, but I'm actually saying what you're saying, but the opposite. Not putting the onus on me, but put it on you.
Oh, I don't need to put anything on. I'm good. But I think you seem to be very triggered by the word, so I suggest that you just interrogate that a little bit more deeper.
All right.
Pan-African
So
design.
okay.
Let's because this is gonna
Hold
be
on.
good.
Let me say this though. So we're gonna miss the fact that the way black men treat black women, or some black men treat black women, is based off of white people shit. You mean to tell me we couldn't just do that on our own?
Yeah,
Go ahead, Miss Tiff. You want to say something, then James?
Oh, are you closing out?
No.
No. We're gonna let
No.
Y'all come back around.
Yeah, Pan-African design is gonna be good. With this is gonna be good.
It's gonna be good.
It's
your turn.
To get
Go
that
ahead,
chronology. Go ahead,
No,
Pan-African.
Don't kill us, James. Help us, James.
Don't save him. Don't throw no alley.
Yeah, I don't understand. Like why we when I came in on the show, they were talking about the credit cards and them not being able to get credit cards or something like that until 1974. That's when I came in.
Okay.
But and I understand that was a little bit of misinformation on that as well. But at the same time, credit cards wasn't even created to 1951.
Okay. So 20 something or so. So what you're saying, like
no, but
that's
see,
good speed?
it wasn't 20 something years, because with that statement that they made, you got to really just put that in context, because the most affluent people could get a credit card, I'm sure. And you got to also put into the factor that the indoctrination with Christianity is kind of how this country is ran. So this is how, in the Bible, it's a male-dominant culture. So this is how this country is structured. So I just want to know, out of all those laws, which laws do we put to oppress black women as black men? Or are y'all attributing that to black men as well, these laws, or are we excluded out of that?
I'm gonna say this real quick.
I'm asking a woman.
I'm gonna say this real quick, and I'm gonna let Miss Tiffany get in. I think the whole point of what they're presenting is for us to be involved in the fight, because it's our family, bro, whether it's men or women. So it doesn't matter who put it there. It's our job as African American people
to find out, because
go ahead, Miss Tiffany.
Black men have the same oppressive laws.
James, you said you just came in at that point?
Yeah, I came in right around.
Y'all gotta stop doing that. That's kind of offensive, because it trivializes everything that we just literally presented, right? And then you want to pick on this little petty point to take it into this petty place. Did you hear us blame black men for something?
As soon as we let people on the panel, we need to ask them, were you here from the beginning? And if you weren't, you getting kicked off. You lucky I ain't got the control.
Right, people are majoring in the minors.
Hold on, I have a mic. But I'm saying, then you pick that point, and then you say, well, y'all did black men make them laws? You didn't even hear the presentation.
But I'm just asking, are we excluded from the law that y'all talking about that oppress women?
Right, but you're showing up already like we was attacking y'all or something.
I'm trying to get clarity. Are y'all attacking black men, or y'all?
No, that's not what the show is about, James.
Okay, well, I'm just getting clarity on these laws. But y'all bringing these laws up. So, but let me push back. Black men have had just as much oppressive laws.
But we're not talking about
what the hell is going on?
We're not talking about black men today.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Hey, James, you missed the actual presentation.
Okay, my bad. I just came in. It kind of seemed like y'all was on that point, but my bad. I'm gonna go ahead and mute out and get back up out of here.
James, that was actually small talk after the presentation. It was a very minor point. So we don't want to major in the minor right now. So when you get a chance, rewind back and watch the front presentation. I believe you will find it to be rich, and it will inform you a bit more.
Wait a minute. James said we only had credit cards for 20 years. How dare you?
I know. You know what?
At the same time.
But this is not us making these laws, though. This is what I'm saying.
Nobody said it.
Hey, James, she right. Go back and listen to it. And the number one statement I made in the middle of a discourse about women's rights, if you're the one to stand up, beat your chest about the black man, you just fucked up. James, you just fucked up.
That ain't what I'm doing. I'm just saying that we got to just...
Nobody blames black men for that,
if y'all are trying to separate the two, then I'm gonna have a problem with that. If you're saying that, because we all had the same flight here. I don't understand why but you say y'all just want to talk about women's issues today. So
The
I get it. I'm out.
the presentation we did actually highlighted how the plight of Black women, ways in which it's different. So that's the meat. You're majoring in the minor right now. That was literally a side small talk of because this continues to be a reoccurring thing, right? People don't watch the video, and the comments from folks hopping on right now is saying it's not an issue, right? And the reason why that's why we got into that small talk, because someone was saying women don't face discrimination. And so Tiffany brought up, actually Tiffany and CK were like, actually in the past 40 something years, laws were passed.
Who said that?
Who was it, Chef?
See, that's what I would never say that, but I mean,
I know, but I'm telling you, that's when you logged on.
Right.
So I'm like, let's not major in something minor, because there is a bigger chunk that we were talking about. I'm just trying to provide.
I think our viewpoint in the conscious community of feminism is represented by Cynthia G. And we see Cynthia G as representation of what feminism is, and a lot of her stuff is hateful speech towards Black men. So when we hear other women, so when in the community we hear other Black women take that stance, we automatically lump them in with the Cynthia G type. But if you listen to the presentation, it wasn't along those lines. That's the major theme that we was trying to put forth.
So look, why we should probably read books by actual academics and people that actually work in the field in regards to feminist and gender issues, instead of listening to uncredentialed, pseudo fucking crazy ass people on social media.
I recommend reading Bell Hooks. I recommend for the folks who are reading, read chapter 1 of Bell Hooks' Ain't I a Woman? And it will be very, very clear to you what this conversation is about. And I would not, and I hear what you're saying, Sosa, that people see certain folks on YouTube and say that's feminism. But I just encourage y'all to seek other sources.
Of course.
Because there is a lot of things are sensationalized on social media. There's a lot of stuff planted on social media too, for the purpose of splitting up our communities. There's a long line of Black womanists, Black feminists, Black women who don't claim a term but want liberation, who have been working on these issues while trying to lift up our entire Black community. That's all we're about.
Right. And like CK said, these conversations are documented in academic studies, like currently, bro. Like you could just read on it, bro.
I got a question.
So you know what's deep though? Cynthia G, right? Listen to her. She's almost like a response to men playing rough, right?
The manosphere.
Yeah, but hold on, men play real rough, right? Boom, boom, boom. You know, women try to get their talk in and we over talk them, boom, boom, boom. You know what I'm saying? Tiffany, D-Dub, you know, CK play rough, right? But watch this though. Just because a woman decides to step all the way up and play rough, boom, boom, boom. Why ain't you getting slick with the white boy like that? Boom, boom, boom. You know, we throw shots like all the time. When a woman starts to see, Cynthia G is like a damn mirror almost. She the exact opposite. Okay, y'all playing rough niggas. Oh, Donnie, you don't know what the fuck we was talking about, Donnie? Boom, boom, boom. Yo,
you see it in rap music. Yeah. With how the male was presented, how they did the female in rap. So now when the female rappers come in, I'll break a nigga, I'll take a nigga, I'll take, you know what I'm saying? Like you go always get let me ask one way to the opposite, bro.
Yeah. So ladies, so do
now they ladies down, they was girls at first, Donnie. So they've turned you a little bit.
They didn't like it.
But, can't believe you said that though, yo. Hey Donnie, you my favorite, yo. Me, you gonna
they didn't like it because girls attached to a particular age.
Hey,
that's what
can't believe you didn't know that though.
Between a boy and like you come and call me a boy, I ain't a boy. I'm
check this out though. I want to know if y'all want to. Does anybody want to answer this? What do y'all think about Candace Owens?
You talking to the sisters?
Yes.
I mean, I don't know how this is related to what we're talking about.
Not feminism, though.
I don't really pay her no
You
mind.
on the panel. Rob Warren's on the panel.
And
that's conservative.
also, I think that we need to start, y'all need to be careful at the kind of craziness that y'all are watching on social media, because if you are on YouTube and you are watching a lot of these misogynist, sexist, incel ass people from the manosphere, you are going to get the female version of that as well. And these people are toxic as fuck, son. These people are definitely encouraging violence towards the opposite sex. They are definitely encouraging division and like craziness, son.
Yeah.
And it's bad for us. It's bad, son. And it all, I'm telling you, I got a couple of YouTube, I had to find a YouTube video of a dude that actually breaks it down. I got it. I know I got it if y'all want it. A dude that breaks it down where all this stuff comes from. And it all goes back to white supremacy, yo. These manosphere, whether it's black or white, whether it's man or women, doing the whole anti-man thing or women hate shit, it all goes back to white supremacy.
Yep.
And y'all are engaging in this shit and spreading it and agreeing with this rhetoric, son. And it's harmful, yo.
I don't know who y'all is.
Yeah. Y'all.
Who brought up Cynthia G?
Okay.
Not me.
Like, why are we talking about
Hey,
Bell
Stokes,
Hooks?
you got the control.
Why are
Stokes, you
we
hear me?
talking?
Yeah.
All right.
Rob on, say your piece, man. Talk about
What's going on, Rob? On?
Peace to the panel. Y'all had me entertained, man. This is good.
So
Good,
hey,
man.
so in the nation of God's earth, how is the woman viewed in the nation of God's earth? Start with that, brother, and elaborate for me. Go ahead.
She's the equality to the person. There's no God can't exist without what comes before that. Equality. That's woman and man. So it's the same thing as in West Africa. If you look in Bamana culture, the woman is represented by the number 4, and the man is represented by the 3. That 7 in that culture represents reproduction. So I mean, you have the same thing there. I don't know how else you're supposed to look at it. God can't, man. If we making God symbolic to man cannot be brought forth without the woman. That we don't teach that we came here by ourselves.
Sure.
So that's really it. Now you do have because that's a part of a spin-off Abrahamic faith. So you do have some individuals who are, oh yeah, yo, she's secondary but most necessary and all that. Oh yeah, that's there. You got people who do that. So because it's there. I just think it's a good topic. You know, this is like something that is like rampant in the community. And y'all talked about Cynthia G. And I wouldn't call her feminist. You gotta call her what she is. She's a sapphire. And most people take on those that's some Jim Crow shit, bro.
Right.
I'm putting on I'm putting on a screen. You know I'm gonna do it. So when you look at this, it's gonna blow your mind. And the opposite of this, of the man, is the brute. So this is the sapphire. This is a caricature. It says the sapphire character portrays Black woman as rude, loud, malicious, stubborn, and overbearing. This is the angry Black woman, popularized in the cinema and on television. She is taut-tongued and emasculating, one hand on the hip and the other pointing and jabbing, or arms akimbo, violently and rhythmically rocking her head, mocking African-American men for offenses ranging from being unemployed to sexually pursuing white women. She is a shrill nigger with irrational states of anger and indignation, and is often mean-spirited and abusive. Although African-American men are her primary targets, she is venomous for anyone who insults or disrespects her. When you go here, you see this? From the 1800s through the mid-1900s, Black women were often portrayed in popular culture as sassy mammies who ran their own homes with iron fists, including berating Black husbands and children. These women were allowed, at least symbolically, to defy some racial norms. And this shit goes on into today. So if I scroll down here to Michelle Obama, This is the fucking New Yorker, bro. What they got her in? Afro and the machine gun, and she's pictured as the angry black woman. They call her a nigga. They call her a man because she speaks up on Pacific rights and all that other stuff. But that caricature of attacking or emasculating black manhood, this is what the white man, he made that shit up, bro. And we basically followed it. And that's what Cynthia G is. She is not a feminist. That's what she is.
That's what I was saying. Like they look
That's a powerful image right there too.
Wow, did Rob Bourne just said what I've been saying this whole time
that's what I
about
said.
these misandrous women?
No, that's what I said at the beginning. Like they look at Cynthia G and they associate feminism with Cynthia G in the community. So when they hear the word feminism, they think Cynthia G, and it gives an adverse reaction to the
And then you have this. I was telling y'all to pull this up. There's so many different forms of feminism, but I got this book. I'm not opening it. We'll just go to Wikipedia. This shit is called The Scum Manifesto. This is made in 1967. This woman is a radical feminist. She argues that men have ruined the world and that it is up to women to fix it. To achieve this goal, it is suggest the formation of Scum, an organization dedicated to overthrowing society and eliminating the male sex. When you hear Cynthia G and a lot of these gender wars, they start talking about the patriarchy. And in that, they're saying, yo, we got to replace this. This is the white man shit. And these black dudes, blah, blah, blah. But there's something else in here, son. And this is the crazy part. You thought that Dr. York made up that, yeah, the man is a biological wife, and he was originally a female. This is what she says. She made this shit up. This is the white woman, and this is what the black people started saying. Salome begins to prove that the woman was here first and the black woman is God. Yeah, here go your origin right here. Salome begins by presenting a theory of the male as an incomplete female who is genetically deficient due to the Y chromosome. According to Soley, this genetic deficiency causes the male to be emotionally limited, egocentric, and incapable of mental passion or general interaction. She describes the male as lacking empathy and unable to relate anything. So, like, this is some wild ass white woman, hate men, want to kill them type shit.
You're doing that based on the fact that, when you're first born, basically you're female until like 7 weeks later, that Y chromosome.
Bro,
so they flip that and take that to a whole.
Bro, her whole shit is crazy. But to add on to the conversation, the black feminists in America, that shit, man, I'll show that one too. So this is a book y'all could get, and I'm done. I'm not showing nothing else. This is just all I wanted to say. This ain't my, man, my shit fell off. Damn, I gotta take this off. But it's called Black Feminism, literature or something. I got it fell off. It'll probably come back on now. But basically it starts with the abolitionist movement. And when you look at the mutual aid societies, 1792 would be this thing called St. Thomas. All right, here you go right here. So I'm gonna put it up here because I don't know how to remember all of those goddamn church type of goddamn words, bro. Them church words, man. But here it go right here. It's gonna say new. I don't know why it's doing that because I think I had too much stuff on here and it disappeared and came back. So I'm gonna put it back here. So this book right here, by Zangala Teresa. You can see Sojourner Truth on the front. We open it here. You see it says here, early black feminist organizations, the United States resulted in societies such as the African Daughters Association. In any event, you go down here, it says Philadelphia was home to what is thought to be the earliest female benevolent society, the Female Benevolent Society of St. Thomas in 1793. All right, then you'll have 1830 and all this other shit happens. I'm not reading all of this, but here's the front of the book. So what happens is they start to link up with white women, or white women link up with them. So that's the book, Press, Platform, Pulpit, Black Feminist Publics in the Era of Reform. So white women attach themselves because they have a different argument. Black women have a totally different argument than they do. But they start realizing that they co-opting their shit. So they kick them out and they start making their own shit. So like, this is just like I'm trying to frame it as fast as possible. And when that happens, there's this pull or tug of trying to get resources, because the white woman, even though she's oppressed to the point, she has specific resources. And then you'll see Martha Stewart, she begins to speak, and it's a whole phenomenon. The point here is that prior to this, you got that African Union Society in 1780. And then you have the African Female Benevolent Society. Now, here's the problem. These Black people were Christian, and they adopted the mode of how male treats women. So in a certain aspect, they would not allow them to vote in certain things of that nature. But what they did is say, all right, go do your own shit. And we gonna support you in that way. But the women use that forum to speak to them about what y'all talking about right now. Like, yo, like, how is you doing this? And we all oppressed in this, that, and the third. So then they, at that specific organization, they say, you know what? All right, we gonna support boom, 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 boom. And they started doing what they were doing. So their original like thing is like, yo, y'all we believe in Jesus, Bible, all this, but what y'all doing, bro? Why we can't vote, bro? Why we can't be a part of why we gotta be on the outskirts? The Bible says, so that's a problem. I'm saying, but they work it out. And that's what we talking about. So now today, this whole he probably don't know how to explain it, but when you hear these conversations with people who are not in the conscious community, you'll hear that like on Twitter Spaces and the argument is different. It's a whole different thing. It's attacking Black men for not being baby fathers, and that people debunk it, but they keep going, and they're going back and forth. But this type of feminist thing, they really into this, the matriarch. The matriarch was the foundation of everything, and blah, 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 blah. And they want you to accept everything. So with that comes the acceptance of the rainbow. Y'all know what that means. I'm not going in on that. And that shit is all mixed up in it. So then it's like, yo, how is this what we just talked about, what the origin of Black feminists is? And then this whole argument talk comes up. Oh, all Black people matter. And that's one. And now the roles, you got to understand this shit, bro. Gender has changed. Like, I don't talk about evolution. Nigga, we are witnessing evolution of words in our time.
Yeah.
What it is to be a woman is not what it was before, bro.
Yeah, I got a couple.
They got like 12 different genders, bro. This shit is crazy. So now I'm sitting here, like, I swear to God, son, I had to just sit there and be quiet. What the fuck are they talking about, bro? Like, I'm not computing. I don't understand. I'm like, how is this feminist? So it's a different thing now. And I think that's what that brother could be talking about, but don't know how to explain it.
I got a separate, because
I was going to say, thank you, Rob Warren.
Question,
Can you let us know the name of that book again, please?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I don't got nothing else to say. Press platform and pulpit.
To the pulpit.
You know where it's at.
What?
You know where to
Hold
put
on.
it at.
I didn't hear you clearly.
Press platform pulpit. Black feminist publics in the era of reform.
Go ahead, D-Dub, and I'll come after you.
Oh, Rob Warren, did you see our presentation? And you're confused about it?
I saw it was a purple and white presentation.
Yeah,
I think I came in like I don't know how long it was. I scrolled, actually when y'all were talking, I scrolled back and started watching. But I don't know if I went to the beginning of it, but I saw feminism on the top. Then that's where I picked up from it. Because at first I thought it was Tiffany. I didn't know who was doing it. So I was like, I was about to troll in the chat. I was like, Tiffany doing presentations.
Yeah, I mean, I understand you're talking about what white women are doing, but what I did in the presentation is what Black women have been doing and what Black women have been experiencing. And I brought up that it's very, very common in the conscious community. Whenever things around women's issues brought up, the focus goes to white women, and it completely ignores the many, many contributions in the work that Black women have done, but it also ignores the many projects and things Black women have been doing to not just advance the Black community, but to advance our cause, that we could also use more support from the brothers with. I don't know Cynthia G. Not really familiar. I've heard the name a few times, but I'm not really familiar.
No need.
But you know, let's be careful of pulling the sapphires and stuff like that and caricatures, because that's just not helpful for us.
No, but it's the
let me finish.
I'm sorry.
Let me finish though. So I don't do that to brothers. You know, that's part of the things that's not helpful. She could be doing some things that are really not good. I know some people are so traumatized to the point. I can't help but wonder, is that a trauma response, or is she a troll? I don't know. I'm not familiar with her work, but I really want to encourage y'all. Whenever you think of feminism, don't think of white women. Think of what Black women, and I'm gonna put these names in the chat, but these are some Black women that you can read their books, read their thoughts. Bell Hooks, Brittany Cooper, Toni Morrison, Audre Lorde, Patricia Hill Collins, and Kimberly Crenshaw, just to name a few. Black women have been speaking. Black women have a plethora of work. And it's really important that we don't get distracted by whatever the heck the white women is doing. Let's stand by our sisters and really lift up that work.
Yeah, I have a book called Of Boys and Men too, and they actually, and the people that you just named, Kimberly Shaw, so that they're actually quoting. He's actually quoting them in the text, as well as like Ta-Nehisi Coates and others who speak on some. That's what I'm saying. Like in academic studies now, they're really talking about the, and that gender role switch you're talking about, Robo. It's deeper than just. It's also dealing with the fact that on an economic level, you know, Black women are acquiring degrees at a way faster rate than Black men, and it's starting to become more a higher earner than Black men. So they've also presented that, okay, so now are Black men, right? Because if the woman is now the breadwinner, would Black men be comfortable with being stay-at-home dads in that type of gender role switch? Because in some situations, some households, they would be the breadwinner, and you feel me? So
right,
like,
I feel you.
That comes with it.
Right, that's why I started with, because yeah, to the sister, if you don't know what she says, then I don't think you can really talk about her. Like, she says everything that manifests as that caricature. Black men, such as myself, we have embodied these stereotypes that have been conditioned to make us. We embody these things, like the brute, the angry Black. I'm not moving us from that. This is something that we got to talk about, and how it affects popular culture, how we describe women. Y'all think I'm playing in the chat, and I'm like, yeah, Too Short raised me. Yeah, Snoop Dogg raised me. Come on, man. We was going to school with shirts saying bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks.
Bro,
like
you remember when you remember
so like popular culture. I'm almost done. I just wanted to lay that down. So like that's why I started with the 1700s. I'm talking about Black organizations that they made, and their original issue is with Black men who accepted the idea of gender role as the Bible says it.
Wow.
And once those arguments started taking place, they said, okay, you make your organization. And we see that from the African Union Society in 1780, and from them making their organization into them making their own school. And then we see that they begin to work together and they work through it. So if we look at that and see like this, they identified the problem. They identify, okay, you not using this type of thing right here. This ain't the way to look at this. All right, they talked about it and they say, you know what, we're gonna support each other. And that's, those organizations to me stand as the blueprint to look over all of it. But as today now, what this is the way that is, that ain't being represented, yo.
It's crazy.
That's some total what's happening now. From now, I'm not even talking about the conscious community. I'm talking about regular Black people who have all these different jobs and have these conversations that is not on your favorite Black YouTube person channel. The shit that they saying, I had to relearn almost everything. I didn't even know what pronouns was. They, them, she, her. I didn't know any of it. And I'm like, wait a minute, how is all these things intertwined in feminine? That's not feminism. I know what it is. It's Black women or standing up for the rights of women, bro. Or women, period.
And that also includes Black lesbians. Like, it's
there
like,
we go. There it is.
Or people that are trans.
Or people who are trans because they are Black women.
I'm going.
I think it's easy. Y'all are looking for distractions. You're looking for distractions that take away from major cause justice.
D-Dub, real quick. Let me jump in here real quick. And just because a woman decides to have sex with another woman doesn't mean that she's not a woman. It doesn't mean she doesn't deserve rights, as any other woman does, as any other human being does. And to think anything other than that is on the Stone Age. And I think what we fail to realize is, I talked about what the most powerful force is on Earth, right? But there's always been a certain amount of human beings on Earth, right, that have decided to have sex with the same sex. And it is what it is, right? Now, if you would ask me, am I in support of that? No, I'm not going to stand and uplift that, but I'm absolutely in support of equal rights, no matter what your sexual choice is. It's just crazy. Like, it's like when they first started talking, when AIDS had first came out, and you thought if you could get it from a toilet seat, if you touch the person, this shit is shrouded in ignorance. Most people aren't homosexual anyway, right? And it doesn't even affect the well-being of planet Earth. We act like it's an outbreak and ain't nobody. That's not even true. You know what I'm saying? CK says that shit the best on it. So we like, man, that's the farthest from our worries. Trust me with that. That's really the farthest from our worry. It's the issues, right, of Black women. D-Dub said it's the best. It's really a damn distraction. There's, in the history of mankind, you have never heard of a civilization falling because of that, only in the damn Bible. That's not, most people aren't even that. And that should never be an emphasis, right, when focusing on the rights of women. I rest
Right. So check it out. So when these conversations are being had, the sexuality is being led, or the argument is being led with the sexuality. We're not harming you. We're not this because I'm a trans, because I'm a this. That's not what Black feminism is about. So if you looking at whoever you want to look at, George Baldwin and any of these people you want to think about, that wasn't the thing. If I look at Huey P. Newton, and I like what he said in his reader, he said he doesn't understand it. He says, I probably like lesbians. This is what he said, but I don't have a problem with them, but I have a problem with the other side. Maybe I have some kind of fear of this. But at any event, if they are Black and they are all for the revolutionary cause, then we should support them. So what that means to me, the revolutionary cause is Black first. You're not leading with your sexuality. Like that's what's happening. That's how the argument is being done.
So like separate a human from their sexuality.
No, what I'm meaning is they're making that like a big that's the thing.
Black first, like you should lead with blackness. All the other things should come afterwards. You don't lead with trans first or lesbian first.
I don't care who you sleeping with. I don't care if this is the cause and this is the cause. No, that's not, as you said, distraction.
Can I interject a little bit, Rob Warren?
Yeah, speak up, Jeff.
Can y'all hear me? My mic's
yeah, just a little low. Come on.
Low.
I ain't have
Get that man volume, Tiff. You need that man volume.
I don't know why it's low. I'm okay. I guess
You got
I'm
your volume on lady. You got it on lady.
You got your volume on low, just turn it up.
Turn up the man.
Y'all, I didn't do anything different.
No, go ahead. Just a little
I'm
low.
gonna try to talk louder. Okay. So Rob Warren, I know that you're in these various spaces communicating with people. But even with that, I'm not discounting anything that you shared. Do you think that there is still enough Black women that are part of the feminist movement that are addressing, some of the fundamental aspects of it? Do you think there's that group is still viable, or are you, from your perspective, it sounds like, this other I don't know, branch, this other evolution of it is taken over, but it sounds like both may be happening at the same time. So go ahead.
All I'm saying is this: if I'm having a conversation with a person and his picture is of a man and there's a man and the voice is a man and we're cool, this is what happens, and we're cool, but we might disagree on some kind of topic, and I'll be like, yo, bro, don't call me bro. I'm like, what? Yo, my pronoun is sis. I'm a sis. I'm what? My pronoun is woman. And I'm like, hold on, bro. We ain't never had no problem before. You been in the room like I gotta call you sis? Like why you never said that before when we talking? And that's like a term of endearment. And then it happened on the other side. So I'm like, yo, hold on, bro. Like, y'all police are how we talk, bro. And then the women come. And these are all Black women. You're a homophobe. You're not respecting the pronouns. He's a 5%er. That's why. And they just start going crazy, bro. And this is what be going on. That's a distraction from a conversation that we having.
I have a question that'll help you understand.
I don't understand it. I don't want to understand. I'm good.
If we had white people on the panel with us right now and they were referring to you as the N-word, would that bother you?
Of course it's gonna bother me. Why is that?
Okay. So same thing would apply to someone that has a different gender that would prefer not to be addressed a certain way. It's that simple.
No, I feel you. But now let's say it's a person that I'm having. This is not a person. These are not people that I haven't had conversations with. Let's say it's a person like that I have conversations. You in the room, bro. We having all of these historical conversations, and you are allowed to have an input regardless of whatever the hell you're doing. And that's going on. But the moment we have a disagreement, we could have been laughing. I could have said, bro, yo, that shit is crazy what you said, bro. Or it was one dude that was going in on Top Cat because he was a real Cherokee. And I'm like, yo, bro, yeah, nothing was said. But once we have a disagreement, now you checking me with this pronoun police shit. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about a person that I don't know. And that person tells you, I want to be called this. So like Aunt could say, don't call me Aunt no more. Call me Bobby Bank. Don't call me this, call me that. Then you're going to respect it because this is a person, you know what I'm saying? Like if you just meet Aunt, be like, yo, Aunt, no, that's not my name. My name is, oh, my bad. I heard somebody call you, boom, boom, boom. No, I've been saying this to you. And when these things happen, it is the Black women who are coming with this. And this is disguised under feminism. And you say, you're not respecting the women. And I'm like, yo, I don't understand. So I had to pull back from all of that wild shit. And I said, hold on, man. Let me talk to a couple of people and let me read up on some shit and see what's really going on. So that's what you're supposed to do. You educate yourself. I never knew what these pronouns were. I'm not gonna be real with you. I didn't know what they mean, them mean, she, her. I never knew what none of that meant.
I still don't know all that.
And now I know. So now I'm understanding what this is. And I'm just saying, from the definition that you read of feminism, right? And what it is, when we're having interactions with each other, because of our conditioning, I know we don't use the caricatures, we still got that conditioning where we want to berate each other. That shit is still there, bro. And with that there, and then now you have this new evolution of different genders being made in our lifetime. Bro, they got 12 genders now, bro.
But that's
they keep
12 genders.
They keep adding on to them shits, bro.
That's been since the beginning of time, where you see some cultures talk about two spirits. And it's when you see like what's the connection, right? So the question is, why is it connected? Why do you see Black feminists also incorporating LGBTQ plus community? Well, if you have a trans person that is a trans woman, they get killed at high numbers because of the femininity, right? And so Black women are getting killed because we're women, and the folks that transition into Black women also getting killed. Okay, these are two groups who are getting killed because of their Blackness and their femaleness, right?
We need some statistics on this, sister, because we had these rooms about this, and they made the same argument you made was brought up. And when the statistics brought up, there's
Hey, Rob Bourne, you cut off, yo. You
I'm
used the
sorry.
Rob
All right,
Bourne tactic.
my bad.
Yeah, I want
go.
No, you won't, James.
Matter of fact, I'm out of here on this conversation.
No, we having a good
see y'all later.
Bro,
having a good conversation.
Having a good conversation. We having a good conversation, bro. Why niggas packing their bags? Niggas is like, yo, we having a good conversation.
Yeah, yo, they be hurt about that shit. Yo, they once again, Rob Bourne, relax, yo.
D-Dub was hitting you with some good blows. She hit you with some good blows. That D-Dub.
We appreciate you coming through, good brother.
I'm gonna listen to it. No, because Unc said I cut her off. I'm gonna let her finish. I didn't mean to cut her off, bro.
You're having a great dialogue.
I ain't mean to cut her off, bro.
I'm liking. She throws some good blows. D-Dub, get back in the ring and put them hands on.
Yeah.
Put them hands on.
I mean, I said, I said what I said. I think one of the things that the Black feminist movement is, and it's, I can't even say the Black feminist movement, because there's so much movement that Black women are doing that it's not even all, right? So I don't want to say it's everybody, but for a lot of the Black feminists, including the ones that I listed, like Audre Lorde, she's a queer woman. And so she writes from that perspective. And Ankh, you hit the nail on the head. Okay, just because someone is queer, so we just throwing them off the map? Nah, they still got should have rights. They still should be treated with dignity. And then when we look at how Black queer people are treated, again, when we talked about Black women are dealing with being woman and Black, but then you got folks who are Black and queer, they're not getting the same treatment as and the same resources as white queer folks. They are falling through the cracks at higher numbers. And when you're talking about whether they're getting killed, homelessness, getting kicked out the home, we talking about young people. And so, what the lessons that the Black feminists, and in particular the womanists, it's about how do we lift all Black boats in our community? How do we lift all Black boats in our community? If we're talking about uplifting Black women, and there's a segment of Black women who tend to end up homeless and get subpar health care because they're a lesbian, are we gonna ignore them? Nah, I have to, for me, and this is interesting, right? Because we talked about privilege tonight. Tiffany talked about privilege. She talked about Black male privilege. And when I'm dealing with my friends who are LGBTQ, I have to check myself, because I have privilege. I wasn't born that way. I identify with the gender that I was given. I don't have none of that, but I have to check my privilege and actually listen to them about how they're being treated, the injustices that they're facing, both being queer and being Black. And I learned, because I didn't know beforehand. I did not have this stance years ago when I didn't have them as friends. But then once I started to see it and I started to connect the dots, I'm like, you know what? As Black people, we are stronger when we are together. And I do believe we can lift all the boats. Like I agree with they ain't hurting nobody. They ain't hurting our reproduction. They're not. And if anything, many of them have children and are rearing the Black children that many of us left behind. So, I believe that we can lift all boats. I think we have, whether it's due to our religions and we were born into this country or what have you, but we have internalized some views about certain groups. And sometimes, as Tiffany said, we gotta check our privilege. And I'm not saying that, I believe it's dialogue, it's us getting to know each other, understanding the plight, but we can lift all boats. I don't think that the Black feminist movement should leave Black lesbians behind because they're gay, or leave Black trans women's behind.
Yeah,
we're uplifting Black women, we're uplifting all Black women.
And Robo,
Yeah, it's problematic to me because why would you put that first?
Hold on. It's not.
It's
not nobody's first. That's
You ain't got your own stuff right yet. Get that right first, and then try to.
It's not.
Well, I wouldn't do that, but get your own stuff right first.
We're stronger in numbers, sir.
We're
stronger in numbers.
But listen, hey, Robo,
the more people that are discriminated, that are standing together to fight against white supremacy, the more likely you are to get the bill that you want to get passed. As soon as you start dividing all each other, saying, you Asian folks, y'all stay over there and try to fight for your shit. You Native Americans, y'all stay over there and fight for your own shit. But guess what? If we all stand together to fight against the same people that's discriminating against us, which is mostly white men, we would be more likely to get something passed to protect us.
If Dr. John Henry Clark said you have no friends back then,
I just wanted to finish off.
Yeah, man.
Just wanted to finish what I was saying, man. Like the sister just hit it on the nose. She said that not only are they Black and they're queer, but they're not getting treated the same as a white queer. Not only do women are still have a disparity in wealth, but because you're a Black woman, you basically are that. The key word here and everything is Black first. This is the key here. This is the foundation. This is the philosophy, regardless of whatever you is. So when we have when you started out with your spirit, so there's this book that is like the Bible for this Black community that is, female husbands, boy wives, etc. Right? And they talk about these spirits and these things of that nature. And then they try to, this is what I'm having a problem with. So it's like changing history around. And they're like, well, in Africa, where we came from in West Africa, gender is fluid. And I'm like, what do you mean by that? Explain that. Well, the binary way of how we see what a woman and a man is European. This is what they're saying. And I'm like, no, you are 100% incorrect.
Well, so, I can show you.
Hold on, bro.
Hold on, but let's because y'all go.
Can I just show something real quick, bro? I'm done. I just wanted to,
you made.
I'm gonna forget my points, bro.
I'm saying, but let's have a dialogue.
All right. So what is it?
Donnie, chill, y'all. We having some.
All right. So what is it that you want to talk about?
I'll take you to the Congo, right? We just talked about the Congo.
What about
the Congo? And we would look at in Zinga's tribe of people, they had male priests who were they were called the grandmas, right? And they basically they were cross-dressers, and they some of them married women and some of them married men. So that type of fluidity does exist in African culture, bro.
Right. So now here's the problem, brother. Now, like, oh my God. So when you looking at this, and you looking at it from your 2020 vision, and you see a king wearing or a person wearing a specific dress, that doesn't mean that.
No, so I'm telling you specifically.
I am being specific with
you.
No.
Because, are you familiar with the grandma?
Wait a minute. Hold on, man. Because if you would have let me show what I was going to show, then this would have been done. So if you're talking about that, right? There are indigenous institutions made by Africans, especially in that area. One is called a Kimpasa secret society. Those societies are the societies that are responsible for adjudication, that are responsible for marriage, for the initiations that take place, that takes a boy from a boy and a woman to a woman. Now, were there homosexuals there? Yes. No one is saying that. What I'm saying to you is that listen to the argument that I just presented. They are saying that binary roles of what a woman is supposed to be and what a man is supposed to be in America was made by Europeans. You just did what they do. But wait a minute, Rob Horn. Well, Jason, what's happened? That's not my argument. So now, when I show my screen right here, I'm putting this right here. And this is what they be doing. And they start with the spirits. You even stole a rainbow from us. We want the rainbow back. Fred Hampton made the first Rainbow Coalition here in America. That was for Black people with the Young Lords and all of that. All through Wadea, the movie that everybody's a Diomi expert. Don't got no videos on Diomi, but everybody's a Diomi expert right now. The goddamn rainbow serpent is there. If you go all the way to Mesopotamia is there, and it all represents fertility and regeneration. You didn't stole the goddamn rainbow. But anyway, let's go right here. This is
We're done. We're gonna move on. Come on.
Yeah, we're done. This is real quick right here. I'm done. So this is the Liberia Secret Society. I'm just gonna scroll down here to 1.1. What is the definition and the roles of activities? The Sandy Society is for the women. How to become wives and take care of their husbands. This is independent of a European. This has nothing to do with Christianity. It's their whole entire culture, everything. How to manage their homes. How to become mothers. Correct sexual behavior, social etiquette, how to hold societal positions, right? So when they're telling me that, oh, it's gender fluid, that patriarchy, that the way that is, that's not how it was, that's the European, that's my argument. If you want to argue about homosexuals being in West Africa, by all means, go for it. If you want to put your bifocals on and find all of them, do it. But they were there. So also in certain secret societies, especially in Dahomey, you have specific things that, matter of fact, I'm gonna show it. So this is what we're gonna do. I ain't gonna play with you. I'm gonna show it. Where is it at? Here it go right here. West African secret societies. Watch this. So this is West African secret societies, the organization officials and their teachings. Let me go in here.
We gotta get it back to the subject. The women's conversation. Remember.
All right, I'm done now. All right, so if you don't want me to show it, I'm out. I'm just gonna say close, and this would be it.
Tied into the conversation. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so this is dealing with the close, right? Hold on. Let me see if I can find this real quick. I thought I underlined it. All right, let me switch it to sex. I think it'll come up this way. I'll find it right now. Concerned with songs of sexual matters, desire sex birth cases known where adults, both sexes, the branch, adults in membership of both sex officials, both sexes as in the membership, amidst girls at puberty, case on girls and pertain to sexual desire, sexes. Damn, man. I gotta pull up my book. I left it in my job. But in any event, it shows you where they have a ritual where, now I want you to pay attention to what I'm telling you. They have a ritual in one of their initiations where the women pretend to be men and the men pretend to be women and they switch clothes. If an observer. So now
that's the Wadabi, correct?
No, this is another one. I can't remember it in my mind. I wish I didn't leave the book in my job because I took it there. So the actual physical book, because I have that shit underlined in there. I'm trying to figure out where is here it is. So this is the Diaba Akias. Let's turn this sideways. So this is an initiation. He said the opposite sex may be counterfeited in dress, as when Mamungo women appear in borrowed male attire and Okungulu men walk aboard in the garments of their wives and sisters. The Mosowabi women wear trousers. This disguise and survival of the ritual of the fertility coach reminds one of the exchange of garments in the Phoenician worship of Astarte. So now, depending on what colonial source you're looking at, and they describe this, and you reading that, you might be like, yeah, they're doing that. Okay, but in this case, we have these things happening. We have those genders, as you say, switch during masking ceremonies and things of that nature, right? I haven't yet to find a god that represents that lifestyle in West Africa. I haven't found it.
Yeah, I have not found it. I wasn't talking about.
All right, I'm done now. Told me to so I hope I tied it into it.
Yeah, but I wasn't talking about a masking switching sermon. That's why I was trying to stop you start so we can actually build on
Yeah,
it.
you said wow, so then you're gonna have to pull
No,
a
no,
source
no.
up,
I did
son.
not.
Just pull a source
I
up,
gave
bro.
you. I told you
No,
the.
no,
I just gonna
no,
tell you.
brother. Pull it up.
Never mind.
Do what I'm doing. I'm not listening.
I'm not gonna. I'm gonna tell you, bro. Like I don't have to source it. Just look it
I
up.
don't. So
Talk
we
about it
gonna have
another
to
time.
move on, bro.
We can look it up another time. But I specifically talked about the Congo. I talked about Nzinga. I talk about the priest called the grandma.
What's the name of the cult? What's the name of our indigenous cult, brother?
It's Nzinga's cult. I think it's the Ndongo. The Ndongo.
Okay, so the Ndongo is the name of the cult. You sure of that?
That's the name of her tribe, the Ndongo.
No, now you said tribe. I said her ritual cult that she's
So wait
a
a
part
minute,
of.
what are we talking about now?
Before Nzinga is a Christian, before she turns Christian, what is this cult you're talking about so we can look it up? Come on, man. You can't just be saying shit to me, bro.
I think you know what's deep. Hold on for a minute.
My bad.
Hold on. You know what's deep? This actually ties into the whole conversation. So why would it be a need for a woman in Africa that supposedly had equal rights to have to even dress like a man and have quote unquote her concubine dress like women? There's a very, very interesting dynamic going on right here. The same with Hatshepsut. Why would she have to dress like a man to be the pharaoh? Why the need for the movie The Woman King? Right? And so it kind of fits into the whole dynamic. So there were actually institutions in Africa that just would not allow women to hold certain offices. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not familiar with the homosexual part, Sosa. We had to revisit that. I'm just saying, no, I've read it, and they disputed, and it's. No, I'm saying I've read that.
Who disputed it?
Huh?
Who disputed it?
No, I'm saying we had a conversation on that. Remember?
They didn't dispute that. That wasn't disputed. The role.
Yeah, they was kind. I'm talking about from the Nzinga. They was trying to say
I'm not talking about. See, that's what I'm saying. Y'all keep confused. I'm not talking
so I thought
about
you was talking about.
I'm talking about the priest, the spiritual priest that they call the grandma.
Okay, but you do know what I'm talking about.
In
though.
the
So the
book.
part I'm talking about ties into the whole conversation.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, you talk about the Queen Hatshepsut dress over like Queen Nzinga did. I'm not.
Yeah, and I'm saying the
I'm
Nzinga
not
had to
fighting
dress
that.
like that too.
I agree with that.
Okay, all right.
So can it be safe to say that all of these things existed in some type of form in Africa?
Of course it did, man.
Prior to the European, right?
Humans do the same shit, bro.
It's a different context.
We always say
that.
And there has to be the context, and that's what I'm here to provide the context. So
Context
what I know so far,
the context is the same. Now it may be different now when you get the modern time. Of course, shit ain't gonna be exactly the same in 2022 as it was a goddamn 2022 BC. Yeah, but all the shit is the same. The same shit we find in Native American culture, bro. Humans do the same shit. We say it all the time, bro.
All right. So that was all my argument was. And I find it crazy that Black women are graduating from college with the same degree and they tried to play the game, but what are they going to college for? No, nigga, we got the statistics. They went to the school for the same shit and they making 30,000 less than the goddamn white. Right? So like, bro, this is a big problem. This is the majority of the population, bro. This is what we talking about. So if it is, I'm on it like Huey P. Newton. If you're on it for the revolutionary cause, for the upliftment and freedom of Black people, then we unite with all movements and keep pushing, bro. If you do not have that, and what I'm witnessing from what I'm seeing with this whole kind of switcheroo and want to deal with the distraction and causing these gender things and all this crazy shit, I don't know, bro. Like it's kind of crazy.
Hey, Rob Bourne, you know what's deep? You know what's deep? Being a human on planet Earth is like being in a tub with holes in it. If you don't address it, it's going to come out on the other end. So if you start to segregate people, it'll bleed into some other type of segregation. If you try to squeeze too tight and hold on, it's going to do something else. It's like when the priests do too much and take a vow of celibacy, the shit comes out in dysfunction. So to hold on to antiquated ideas, bro, like I get exactly what you're saying. Like I've come from the same school you come from, right? But since my masculinity, you know what I'm saying, is not harmed by at least understanding the situations and then understand the need for just Black people, no matter what their gender is, to band together, right, for the rights of women, right? It's like D-Dub say, yo, at a certain point though, Raw Born, it actually becomes a distraction. Let a person live, you know what I'm saying? Let them have that if they're fighting for the rights of women. I ain't gonna stand up here and worry about if you really a woman, what's the gender. And by the way, if we get into science, right, I'll tell you that the line between what is considered to be feminine and masculine, and y'all will be surprised to hear this, ain't as clear as y'all think it is. This shit is really cultural, which really feeds into the whole thing that the man made the rules on what's feminine and what's masculine, right? Which puts women at a total disadvantage. So if you're a woman, right, and your voice just so happens to be a little more deeper, you want to be classified. They want to classify her. A woman that likes to play football or do this, you want to classify her. Sometimes it's not feminine. All these things is a very, very, very complicated thing. And I'm telling you, bro, let's just support the women and let that one go. I swear, dog, it ain't as clear as we want to make it, bro. I done tried. You can't draw the straight line, yo. That's
I'm supporting the Black woman, bro. Period.
Yeah.
but you just said that, and then you put yourself in the bag because now I ask you, was a woman? Now you in trouble today.
I'm not in trouble. No,
so
because
what is a woman?
What is a
based
woman?
off of cultural way. Listen, hold on. Actually, a woman and a man is classified based off of culture, bro.
What?
And then I said femininity and masculinity, right, is based off of maybe you getting more hormones or not or whatever, and how the culture, it always boils down to the culture. And I said, yo, in science, there is no clear-cut line, I lie to you not, yo, besides genitals, right, of what's really masculine and what's feminine. Yo, like, I ain't making this up, dog. I'm telling you, like, you're not gonna be able to say, that's this and this is that. So suppose you got a man that's a little bit smaller, yo, and voice ain't deep as me and yours. You know what I'm saying? Is he still masculine? In this country, a man has a voice like this and talks like this. You know what I'm saying? But in reality, and on the ground, see, there's a cultural standard, right? And then on the ground, it don't fit into that box we all want to put it in. That's all I'm saying, bro.
So don't front when you hear my voice. It's a man's voice you hear, you know?
James is crazy.
That's all.
Anyway, man, listen.
Where's Miss Tiffany at? Is she still here?
Miss Tiffany, she might have been rolled
Can y'all hear
out.
me?
Yeah, we want you.
Yeah, you wanna
I
close
want you to
something?
get it in, Miss Tiffany.
No, I'm sleepy. It's my bed.
Can I ask Miss Tiffany a question, please?
All right, so please hold on 1 second. Let me Robert wanted me to chime in. I just, I haven't seen the stuff that you've seen.
Using that other hand grinder is just
Somebody sound is on.
What is that?
Somebody gotta go on mute, man. Somebody.
Yes, we do.
I haven't seen the stuff that you're talking about. I know that it does exist, and I think that shouldn't take away from what we were talking about. Hey, mute.
Yo, how come when the women start talking, y'all start doing that shit, bro?
No. I went on mute. My apologies.
All right, hold on 1 second. So what we were saying,
Robert, I ain't got that book. I'm trying to find that book. I'm trying to get the name of that damn that priest.
Let me hear Miss Tiffany say, please.
They talk about on damn masculine ceremony.
Hey, can y'all hear? Hold on, y'all got mute out. Tiffany is talking.
Okay, so what we were saying earlier, Robert, about the conversation, like we really focused the conversation around Black women. We didn't step into any other space outside of that. So some people came on and tried to center white women, and some folks came on and tried to center Black men, and then you coming in and centering the queer community because of what's going. Come on, Stu Peas. Come on now.
No, that's not me. That's not me. That's not me.
Yo, who's doing that, bro? Come on, man. Y'all violating, bro.
No, it's not me. I don't have anything on.
Okay, okay.
Yo, your name came up, yo.
All right, so we just want, and I feel you, but we are just trying to center the conversation around the issues and concerns of Black women, and then how our brothers, can be our allies and kind of continue to help us with really the fundamental aspects of what the feminist movement is, and specifically what it means to us as Black women. So I just want you to know that's been our focus. So, we appreciate you sharing the experience that's going on out there, and I guess in a greater space. I mean, I guess we would really have to, see numbers to see how many people that's taking on the new evolutionized way of feminism. But that's what we were talking about in this conversation.
All right. Nah, and I think I hit more.
Can I ask a question?
No, Sweet Pea, hold on, man. Let her finish.
Not that lesbian women aren't women. I'm not saying that either, but I think that we're just focusing on, we just focus the conversation on black women. We didn't deep dive into some of the stuff that you are experiencing.
Right. That's why I tried this. That's why I did start it out the way I did. I said, here's the Black women, here's this, here's the foundation, this is what this is. And then I tried to and I led it to that. And I guess that got everything going. But I get it. I'm all for it, man.
Okay, well,
thank you, Miss Tiffany. And I don't want to center it around that. I will not say another peep about any of that shit for the rest of the night.
Thank you.
Miss Tiffany.
Hold on, Stu Peas. Hold on, Stu Peas.
It's a simple question, Uncle. It's not controversial. It's a simple question. And it's a woman need to answer it, especially a Black feminist. Since night I've heard you all talking about feminism. Can you help me to understand the difference between Black feminism and feminism? That's all I'm asking. I'm asking from a woman point of view.
Yeah, I'm not.
I wouldn't even answer that. At this point, you need to pull that supercomputer up in your hand and read an academic definition for yourself at this point.
Wouldn't it just be feminism just pertain to a specific group? Like if it's Black feminism, then you would have to be that as feminism applies to that specific group.
Come on,
I mean, like everybody.
I asked this from the get-go. It is not as simplistic as that, Sosa.
I'm saying,
it's actually a definition.
Do Black women experience different things in their feminist struggle than white women, or they all experience the exact same shit?
2 P's though. Not the educate. Go 2 P's.
It's a different plight altogether.
I don't understand it.
That's why they should subscribe to
it. The word
it.
feminism is thrown about. I thought that feminism was to access equality.
No, the gentleman put up the definition, and it's clear.
There you go. We're gonna do this again for all the Black men.
For the niggas
I think it's real though, because we kind of never really wanted to. We never looked it up. You got to be real, man.
Yeah.
Like until we had these comments, we all right, feminism. It
got something to do with women.
We never
here we go again.
went into that shit.
Watch this. Feminism is a range of social political movements, a range. So you can have Black women, Chinese women, a range, right? Women is homosexual, whatever you want. It's a social political movement and ideologies that aim. This is the aim now, important, to define and establish the political, economic, and personal social equality of the sexes. Feminism incorporates a position that society has prioritized the male point of view, right? And that the women are treated unjustly, like can't get a credit card till 1974, or a bank account in 1960, or a man, just because he's married to you, classified and raped in all 50 states in 1990 something. Unjustly in these societies. efforts to change this include fighting against gender stereotypes, man, and establishing educational, professional, and interpersonal opportunities and outcomes for women that are equal to those of men. That's it.
I need someone to explain to me how what just read, how is that destroying the Black family? How is that destroying the Black man? How?
Tell them stupid.
Yeah, it ain't got nothing to do with that. We all came into
The woman get
no,
one right. Y'all feel like we just murdering all of y'all or some crazy.
That wasn't the question.
Tell them stupids.
That's like nowhere close
Hey,
to the
stupids, last week I was in the car with you till I read it, stupids. I swear, dog, I ain't making this up, yo. You know,
I wasn't there last week.
And the generals would be like, we all remember when women weren't allowed in the military, bro. Like we like that.
Yeah, we had like
that wasn't a woman, like that wasn't a woman thing. Like, what do you mean? You know what I'm saying? Like this is in our lifetime, bro. We don't even gotta go back to QEP Duke, Marcus Garvey and shit, nigga. We can deal with our time. You know what I mean? In our lifetime, bro, we've seen a shift.
Right.
Yeah, but go ahead, stupids.
No.
Social issues are progressive. It moves forward.
I was never rebutting. My thing was basically educational to get knowledge. And you gave me a definition.
Hey,
That's
how come in the chat the
let me
conversation
finish,
seems way a little more violent, aggressive?
No.
Now let's get on the panel.
Please,
it's like,
please.
Yeah, I was doing wondering about the definition.
Please. Let me just say what I said.
Are you instigating?
I'm not instigating.
No.
You're talking to me. Go ahead, stupid.
Your buddy Sosa.
Go ahead, stupid.
Hold on. Honestly, I try to differentiate through Black women eyes. What's the difference between Black feminism and feminism? Feminism, as I learned, because
you said it in the name, the Black part, the race part, sir. You said it in the name. It's that simple.
We don't have to get that aggressive.
Without even having to use a supercomputer in your hand, is that simple.
Look how calm I am.
It's in the presentation that we gave earlier. If you rewind all the way to the beginning with the purple presentation, we go into in depth the issues that Black women advocate for.
No, that's really not the question he want to ask y'all. He's about to ask you now.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Stop playing, Steve. Go ahead.
I'm not. I want to know the difference because I wanted to. I said there's no difference. Unc said there's no difference. Feminism is basically a range. It's an arena where women can exercise their right to social and political equality and economical equality. Social, political, and economical equality. I just paraphrase the definition.
And then you got people that's extreme. And my man in the chat, Jed, hit the damn link.
I know Ed Coleman. I know Ed Coleman, Fred. Ed Coleman hit the chat. Hit the link.
Got to hear the religious stuff from him.
That's it. Stuffies, that's it.
No, that's it. That's it.
That's it. All that in the chat, Stuffies. All you need was the definition of feminism.
If you go back in the chat and read what I said.
Google that.
In the chat, I had a problem with the whole
the definition
abuse situation.
No.
With the abuse
situation. Stupid, don't feel bad. Stupid.
I had a problem with that.
Don't feel bad, bro.
I had a problem with what Black men privilege.
No,
because the term Black men privilege was thrown about a lot. I asked in the chat, what Black men privilege are we talking about? Is Black feminism seeking to get the same privilege that Black men have?
So you make the distinction that there's a difference.
No. I'm just asking, is Black feminism
do you acknowledge that there's a different level of privilege that Black men have?
I know. I asked what I did.
Oh, you
don't men as men, right? Men have certain privileges, right? But you would agree that white men, right, have different.
No. List them in so just don't say men have certain privilege. Tell me the privilege that you say men have.
Do we live in a male-dominated society?
No. Tell me the privilege that men have.
Stupid. God
no,
is a man, yo.
you're not sliding that way. Your tongue not sliding that way.
before I
Tell me the
define that, Stu
privilege that
Peas,
black men have.
so let me
Tell me the
Men have a
hold on.
privilege
portion.
You went
black
from
men
men,
have
you
in
went
this
from
society.
men to black men. I want to stay at men.
No.
So are
Because
you? So
talking
listen,
about
Stu Peas, I just want to ask.
this talk today was
Just slow
primarily
down,
about black
slow
men.
down, bro. Slow down. Let me ask a question.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying that in America, women and men are treated equally?
I did not say that. All I
Okay, so let me.
asked is the
Okay, hold on.
privilege
Okay,
that black
okay,
men have.
good. So what differences do men have than women?
No. That's not the question. The question is, what are the privileges that black men have superior to black?
I said that I said men.
Guess what? If it's a privilege that men have, it
then
extends
we-
to black men as
men
well.
become-
But
Oh my
but you're
God.
saying the word privilege is being thrown about, and nobody has yet identified.
Use the
Men
supercomputer in
build
your
the
hand.
world
Type
women
in the
live
search
in.
bar.
Period.
What are
No.
male privileges? Actually,
Black men
I got you. I got a source. I got
the world that
one.
we live in.
We have sources.
Is that what we're saying in this room?
I
We
got
have
you.
Black men
sources
rule the
right
world
now.
that
Give
we
me
live in.
3 seconds, my dude. Give me 3 seconds.
I got a question for Stu P. You are from Jamaica, right? Right? Stu P? Jamaican, right?
But that we're not going that way. We just want
No,
shit.
that was thrown about.
finish.
That
Cook
was
'em,
There you
Tiffany.
go.
Cook 'em,
and no
Tiffany.
answer was given to it.
What is male privilege?
Shall we read from this?
She about to cook you. She about to cook you.
No.
Ever.
Hold on. Tell me the privilege that black men have.
He already.
Shall I
No, let
read
me
this?
ask you a question. Have you ever told a female, I as a man, what you're talking about? I as a man, women don't do what men do. Have you ever uttered that?
That's not the question. The question is, can you list the
I got it right on the screen.
Okay. I can't answer the screen because I'm on the phone.
So you're gonna.
Do you want me to read it to you, sir?
Please. Black men privilege.
This is from
Black men have in the
study.com.
United States over men, over black women.
I will drop this link in the chat as soon as I'm done. What?
Yeah, but this don't have black in front of it.
Not male privilege, black male privilege.
But if
So
you
go ahead, start on it.
Guess what? Whatever privileges a man
you're
has,
a
it extends to
man,
black men.
No, it don't.
That's not
Hey,
true.
we black men, so
Rob,
we
you
can
agree
speak
with
to
that? What
black
you're
men.
saying?
Okay, well,
that's why
whenever
the
you can
point is
prove that shit
there-
with a source,
there's-
I'm gonna keep reading.
There's
son.
certain
All right,
things.
read.
The definition of male privilege, as you can see, it doesn't say white male privilege. It says male privilege.
This is
Okay.
crazy.
Is the idea that men have certain rights and privileges given to them based on their sex alone. These privileges are typically bestowed to men that align with societal views of masculinity. These benefits are seen most in politics, society, and the workplace. Throughout history, women have felt that they were overshadowed and second to men, even though they were just as capable, talented, and qualified. Male privilege has existed for centuries, but it was given a name in 1988 when Peggy McIntosh, who is studying women's studies at Wesley, is that Wesley or Leslie College, addressed it in a paper. She asked important and often uncomfortable questions that forced people to face their privilege in the way that it impacts society. So I don't know if you want me to keep going.
Right. No. List the privilege. No privilege was just listed a while ago. You read something.
Well, I'm scrolling down to the actual example.
No privilege was listed. List the privileges, please. That's
I'm
all I've been
on.
asking for.
I'm right here, sir. Male privilege examples for my good brother Stu Peas.
Yes.
Male privilege extends into all aspects of life. It can be seen in the career world as men are looked at with authority over women in day-to-day life and situations where men are given more respect and opportunity than women. Some examples of male privilege are: there is a stark difference between how males and female employees are treated in the workplace. Female leaders are said to be bossy and rude when they demand respect from their employees, while male leaders are expected to command respect. The double standard that is set is very unfair. For example, male professors are usually looked at as more knowledgeable and more qualified than their women counterparts. Women professors are looked at as lost my train of thought. Women professors are looked at as more nurturing and gentle. Women professors are expected to be more lenient and understanding than males in the same position. Caring for children. Women are expected to care for children.
Wait, stop.
Employers.
Wait, stop. Because
I thought you wanted
no,
examples, sir, because I can keep going.
Let's look at that one example.
That was just
Let's look
one
at them.
example. I thought you wanted a lot.
Let's look at them together. Let's look at them together.
You sure you don't need no more examples?
So as you list them, or you want me to debunk them on a whole? Or you want me to debunk them?
That's what I'm saying.
Well, like, this is an
Because
hold on. That's what I'm saying. Like, we don't even have
black man privilege.
That's what I'm saying. Let's not even do that, stupid.
No. Let's do it. No.
Listen to what I'm saying before you get hyped up.
The original one to talk about.
Listen to what I'm saying before you get hyped up.
No, I'm not hyped.
But these things
Are you
actually
saying?
do take
Listen,
place.
hold on.
I am saying that the black man. Because we're talking about black people.
We're talking about men now. We're not.
No.
This is
The
what you
original
asked for.
argument that it started when this lady put place all the thing up and talking about feminism. It
I
was
can
about
find a
black
better source if you
feminism
like.
as towards black female feminism as towards black men. And I'm asking,
so this isn't about the
what
male
are the
privilege, what you
privileges
asked-
that
what you
black
asked
men
for?
have over?
Why are you centering yourself?
Over. No. We're not censoring it. We have to be specific with the argument because it was skewed tonight and I listened to
black
it.
men.
I was asked to show the fact of no, what privileges black men have in America.
You're being disingenuous.
Over
You're being disingenuous because
I
you
think
said-
that this article is going to dagger you a little bit, and I think that's why you stopped me.
What he asked for at first was, he said that I asked you specifically, do males have any privileges over women?
No.
You said listen.
I'm talking about the black men from day one.
I already said
you must have
Stupid,
listened
that
wrong.
if we can
I was
show,
talking about black
if
men.
you can show
This
that
article
males have
doesn't say
privileges,
white
bro,
males
and
or
black
black
men
males,
are
it just says
males,
males.
then it's gonna
Because
be
this
overlap,
article
bro.
does not refer to black males.
Right.
We have
See, but y'all, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't understand what's going on here.
Okay, so
Okay, then why isn't it saying white males then?
Okay,
But, I mean,
check it out.
Y'all don't have to be like that to understand that this article is not based on anything that's dealing with us in particular. That's why when y'all bring up feminism, why we just can't use the black movement and y'all encompass that off into our
y'all
own
saying
movement.
that these
When y'all
things
start,
don't
hold up,
happen?
listen to what I'm saying. When y'all start talking about
I didn't even
feminism,
finish giving all the examples.
Y'all separating
continue
yourself
giving
from
the
the black
examples.
struggle. Like if we just use all,
Actually, James, we didn't. If you listen to my presentation,
I'm talking about what's going
I
on
literally
now.
talked
I'm talking about what's
black
going on right now.
We're doing this now
I
because of
talked about
Stu
what
P,
was
sir. You
going
can
on
blame
right
him.
now. And I have a list of black male privilege if we want to pull that up.
Okay, go ahead with the black male.
Now pull that up. I want to see that.
Saying,
I want to see that.
hold on,
Pull the
before
black
we-
male
Hold
privilege
on,
up.
Stupid. Hold on, y'all going crazy. Look, Stupid, this is the privilege. We ain't going through this no more. Just rewind the button. If you want to know the privilege, here's the privilege. You see right here, your black boy or a male can walk around and won't be kidnapped or vanished. Now you can play with the police and say, well, they get more than the police. But here's 2021, this NPR, tens of thousands of black women vanish each year. Tens of thousands. This shit ain't talking about 100. This ain't talking about 15. Why are they snatching up these black women? I don't know who's doing it. I don't know. We don't know what's going on, son.
Possibly the sex trade in Atlanta. They got like a big.
I don't know about no sex trade.
No, I'm
I
just
don't
telling you,
know.
like, oh, just let me say this.
I heard
let me
something
say this.
about.
Let me say this
Go
before you
ahead.
go. In Atlanta, they got like they have a big watch and a big like shit for like at the airport, shit, bro. Like warning people, like trying to look out for that same situation for people snatching young black girls, bro. You know what I'm saying? And for possibly being put into the sex slave trade. And that's why they've been busting up a lot of, you see them busting up a lot of slave rings, bro.
Yo, bro.
Got many cases. Bro.
Yo, my nigga, we got a lot of problems, bro. And for me,
Robert,
yeah, go ahead,
Robert,
bro. That's just one example. Bro.
Robert,
They gonna
what
do
you're
it.
saying is that
Ms.
black
Dub is
men
gonna
have
give
a
it to you.
privilege, have a sense of more security.
Yes,
within their
sir.
society.
Yes, because of you're a male. Not only because
Because
you're
if you're a
black,
male,
but
you're
because we're
unlike
more we're more aggressive.
you're unlikely to be a part of the kidnapping trade. We don't know what these women are being kidnapped from. So
Those are little girls, bro.
Okay, give me another one. Because
I'm gonna let her do it.
That.
I'm gonna let
Give
them
me
do it
another
to
one.
you. They're gonna beat you up, Saya. They're
Sister,
gonna
you got
beat you
that
up.
checklist because apparently study.com is just not good enough.
No, because study.com is not to our culture.
But he's already admitted that males have privileges. He just
No.
Yeah,
I'm not
like,
talking about male privilege.
guess what? That
I'm talking
article
about
didn't say
black
white
male
men.
privilege.
It just says men.
Because it was direct.
So why don't we just use CKUs and make the person black and make the women
No,
black and
because
see
that
if the
study was
rule
not written first.
still
Because,
apply.
all right, if you make the person black,
She got a link. Let her pull up the
black,
link. The black
the black
male
person,
So here
the
it
black
is.
You're trying to
population
dismiss the article without even hearing it, let alone proving it
let her
wrong.
pull it up.
I'm dropping the link because you know what? It's a certain energy in this room is to literally disprove everything that we are trying to present. And
I'm
like
not disproving it.
that's not cool because people have showed up. One, just the presentation that we did that the majority of folks didn't watch, but come up in this room. We have been listing receipts and folks don't want to listen. So what I'm gonna do, I'm dropping the link in the chat because I gotta go to work tomorrow. I'm dropping the link in the chat.
That
and y'all can pull it up
specific to black
and you
men.
can read
I
through
asked
it
for black
and
men,
have some
and nobody
intros.
giving the black men privilege.
This link I
giving the
gave
male
you
privilege.
is your answer. The link I gave you is the answer. And as a matter of fact, the
link is specific to the black male privilege?
in the chat. It's in the chat. Look in the Zoom chat.
She put it in the chat, in the back chat.
And it's on go to page 3 is when it starts. And it's a long list. Go through all the pages and read it. But the first one, which actually came up, one, I don't have to choose my race over my sex in political matters. And that is the notion of black first. When we say black first, that means black women and anyone who is not a black male, whatever other identities they have, it has to go on the back burner. So, but y'all go through the rest of this list and read through it and reflect.
True. When I
gotta go to work tomorrow.
American history textbook, I learned mainly about black men.
Yo, peace out, Dub. Thanks for putting.
When I learn about
hold on, man. Yo, Sire, hold on, Sire. The woman did a presentation. We never see you do no presentation. Hold on, man.
Just chill for a second.
Come on, man. I want to big her up, bro.
I want people need to really read this.
We're gonna put the link up. We're gonna put it up.
There's no privilege here. Stop
it, man. Brother. Okay, we're gonna put the link. We're gonna put the link up. I just want to shout out anybody.
This whole night has been an example of male privilege.
Anyone who does a presentation, I gotta big them up. I don't know that sister. Big up for putting that together. Big up to CK. Big up to Miss Tiffany. Like anybody who does that takes the time out of their fucking day of working and does that shit. Cause I know what it's like, nigga. You gotta big them up. Until I see you do a presentation, stupid, man, I want to hear nothing from your side. I mean, I hear nothing.
Yeah, we appreciate
now I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you.
Show me the black male privilege in this society.
The black male privilege.
This is standing strong. Show me the black male privilege in this
society. So you're saying that there's no overlap because we're men?
No, I'm not saying that.
If you're not saying that, then that's a crazy question.
I am saying.
First, you need to prove. You're trying to basically make a claim without even making the damn claim. You need to prove that this male privilege that we're talking about, that black men don't benefit from it.
The presenter made an argument that we're talking about black feminism, black feminists.
Like the whole thing that we've been talking about tonight hasn't even been about men. Like it's crazy. Y'all get so triggered and make it about you or make it about the snow bunnies. God damn it.
Feminism is about equality to somebody. It is not about. That is what feminism is about. So feminism cannot exist without men in the conversation.
But there's a difference, and you have to. But
feminism cannot exist
if you're dealing with feminism, right, and you have white women who have feminist movement, and you have black women who have a feminist movement, but they're both feminists, but hold on, let me explain, bro. Before you interrupt, if you let me explain, you argue before you even make my point. What I'm saying is that you have two movements, both of them are feminists, but within black females, they suffer a high infant mortality rate that is specific to black women. So that would be in the black feminist movement, but not in the white feminist movement. Therefore, you would have a need for a black feminist because yes, there's overlap in feminism, but there are going to be specific things for African-American women, bro, period.
Shit. Straight like that, John DeMarco.
Stupid.
What you're saying.
Stupid. You gotta swing back, Sire. You gotta swing back.
It's a whataboutism argument because honestly, I have not heard the privilege. I've just read it, and it is saying that black women in history are not talked about as much as black men. It is read what was put a while ago on page 4.
Stupides.
No.
Okay, so let me answer your
But
question.
my argument is that
So
this whole black
I
feminism.
heard your argument. Are you gonna let me
You
respond
don't
to
hear
your
my
argument? Or are you gonna keep arguing? You said I
You
want to deal with the
never hear
point
my
that you
argument.
just made. The point that you just made, you said that black women, right, weren't identified as readily as black men, right?
No, that's the point that they made.
Of course. So when we look at our history in African American and Black History Month, oftentimes the people that were being held were predominantly males, bro. We get your Martin Luther King, we get your Malcolm X. Like later on, we start getting more female representation, but the female representation are way smaller than the male representation, bro.
Well, could that, hold up. Could that, let me ask something. Could that be
the lady who sit on the bus who didn't get up? The name is.
I'm not saying that there were. I'm not saying that there were no.
Listen what I'm
nobody's
saying.
saying that there were no females. That they didn't talk about Harriet Tubman, bro. What we're saying is that there were a lot of black sisters that did not get the recognition because the emphasis was on males, bro.
But that's America.
And I agree, bro.
So how do we get blamed for that?
They're not blamed. We're not. The whole thing is that they did not blame black men. They're saying like, yo, as black men and as African American.
Did you read the list or was this presented? Because if I'm reading this list right here, I'm with Stupid, this don't really have nothing to do with us per se. We didn't do
But
it.
if you listen, that's what I'm saying. You did not. You did not hear the presentation. And the final question.
No, we just talking about. Hold up. So we just talking about right now. What we talking about?
That's what I'm saying. In the presentation, it's talking about what you are saying right now. And the question that she asked is, as black men, what are some of the things that we can do to help black women, bro? So it wasn't about
that wasn't the presentation either. That wasn't the presentation. So stop it. So stop it.
All right, bro.
That wasn't the presentation.
I'm gonna just let.
So you're making stuff up now. Go back and listen to the presentation.
Look, Stupides, I don't want to just tell us what the presentation was about. But lay it out.
No. I don't have to tell you. You said you were listening.
No. I'm making it up. So you explain it to me.
From the privilege about the presentation. What privilege does black men have in the American society, in the Western society, that black women don't have? What greater privilege black men have over black women? Because the black feminist movement actually is separating the black men from the black women as two separate entities.
I agree.
Who don't understand each other plight.
That's your opinion, bro.
No, I agree with him. That's what I'm saying.
That's your opinion, because I know prior to the show, a lot of niggas, a lot of African American men, a lot of African American
when
a black woman tell you that she's a feminist, and
I have an article from black women in Africa and their feminist movement too.
I'm gonna go for another few minutes. Go ahead, Ms. Tiff, because I'm gonna go for another few minutes. I can't do it. Go ahead, Ms.
So first of all, Supi, this is just not fair. You coming on here with all this contention. When we did our presentation, we weren't arguing, we weren't angry. We were just sharing information. Let me finish. Let me finish, Stupies. Stop. Don't interrupt. Stupies, stop. Stupies, please. We didn't do none of that. And at the end of the day, it's 1 o'clock in the morning, and you are here making this all about you. I'm not finished. You're making it all about you. You know, it sounds like you're guilty of something, really. The way you're carrying on right now, after the wonderful presentation that we shared, it's just like you're shitting all over everything we just did. Like nothing we said made any sense to you. You're dismissing the entire presentation. This is what we're talking about. All we ask is that our brothers be our allies. And now you're saying, feminism. Oh, they want equal rights. To what? And then you just gotta put yourself in the equation. All we're asking is that you be our allies in making sure that our needs in society are also met just the same way yours are. There is a pecking order in America. I know you're not from here, but this exists all over the world. But in America, there's a pecking order. It's white men, white women, black men, black woman. So, Stupies, this is really not the time to like dump on everything we just presented. It's just not, it's not cool. And to tell Sosa, he was here with us from the gate. And so to tell him that he didn't hear or experience what he experienced, that's crazy, Stupies. So that's all I have to say. Like you're really out of order right now.
I apologize if that period that I'm out of order. That's my sincerest apology. I was not arguing. What I was doing, I was challenging the presentation. The presentation, I'm not ignoring that the presentation was not good presentation.
Kiss the ring. Kiss the ring.
Please let me finish. Please let me finish. It was a good presentation. But I wanted to know, when we're talking about, because the word Black feminism was used in the presentation, so I asked for a distinction between both levels of feminism. That's the first thing for clarification purpose. And then I asked also, what power, what privilege or power does a Black man have in the society? Rawborn said the privilege and power that a Black man have is that he's not being kidnapped at the rate of the Black woman. I did not understand that that's a privilege and power, but I'll run with it. I asked to list some of the privileges and power that the Black men have in the American society, in the society in the West, over his Black woman, right? I was given that list. I looked at it. I didn't say anything much. I also asked, I also said, I didn't get to ask the third question. How is the Black man subjugating the Black woman in the American society?
All right. So
ask that question, and for that, I would leave it, and I apologize if I appear to have challenged or appear to have recorded.
Stupies, do you have a cell phone?
I want to give him another example, CK. So people who have privilege don't realize they have privilege. It is just something simple as there's something called pretty privilege. Beautiful women go their whole life getting things handed to them, really, Stupies, right? They never have to pay for dinners. They go out to the club. All the men are trying to buy them drinks. They don't know a world where that doesn't happen. So when they talk to women that men don't be buying them drinks, men are waiting on them to pick up the check at the end of the night, these pretty women that have this privilege, they can't relate to that because that's not their world. So the only way they get to experience what the other women are talking about, they have to actually listen and say, wow. And they have to empathize with them because they don't know that. So you are coming into a world where it's male dominated, where God is a man and all of that. And these things are embedded in our psyche. So that's why I asked you earlier, have you ever told a woman, you can't do that? Use a woman. That's not for you. I, as a man, I can do what I want. Da, 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 da. You know, I don't have to answer to you. I, as a man, have you that's privilege. The fact that women have to be mindful of when they go out at certain times of night because they're more likely to, get accosted.
By men.
You don't see by men. That's privilege. So you don't have to worry about going out of the house and I'm gonna go so I gotta make a store run real quick, no matter what, what time of the night it is. Most women can't do that. We stay our ass in the house because we have to think about our safety as soon as we leave out the door because of what could happen to us from men. Stupids, that's privilege.
But what's crazy about what you're saying, sis, is we have to do the same thing.
But
maybe you got to understand that.
But you do. But you do.
Need a house.
Oh Lord.
We have to.
Right, because of other black men, right?
Because of other black men.
So if you got it bad, how do you think we got it?
No.
If you got it bad, you think you got it bad as us?
You use an example, and it was easily overthrown a while ago. I know you're using the argument that I have it more bad than the black man.
Oh,
you realize the
gosh.
argument that
I'm using it because he did it. Did you not hear him do it?
No, he
said
showed you
me
that.
too.
No. What I'm
He
saying
said
is,
us
I went out
too.
one night. I went
we
out one
also
night and
have
got
that same
shot.
issue.
You know what I'm saying? So this
So
is
are
the
you,
actual something that
but you
happened to me.
said it, and so when I rebutted it,
Did you get
I'm the problem.
or did
No,
you?
I went out one night and got
Did you
shot.
did you
right?
get shoot
So,
by? Did you get shoot by a woman or did you get shoot by a man?
I got shot by a man.
Okay.
All right.
Right,
What
it was a
about
black-
rape?
another
Do you
black
have
man.
to worry about getting raped when you leave your house?
No,
Oh, okay.
but
Okay.
that's a different.
What about
that's a gender.
what
That's
about
a gender
what,
thing.
what about
that's,
domestic abuse?
That's just a natural gender thing.
What about domestic
Oh, it
abuse?
is. So
You
women
can't-
getting
you
raped
can't,
is a natural thing.
You can't no. What I'm saying that's natural for men to rape women. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that's something that women have to deal with as women. We don't have to deal with that because we're
And that's
men.
privilege. That's because
It's not a privilege. I
That's
don't
not a
understand how
privilege.
does that
it
become
is a
privilege?
privilege that you can
No.
go. It is a privilege
That's
that you
not
don't
a
have to be
privilege.
concerned
That's
with
not a
that.
privilege. That's
It's
not
a
a privilege.
privilege that you don't have to be concerned with that. What is wrong with y'all?
No,
Man,
that's
y'all
not a
something
privilege.
else.
Y'all,
This is
yeah,
called
y'all
lack
are.
of empathy and lack of
No,
sympathy.
in this
Complete
list,
lack of
That's
empathy.
not a
Wait,
privilege.
now y'all saw where the conversation happened now, right? So
This
you
is
know now,
crazy.
no, serious on Pan African design. Now, this is the gender war thing, right? This is how it always turned out. I'm just being real with you, bro. So if they did something
No,
more,
Ra. It only turns out this
no,
way
sis,
when
I'm
people
telling you.
are marginalizing people's experiences
No,
and making and
nobody. I'm
gaslighting them
not
to death
doing
to make
that.
it seem like
I'm
Don't
not.
take it
No,
like that,
It's not.
CK. It's not
Okay.
like that.
Hold on, CK. Listen. I just wanted to say this. Like, I'm not doing that. I'm saying like I saw women make a room about feminism that some was historically correct, and then the conversation gets on and it turns to the gender war thing. It always go like that, bro. They did something on feminism. And if they talking about black women's role in feminism and Stu P's asking the question, what's the difference? They are for black women's rights. That's the difference. That's what it was. That's what it was about initially. Now you have this other thing where everything is improved, but you got black women that is dealing with specific black issues that affect black women. That's that. This privilege thing, son, like, yo, what are we saying, bro? Like, I don't understand. I asked a question in the chat. Do the white women have more privileges than the black man? Okay then. So does the white woman, now here's the white woman have more privileges than the black woman? Yes.
Yes.
So let's get down to the fucking problem, bro. That's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
But then we gotta also look
let me
at
ask you a question. Robert, no, you're not going to come in there and run like that.
No.
Breeze over the most important question.
No.
Is the black man denying the black woman privilege?
Yo, bro,
listen. Is the black man denying the black woman privilege?
I'm making an argument. Hold on, bro.
Is the black man denying the black woman privilege?
I'm gonna tell you right now, bro. It's all in our popular culture. We say, fuck that bitch, pimp that hoe, slap that bitch, nigga. What you talking about, bro? And we manifest that shit, son, in real life. What are you talking about? We have adopted this culture that them niggas put a stigma on us and we acting out the stereotype. And we doing the shit that the fucking white man did to the fucking black woman. And they do the shit to us too. So it's like, and then that nigga sit there and put them niggas in different positions. We gonna get this to the black woman. We gonna get this to that. And then we back to the gender shit, start fighting again, bro. What you talking about? We just did this show earlier, son. I told you, my nigga, I went to a school with a shirt that said bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks, nigga. Like, what bitch, who? Am I talking about the white woman? I'm talking about the black woman. I didn't know no better, nigga. I was socialized, nigga. I don't know, nigga. This is what the older niggas taught me, bro. I don't know, nigga. Pimp that bitch. She's a thought, nigga. She's a hoe, nigga. She got wop. She got a fat ass, nigga. I wanna fuck. Fuck that bitch. We not talking about making no songs about marrying you, nigga. We not making no songs about we want to have a family with you. We making a song and doing our whole culture, movies, everything about doing you dirty.
Right.
So what you talking about?
Remember that in that Biggie verse, what he said, if the time is right, I dine you right. Talk slick, I beat you right.
So like, yo, son, that's the conversation that we need to have amongst each other, though.
Yeah, skip
like,
all
yo,
the
bro,
other bullshit, all the other bullshit.
And the women now, because now it's on some, you nigga, I ain't fucking with no nigga who ain't got nothing. I ain't doing this with this. So it's going both ways. So
it's a response.
Are we gonna like, yo, son, hold on, my nigga, something gotta change.
That's where we at right now, Rob Bourne. So what you talking about is indoctrination, what you dealt with as a youth. Now that we've gotten mature and able to understand the indoctrination that we're dealing with, we're trying to correct it. But I don't think
son, I'm gonna keep it real with you. I still listen to Too Short.
Right.
Nigga,
but
that's indoctrination. I'm fucked up.
I'm fucked up.
Don't
too. That's
forget
why
NWA and Dr. Dre.
My boy, I said the
I
same
still
shit,
listen to
bro.
Too
I said the
Short.
same shit. I said, I know.
What the hell?
I'm a hypocrite because I support some of the shit. And I be like, I support some of the drill music, bro. And I think that shit is, you know what I mean? I like Kodak Black, bro. But I'm like, that shit is harmful. So
Rob Bond came in the room and said that the black man privilege is the ability to call his black woman a trick, a whore, and to over-sexualize her. That's what you're saying, right?
I mean, stupid. You want to argue?
No, that's what. No. Let's be clear.
No, that's not what I. That's not what I said, bro. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that, stupid.
Just let him have it, bro. Just let him have it, bro.
After the question.
No, that's not that. That's not my response to that question, stupid.
Just let him
People
have it.
must be clear because the question I asked, I mean that wasn't a response to the question I asked.
No, that wasn't a response to that question, stupid. No, it wasn't.
I just wanted to clear that to the audience. That
no, that was not. That was not. No.
So let's be stupid. Tell you what, let's just leave it at this, bro. Black males don't have any privileges that black women don't have, bro.
No. I did not say that. We're not saying that.
No, you are saying that, bro. You are saying that.
I'm not saying that. I asked a question.
What privileges do black men have that black women don't?
No, I asked a question. You can't ask me my question.
No, hold on. We can't. We've tried to answer the question to your liking.
You couldn't answer.
Stupides. Okay, so listen, Stupides. We're ignorant. All of us are too ignorant to answer that question. So why don't you answer the question for us, bro?
No. If I knew the answer, I wouldn't ask the question.
I can give you an example.
Hold on, stupid. CK, don't even get. I want to know. So you don't know the answer, but you're saying it exists.
No, I'm saying that some privilege might exist. Yes.
Do black males have any advantage over black women
in this society? In this society?
Of course, what other society would I be talking about, bro?
In the Western society, my answer would be no.
Okay, then let's leave it at that.
Would be no.
Okay, that's your stance. I just asked you that, and you said that wasn't.
When the argument of black feminism come up, the black man should be excluded or should be a part of the black woman experience. Because the gains that the black woman would gain would automatically be advantageous to the black man. But don't let these arguments be that men versus women privilege and including the black men into the white man situation as men. You need to differentiate it. That is my argument.
Yeah, that's what I came in on. But they said that wasn't what they were doing. So
that's not what the show was. They said
that's what the show was.
If it's the men versus women, and you're grouping the black men in the power structure.
Like Pan-African design, what they talked about is
wrong.
They talked about the example of how in the African American community, when a black woman is faced with domestic abuse, right? Mm-hmm. There's pressure put on the black woman to not tell the police, or not call the police on the black man.
Agreed.
Therefore, leaving her victimized and the black man free. Right. So they're asking like, yo, what are some ways that we can undo this? Right. What are some ways that we can work to protect them in the community? You feel me? We also know about a lot of the We also know,
stop right there. Okay, so just that one
black man that denied her the opportunity to call the police.
What can we do?
It's not to that.
Okay, this is what we need to work on. When they say that's a problem right there,
I'm not talking about privilege, bro. I'm having a conversation and we're talking about solution to the conversation.
Yeah, okay. Now we're talking about the solution to domestic
violence. You already win the privilege conversation, bro. You got the belt. You're champion. I'm not even talking about it no more. I just want to we're going to talk about some of the things they talked about so we can at least end on a note talking about what they talked about, bro.
Right. So what I'm saying is, Sosa, is if that was one of the things that was the issue, I definitely agree that we need to address that within our own self. Because like, even if you you saying don't call the police, well shit, that's the only people that they can call that can enforce law here, right?
Right. But their pressure put on them because listen, you call the police and go to jail. It's a father of your child. You see what I'm saying? So as
but
a
don't
woman,
put your fucking hands on.
So right, that should be the mindset. But you know how it is, bro. Come on.
Okay, bam. Okay, so peep this out. So once you get to that point, then we're gonna either have to come up with some kind of structure within ourselves if we're not gonna do that. Like it used to be. When we used to have laws, motherfuckers' family could come over and beat a motherfucker up. But you can't do that no more, right?
Right.
See what I'm saying?
Right.
So now we at the wheel of their structure, which is the only thing that we can do is let her call the police. That's it.
Right. So
that's the solution.
So that should be the
problem.
stance of African American men, bro. Little nigga, bro, call the police, bro.
Yeah, it used to be a standard that we could go beat up people and wouldn't nothing happen because they wouldn't call the police if they got their butt whooped too.
Yeah.
But now, you know what I'm saying? It's all kinds of dynamics. We can take the movie Menace to Society where she said that she got pregnant by Kane. Her cousin went over to do something. He beat him up and then came and shot Kane. So we're in a no-win situation with this whole thing. We have to come up with solutions within ourselves. That's what I think.
Yeah, but I mean, either within ourselves, I agree. But within ourselves, it can be to rely on the system and play, or to develop our own system. But both of them should be. But we got to do something for the system.
Right.
Yeah.
Agree.
Yeah. And molestation in the Black community.
Yeah, we need to do something about that too. But see,
Feel me?
all of this stuff is stuff that I think that we all agree on. But now, instead of us arguing about this, we need to be trying to really do something about it.
That's what they talking about, though. That's what they talking
So
about.
then if that's what they talking about, then bam, we right back on the same page.
Right.
But what is not making sense is how does that have anything to do with the feminine movement? That's got something to do with our whole thing together. You know what I'm saying? That's our whole thing together. That's Black men are the one who molesting these kids. So that's all of us. That's an all of us problem, not just a feminist problem, right?
Yeah, it's an all of us problem. But the women, the people that are being affected, that are being raped, are the women. The people that are being beaten are the women. You feel me? That's why it's a feminist situation, because it's women seeking to gain equal treatment.
Right. Well, hold up. Let me tell you something. I know this is gonna sound taboo, right? But in the neighborhood, this is something that's not talked about. But I noticed that it was a lot of older women sleeping with kids, young boys, and they was moving in with them on housing and all this stuff back in the day. And nothing was said about that.
But I mean, CK even brought that point up, though.
You see what I'm saying?
So how that also affects the mind of a young child, bro. When you
You see what I'm saying? So all this stuff, I don't know what we gonna do about it.
But even though that does happen amongst Black men, but the other side is way more frequent, bro. It's not to say that one don't exist, but the other side is rampant the other way. Like Black men get raped, like Black men and Black boys get raped, but Black women get raped far more. That doesn't mean that we ignore the boys, but when the women talk about their situation, we deal with them. When the men talk about their situation, we deal with them. You feel me?
Yeah, I just don't understand the separation. I think all of this needs to be, everybody needs to. I don't think it needs to be separated. I agree that women need more pay. I agree with everything. Now, what I don't agree with is trying to be inclusive of sexual choice.
We can fight that battle another day. That's gonna take us a whole other way.
No, I'm just saying, people having sexual preference within our own structure, what we're trying to get, then I don't think that we really need to be focused on that. I think like what Rob Bourne has said, I think that we really need to focus on what we need to do as a family nucleus outside of that other stuff.
We can focus
I think
on
that's a distraction, is what Rob Bourne is saying.
Oh, we can focus on just helping Blackness, Black people. Period. Right. I'm good with that.
You do realize that is an example of privilege, right? You're trying to tell people what they should or shouldn't do.
No.
Feel like
I don't know what you understand about the history of this homosexual thing that's going on, but I'm 53, right? We never really had a problem with homosexuals. We didn't go up and
yes, we did. Because we were Christian.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Yes, we did.
No, listen.
James, you lying, bro.
No, listen, I'm telling you.
Keep that shit in the closet back in the day, though.
Targeted homosexuals like we was gonna beat them up because they was gay.
Yes, they did get beat up.
Yeah,
James,
they
were killed. You do realize
that wasn't something that we did.
James, they had to keep that shit in the closet, bro. They could not come out, bro. Like that was a big stigma in the African American community, bro. Like you knew your cousin or uncle was gay, but he better not do that shit. You better not see it. He had to hide that shit, bro. You could
I
not
don't
be
think that
upset.
I don't think that they was hiding that they were gay. We knew that
Come
they was
on,
gay.
but
They wasn't hiding that they were
There is
gay.
literal books on
Oh
it.
my God,
Literal.
Jay, I
Whole
can't believe
Wikipedia
that.
article I just threw in the chat earlier
I
about the
can't.
violence towards people that are part of the LGBT community.
But it's
Listen.
violence towards black
They
people.
just recently,
African people too.
recently passed a law back, like
But
literally.
see, hold up, you focusing on LGBT.
What year are we in?
What about the
2022?
violence of against
Dude,
us?
listen to me. In 2020, they just passed a federal law that you cannot fire someone for being gay. They literally just passed the law. 2020. Look it up. That you cannot fire someone for being gay.
Man,
I have seen people fired for simply being gay at jobs before when I was younger.
And you know, back in
They
the
just
day,
got the
bro,
right to
niggas was
marry
not,
in 2015.
you know,
Yeah,
niggas
but
was
I done
not
seen
cool.
people get fired for being black.
Of course, James, we're not saying
So,
one
like,
doesn't
you
exist.
know, just
but
whataboutism.
We're talking
What the
about
hell is going on?
But you're saying, nigga, okay, fuck it. It is what it is, then, nigga.
No, what I'm saying is,
that's what you
golly,
said.
like you're gonna sit up and focus on that when I know I struggled getting jobs when I was young, based on my code.
So listen, it would. So what if you struggled on jobs, getting jobs when you was younger, right, and black? What about if you was black and gay? That would have been fucking.
That's something that
now
they're
that's
gonna have individual person has to deal with. We all got to deal with something. I don't want to see the world is getting too soft. That's what the hell the problem is. Because everybody has, when I was a kid, guess who ridiculed me the most and the best? The black woman. She always, your lips is big, you dumb. But you know what that did? That made me stronger, and it also made me go learn how to fucking read.
It shouldn't have been that way though, bro. You feel me?
But sometimes you need a tough
James,
love and you need ridicule from your
sometimes you
peers
need
to make you get stronger.
Sometimes you need
Like,
tough
man,
love, bro, but that's
world is
abuse.
too soft
That's
from
abuse,
what I see.
bro. We cannot confuse abuse with tough love. Like some of the tough love.
No, they didn't hit me. They just told me,
abuse,
things that made me better.
That's called verbal abuse, sir.
Abuse can be verbal, bro. It don't gotta hit you. It was verbal.
Yeah, but I don't take it as something bad now. I take it as like a badge of honor now.
Well, according to psychologists, it is very damaging, and it causes people,
Yeah, if you even look at the way we reared our children
mental
back
health,
in the day, bro, versus how we do it now, it's completely barbaric, bro. You feel me? We took it. It was a part of what was normalized to us. All of like if you act up, you get a beating. If you act up again, you get a worse beating than the last time. Like that shit was barbaric, bro. And now that we futurize, we raise kids, we found a way to raise our kids without even having to do all the shit our parents did to us and our grandparents did to them, bro.
Watch this. You know what happened when you go to jail or you go to the pen?
Now you're talking
if
about
you get out of line, those white folks beat you. Why do they beat you?
I don't want them to go to jail, bro. We talking.
No, man, I'm just asking you.
I'm talking about the ones that
when you go to jail after your parents ain't beat your ass. When you go to jail, those white folks can beat you.
So
why? Then I'm gonna ask you if it ain't. Why are they beating you?
So
why the white man allowed to beat you while you already to make the mistake, but your parents can't tap you on your butt to keep you from going to jail in the first place?
We're not saying that. We're not saying that, bro. We're saying that we now developed better ways to keep our children out of prison.
Sometimes primitive ways are the best ways.
Okay.
See what I'm saying?
That's called appeal to traditionalism, sir, or appeal to populism.
Sometimes primitive ways are the best ways.
We ain't on that. I mean, we ain't gonna agree on that, bro. Like I ain't had to hit my son. You feel me?
That's cool.
To hit my daughter.
That's cool.
You feel me? And they A's. You feel me? I ain't had to do I believe in you discipline your kids when they're young. Like you beat them when they're young, but not with a belt. Like I'm talking about when they 1 and they 2, and you can pop them on the butt.
If they get ready to touch the socket and you pop them on the hand.
Pop them on the hand. But when they get to the point to where you 5, 6, 7,
once they get to a certain age, you can verbally, correct.
Once they get to the point to where now you got to take a belt out and start lashing them like the slave master whip you, bro. We need to. Now it's time to.
Okay, watch this. If you caught an 8-year-old boy in the bed with his cousin, what would you do? And she like 9 or something. You would just talk to him?
Now I would talk to him. What do you want me to do? Beat him?
I probably would whoop his motherfucking ass. Like, don't you ever do no shit like that. That's your cousin. You supposed to see, but I'm saying, it's a different time.
So you
now.
think so if you didn't beat him, he wouldn't get it.
I want him to understand. Don't you ever do no shit like that again. That's your cousin.
But so is it beating that making him not do it, or because he knows it's wrong?
Sometimes you need that, bro. I know. Okay, watch this. If you look in the see, I know y'all don't like to look at nature, but all species on this planet discipline their children. They don't do it to kill them. They just do a little discipline so they can learn. And I think that's something that all species on this planet should be able to do. I ain't saying that you should kill your kid, you should whoop them with extension cords and shit like that. No. But I think that the discipline is definitely necessary.
I'm not saying don't discipline the kids, bro. Okay. I'm just saying it's the measures. Some of the measures we take.
Yeah, it goes too far.
That's all I'm saying.
Definitely. No extension cords. I don't believe in none of that.
You agree with that? Like my son.
I don't believe in
when my son was 8, he do something and he a boy. I might pop him in the chest. I'm not gonna
Okay.
Not with his fist. I'm not gonna cave his chest with my fist.
You ain't never put your hand up, period.
Nah, you know what I'm saying? I'm talking about, come here, boy. I hit him on the chest with one hand. But come on, boy. Yeah. Because he a boy.
Okay.
You feel me? But I'm not finna punch him in the chest like a man.
Okay, now watch this. You're not finna pop your little girl like that.
Nah.
Hold up. Why not? Why not?
She's a girl.
Why not? See, that's what they fight for, equal right. Why don't you pop her in the chest?
Nah, but equal right don't mean you gotta treat like you gotta
see, now it's gonna be a gender difference. See?
That's different, bro.
You can't pop her in the chest because she's different. And see, so when you read this list that they talking about,
bro,
that's crazy. I'm telling you, if you read that list, they talking about the black male privilege. I want you to read that, bro. Because when you read that, they talking about black men have the right to watch pornography and shit. Like, what the hell is going on in the league?
Well, it's not about that they don't have. It's about the stigma. It's not just directly about like privilege. It's just the stigma, bro. Like the stigma attached to black men watching pornography is different than black women watching pornography.
Jim.
Certain things overlap within just women, and then certain things are specific to black women.
James, the one that made me laugh is that the pay disparity in sports. Black women don't even watch WNBA. Black women watch NBA more than they watch WNBA. And these athletes get paid according to their attendance. And black women don't even partake in a sport that is theirs.
So
you're talking about male privilege.
So then why not? So if we see that there's pay disparity in female sport, so then why not as African American men or men in period, we take our time and go attend our sisters playing basketball.
No, but why the women don't attend? I'm saying that it's a black woman.
Forget about why the women don't.
No. Don't swing it sports.
I'm finna end the show.
Your sport, and you're not watching it.
Yo,
why should you want
smoking now, boy.
I'm finna end that show.
He's smoking now, bro. He going in.
No, going in. I mean, I didn't want to make the show anything, negative or nothing. I just wanted to find out, what he's saying, like what role do we have to? Because from what I've seen, how old are you, Rob Bourne?
They're not saying that there was a role. They're not saying that. It's not saying that. They weren't saying that you're the blame, bro. That's right. They live in the same world that you live in.
They said that men are to blame, but they didn't exclude us. Are told what our role was.
Because they live in a male dominant society, bro. That's it.
So
we didn't create the society.
We didn't create it.
What the fuck is going on?
So hold on. So let's get this one out. So Stoopy, so is black feminism nonsense?
Black feminism is nonsense because black struggle is universal.
Okay, there we have it. So that was your stance from the jump, bro. That's all you had to say. That's what you had to say, Stupid.
No, but I had to bring everybody along. as to why I say it.
Right. So how does females die and female infant mortality amongst females? Is that an issue
nothing to do with black men?
Western medicine. Western medicine.
Exactly. So
black men.
It has to do with black women. So it's black feminists. It's a black feminist argument. It has to do with
the black struggle. That the disparity in the healthcare for black people is significantly lower than for white people.
Right.
If you go to the doctor
you don't have to explain it to me, bro.
not good. Whether you're black, woman or a black man. So it's not going to recommend the battery of tests.
Yeah,
But you can't front.
Right?
You can't front though, bro. That figure that they got with that wild ass number with over 20,000 black women and children, what's up, end up missing, bro. That's kind of crazy, bro.
It's crazy.
That's crazy, bro.
It's
And that shit go
bro. So nigga that got a
unreported.
daughter.
Like, I don't know, bro. Like that just, you know, you can say black people are under attack, but yo, bro, you accounting the part that we recreate ourselves.
Right.
Like I don't know who's doing it. I can't give you no conspiracy theory. Oh, they doing organ. I don't know, bro. I just, it's just crazy to me. I'm like, yo, was this number real? Like, is this really real? And they saying it's real, bro.
100,000 children.
Rob,
100,000 children in America go missing every year.
You watch
Yeah, but they said black women. Like if I put the, I'm gonna put the article.
20,000 of which is black. If you look at this population,
hold on. Let me
look at people who go missing every year. Type it in. How many people go missing every year? And then look at the number of black and look at the number of other people.
Right
People
now,
go missing
that would
every
be a
year.
better gauge right there.
Yeah, you're right. So now when you look at it in the article, it says that tens of thousands of black girls and women go missing every year. Last year, that figure was 100,000. It says black girls and minorities.
No, it was not 100. How many persons go missing every year, Rob?
I'm gonna pull it up right now. I'm gonna put it up. I'm gonna put it back up.
Not black. Just go in general first.
Oh, in general, I don't know.
How many
we can look it up, but check it out though. Even if we do look at that, right? Our population is 13% of the population.
Right.
Now you splitting that. Hold on, brother. But now, but okay.
We're going to do a comparison. We cannot do a comparison. We don't know the whole.
Okay. Oh, that's fine. I'm cool with that. But if the majority of the people in this country is white people, and that number is big, no matter what you look at it, it's not going to be as significant of 100,000 black women, bro.
It's not 100,000 black women.
Okay, so I'm gonna put it up.
I'm looking at a study that says about 250,000 of women go missing. Just women. Just women.
250,000 women go missing every year. How much of those women are black women?
That's 250,000. That's 250,000.
I'm gonna show it right now. Here you go, right here.
That just that just in America?
Yeah, just in America. I'm on the screen now. It says tens of thousands of black girls and women go missing every year. Last year, that figure was nearly 100,000. Yet the cases hardly grab national. What's the source to this? The missing children you don't hear about. More than 60,000 black women are missing in America. One of the reasons we don't hear much. Yo, son, what you talking about, bro? If our population is 13%.
Okay, no. Go to the.
Come on, man.
I don't even understand why you having an argument over.
I'm not having an argument.
Like fuck that, bro. 30,000, nigga. Fuck it, then. Like,
No. We're looking at it's a pandemic. It's an epidemic. The amount of missing women every year in the United States. The amount of missing people every year in the United States. Right? Our population, because I've read that study, about 25% of the women who were missing are black women. And that, although we're only 13% of the population, we're totally misrepresented where that is concerned. And that is true. I understand that. But at the same time, that don't express whether that is a privilege.
I got it right now, bro. I got the statistic right now, bro. I'm pulling it up right now. This is the statistical right here.
Still want to argue about privilege.
I don't know why you want to argue about this, but
I already told you, bro. You the king of the privilege shit, bro. You already won that, bro. You won it.
Here you go, right here. Number of missing persons files. White, 305,249. Black, 177,530. You know that this is in 1 year, right?
This is 1 year?
1 year. This is what it. Let me get this out. What is this?
Yeah, it says white women 305,000.
No, it don't say white women. It say white.
White.
Yeah, white. But
it says number of missing person files in the U.S. 2021 by race, published by Statistical Research Department, March 31. All right, so
something ain't right with this chart, though, Rob. You know why? Because they don't have Hispanics off in here either.
They got that shit. I think they would be.
It says it now. It don't have no Hispanics in here.
Let's look for. Well, let's download
Mexicans or a major population.
Let's see it. Region United States. I don't want no violent crime.
Research. I can find it.
Yeah,
Let's
they gotta be
download
adding
free this
European.
shit.
They gotta be adding Mexicans or Hispanics.
Oh, I don't
to
got
the
no
European.
account for this shit, but we can find it, bro. The point of the matter is, if we looking at this number, fam, and they saying 177, and they saying that same year they put 100,000, they saying that there's women, that 70,000, that could be boys, right? That's crazy, bro. That number, bro. So if you want to call it an epidemic because it's 305,000 to their total population, to our population,
I didn't say that. I said missing people. That's what I said. I said missing people is an epidemic. That's what.
Okay.
I did not.
But if the number,
I also said that in the black population we are overrepresented. Overrepresented. I'm specific what I said because I have to can repeat it 10 years time to say what I said. I'm always specific.
Yo, I got another. Hold up, I got another statistic right here. It says per year, it says 163,000 males go missing under 21, and 194,673 females under 21. And then it says over 21, 100,000 males, and over 21, 62,000 females go missing every year. And they're not. This doesn't have anything to do with gender. They're talking about as a collective.
As a collective.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know that females.
So I mean, race. Or under, because if you look at the numbers, it's almost close between male and female in terms of the amount of people who are missing.
Nah, I doubt that.
It says under 21, 163,000 males, and then under 21, 194,000 females. So that's just about a 30,000 gap, 30,000 more females.
Right?
It's
very close.
Let me get
so we cannot say when people say things, you have to look at the statistics, you have to look at the number. Missing people in America.
Yeah, it says number of NCIC missing persons files in the United States in 2021 by age and gender is what I'm reading.
Right?
And that's
so you see how close the numbers are.
It does not split up the races. It just tells you the totality. Now maybe if I click the link, it may break down the races.
Yeah, we definitely need the races, because if you just got boys, they're gonna be white men in there. That's why, and we do these shows. I pull up a source on Stupid every time, and he'd be like, no.
But I wasn't wrong. Was I wrong a while ago to ask for the general overall, the amount of people that are missing? And then I was going to ask by sex.
He doesn't. The number he gave you, he needed a number. He needed by race.
But all right, if we even by race.
It says, it says what percentage of missing people are Black? It says, according to the Black and Missing Foundation, the coverage of white and minority victims is not proportionate. It says the group said nearly 40% of missing persons are persons of color, yet African Americans make up 13% of the population. So they're saying 40% of the people that go missing are they saying people of color. And see, we got to be careful with that word right there, right? Because that's a multitude of people. What do they mean by missing persons or persons of color? See what I'm saying? Is that exclusively us?
No, that could be one of just people of color. It could be as cloud. It can be
right. See what I'm saying? How they do stuff. So we got to be careful.
You got it, but I mean, it's out there. You just got to deep dive, and you got to dig to find it. But it's out there, bro.
Right.
But black men are abducted at large rates also, so we cannot overlook that part.
Well, nobody. That's what I'm saying. Like when we have a conversation, right, and we're having a conversation about cancer with women. Why the fuck do we need to talk about?
Oh,
well, you know, black men got cancer.
I found it, bro. I know why it said that, bro. They including Hispanic with white, bro.
I told you.
That's why that number's not there. Holy shit.
Because you have white.
Wow.
There's a white Hispanic. There's
yeah.
You know, in a sense, they have white and they have white Hispanic. They have like.
Wow.
But Rob, you realize
they just put them up in their family.
Large quantities. You realize that from what he said, black men are also abducted in large quantities.
It's just it's not minimalizing the 30,000, but it's a 30,000 gap.
It's like you feel like how
based
it's
on
like
gender.
It's like it's like it's a competition.
No, it's not a competition. It's
just bringing clarity.
I know people to realize that when we are differentiating Black women struggle, Black men struggle, we are being disingenuous.
Right.
Just say, if you're Black first, and you realize that we as a people have to approach the problem unified.
That's right.
This shit is all fucked up, bro.
Versus Black male. Is that
That's
we have
right.
to do a unified front because we're in a society that negates us to the bottom of the pile.
Yeah, this shit is all fucked up, bro. I'm looking at this shit. They got us mixed up. There's the answer to your people of color. It says includes African American, Asian, and Indian. Come on, bro.
Right.
Like yo, like
they don't want to give you the real numbers. That's how they play.
Wow. That whole shit is fucked up, bro. That whole shit is twisted,
Robert,
bro.
we research the shit out of this stuff. Because
I don't even want to look at that shit no more, bro.
Yeah.
Still, I don't care. I don't care if it's 10,000 of them.
Even the thing I'm looking at, it still said because this one I got said is 300. That said of the 300,000 girls and women reported missing in the U.S. in 2020, a third of them were Black. So that would be 100,000.
100,000, right? And about 70,000 boys are also missing every year, but are Black. So the struggle.
I'm gonna get the. I'm not trying to say that Black boys don't go missing or try to say.
I'm not trying to negate Black women oppression. What I'm negating is the fact that when we separate ourselves, we become weaker as a group because we had little power to begin with. So when we start to separate ourselves and say, I am going to deal with Black women's struggle and not Black people's struggle. When Rosa Parks sat on the back of the bus, it wasn't a Black woman's struggle. It was a Black people's struggle.
That's right.
Because the sitting on the bus is something that was not specific to gender. But if you're talking about giving birth to, there's certain shit that's specific to women, bro. So sitting on a bus is not an example of something that's specific to women.
Do you get a child or do you have a child, so?
Bro, why?
Just asking that question.
That is a dumb argument, bro. I don't give birth. I'm talking about dying in childbirth, bro. I don't give birth to the goddamn child.
Does a Black man get a child or does a Black man have a child? It's a simple question.
Tell you what, Stupid, don't ask me questions that are that simple, bro. You know the answer to that question. Why would you ask me a dumb question?
Or do you have a child?
I have 2 kids, bro. So Stupid.
You realize what?
I'm asking you, bro. Like before, I'm asking you. Are you asking me the question because you really think?
A woman lost in childbirth. A woman who lost in childbirth not only affect the woman, but it affect the man also.
Do you understand that I'm not talking about? I'm not. All right. You know what? Hey, listen, man. Thank everybody for coming out, bro. Man, listen. Shit, it's been a good show. I want to thank
random.
I can't, bro. I want to thank the sisters for coming through with the presentation, man. That shit was dope, man. And listen, man.